It's the final day of the qualifying stage. 5 teams have a shot at the grand final. It's going to be a dramatic day of chess, and to get the party started, alongside me, Grandmaster Peter Swidler and International Master Sagar Shah. Sagar, this is going to be a fun day of chess, and no one could have predicted it.
I am so much looking forward to it, because by the end of yesterday, like one day before, we thought that 2 teams were clearly in ahead. Ganges Grandmasters and SG Alpine Warriors. But yesterday was such an amazing day that now 5 teams have a chance.
The leaderboard got really shaken and stirred with the results that we saw. Peter, are the teams feeling extra pressure today?
I think so, but also everybody's excited. I've spoken to some of the players, and I think everybody is very much waiting for the day to start, because provided the results go our way a little bit, all 4 matches today might be deciding who gets in to play the grand final tomorrow, and that's fantastic for the league and for us to watch.
It's all on the line. Let's take a look at the big matchups that are coming up with the race to the grand final. And here it is. We start with the SG Alpine Warriors taking on the Chingari Gulf Titans. We've been talking about 5 teams having a shot to make it to the grand finals. 4 big matches coming up. Now, the SG Alpine Warriors and the Ganges Grandmasters have been at the top of the leaderboard. Sagar, what do they need to do to book their spot into the final?
Well, firstly, if the SG Alpine Warriors win their first match against the Chingari Gulf Titans, they are through to the grand finals. They just need to win. Similarly, if the Ganges Grandmasters beat the Triveni Continental Kings, they are also through to the finals. So, actually, both these teams have their future in their hands. But we should also remember that if the Triveni Continental Kings beats Ganges Grandmasters, they too make it to the finals. So, the second match is actually going to give us one of the teams in the finals.
And that's where we stand going into this final day of the qualifiers. The Triveni Continental Kings have really sneaked up the leaderboard. Peter, what are you expecting from them today? What's their path to the grand final?
I think they will be extremely excited to be within 1 match victory of actually getting to tomorrow. I don't think they themselves consider that to be a very highly probability of happening, but now having won 2 matches yesterday, they will be very ready to take on the Ganges Grandmasters and Vishy and the boys.
Yeah, and the other team we saw in the mix, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Now, they've always been in the middle of the leaderboard, scoring big wins, but also sometimes disappointing results. What are their chances to make it to the top today?
Well, firstly, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters need the Chingari Gulf Titans to beat SG Alpine Warriors. Then the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have to beat SG Alpine Warriors. And then the Chingari Gulf Titans have to lose to the Balan Alaskan Knights. And you know, these 3 results, if they go in their favor, then the Upgrad Mumbai Masters make it to the finals.
So it's not just in their hand, Peter, but they need a lot of things to work out for themselves on the other board.
Yeah, for the rest of the top 5 results, they don't really have any hand in themselves, need to go their way, but it's not very many results. And they will be very anxiously waiting for the first match to start. I've spoken to some of that squad, and they are pulling for Chingari like nobody's business.
That's the big chance. The teams are also rooting for other teams to perhaps win and take down the big names here. Let's take a look at the players to watch out for today, and for the Chingari Gulf Titans, who will be playing the first match against the SG Alpine Warriors. It is the Shark Attack, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And wow, 5.5 points out of a possible 8. He's been a big MVP for this team.
Absolutely, and no losses. Incredibly solid on board too, and also won some very, very important games in recent rounds. That victory with Black against Yuan Yi, arguably maybe the clincher of their last couple of days.
And Sagar, do the Chingari Gulf Titans have an outside chance for the grand final?
Huge chance. In fact, if they win both their matches today, then they actually make it, because they have the best tiebreak. They are on 68 game points, but they have 2 matches left. So actually, they have things in their own control. Beat SG Alpine Warriors and then beat the Balan Alaskan Knights. They'll make it to the finals.
With destiny and fate in their own hands, is it fair to say that their chances to the grand final is actually bigger than the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
I feel so. Yes, absolutely, I feel.
Wow. It's going to be a day of super entertaining chess. We saw Shakhriyar Mamedyarov for the Chingari Gulf Titans But of course, the SG Alpine Warriors have a man themselves. He's been on fire. Take a look at this. It is none other than Pragnananda, a 7.5 out of 8. A phenomenal performance there. Who's going to stop this guy? He has been the hero, not just of the SG Alpine Warriors, but of the whole global chess league.
He has played brilliantly. And today I saw him at the breakfast table and I put a very keen eye on what he was eating. Maybe the dosa was the secret to his success, you know.
Learning from the best. Yeah, I've seen Anand do the same here, so.
It's so important to have fun and sort of to try to keep the nerves under control in ahead of this big day of chess.
Absolutely. And I think the SG Alpine Warriors would be very happy that Prag is there on the final board because he has not put a foot wrong in this tournament. 7.5 out of 8. What a performance.
What a performance. And we will be starting with the first big match as the Chingari Gulf Titans take on the SG Alpine Warriors. And we got a sneak peek into how the Chingari Gulf Titans are approaching this big one. Take a look.
We calculate and come up with the price, yeah? And I was like, okay, yeah. Like, you have 0 chances, yeah, but yeah, still it's a must-win, yeah? No, but actually, like, given the way we played, I think it kind of makes sense to, like, finish third, no? No, I mean, actually, we played pretty well, no? We were just, like, too unlucky. No, I'm not saying it for the camera, I mean, I'm serious, actually, yeah. Yeah.
The Titans having a lot of fun there, and it's really interesting how they mentioned that it's not about qualifying, but they can play spoiler, crash other people's parties.
Absolutely, but I also feel that we were lied to yesterday because Daniel Dubov explicitly said this was not going to happen.
And the Chingari Gulf Titans do have a big shot at the grand final. They need to win both their matches. They start against Magnus Carlsen's SG Alpine Warriors. Let's take a look at the captains. Get ready for the match. And there we have Grandmaster Swapnil for the Chingari Gulf Titans and International Master Vishal Serene. They know there's a lot on the line. Handshakes. Is it just me or they're not smiling as much today, Sagar?
I think Vishal definitely under some stress because his team was right there at the top. But Swapnil from the Chingari Gulf Titans, he knows he has nothing much to lose. So he's going all out with his team. They are all relaxed as we saw in the room.
They were having a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the fun that we'll be having when these players fight it out on the board. This is the squad. The SG Alpine Warriors start with the white pieces, top to bottom. Every single board counts. Where are we expecting the decisive results to come from?
I think 2 very important boards are actually the top and bottom because young Krzysztof Duda has had a very, very lackluster tournament so far. And he needs to play well today. He's black against Magnus. That's never an easy assignment. If he holds, I think the Chingari team already starts looking a lot better because elsewhere, once again, ignoring the Pragnananda board, which is very difficult to do in this tournament. They seem fine in terms of lineup, but those two, this is where they need to stand firm.
And with 2 matches in hand, is that the team with the best chance for the grand final?
Yeah, absolutely. I think SG Alpine Warriors, if they win this match, they are through to the finals. So they would be looking for it. Also, Gukesh winning yesterday augurs well for their team. If he just gets today the job done against Mamedyarov, that would be great.
And there we've got the trio from India, Gukesh, Arjun and Prag. Sagar, this is an amazing visual that we have. The future of chess right here. Gukesh striking back a very important win after a very difficult start. And it would be one for the storybooks if he's the one who carries the SG Alpine Warriors ahead.
Absolutely, and he would be looking to do that because you could see him, you know, even when his team won, he was a little bit subdued there. He was like, I'm not contributing enough. But now with his win yesterday, and if he wins today, he'll be back, you know, he'll be really happy.
The redemption arc.
Oh, will it be redemption for Gukesh? And there we see the Chingari Gulf Titans, Jan Krzysztof Duda giving a pep talk. Daniel Dubov looking super relaxed there. We've got a big matchup coming up.
We've established this is the winning pose, right? We had this segment earlier. This is how you're supposed to sit when you're about to win an important game of chess. I will have to incorporate it into my own game somehow.
There you have it. That's what needs to be done to win all the matches. Well, who will win the next one? Will it be the SG Alpine Warriors punching their ticket to the grand final? Or will the Chingari Gulf Titan keep their hopes and dreams alive? We'll find out in just a few moments.
Yeah, this is a pair and medicine. Of course, he is always ice cream.
And we are here, guys. It is that time. Okay, games are about to be up. We got the Alpine Warriors, SG Alpine Warriors versus the Chingari Gulf Titans. I'm in the studio. I'm James Canty III I'm Yessie. I'm actually James, and I'm here with Yessie and back. And Ketty in the studio. Ladies, how are you?
Ooh, hello, hello. We are so excited because this is the last day of the playoffs, you guys.
Wow.
And we're going to know two teams who are going to qualify in the finals.
Indeed. What do you think about this matchup today? We got Magnus, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and you got the squad here. Of course, you got Prag going crazy, and Nihal Sarin, who's ready to do his thing too as well. If the SG Alpine Warriors win, they go through. So what do you guys think? What's going to happen today?
Yeah, I think they're going to be pushing really hard. I mean, if they do win, they know for a fact that they don't have to worry about what happens in the rest of the games, right? Because they're already through.
That's right. Very interesting is for sure the first board, the Icons board, Magnus Carlsen against Jan Krzysztof Duda, but also the last board, Juniors board. Here we have Prag, who has amazing performance. Like, you can't ask for more. Guys just have almost 3,000 rating performance here. And he plays against Nihal Sarin, and the Magnus's pawn dropped down.
Ooh.
The first move.
And there we go. We're up. We got a Sicilian. Okay. A little D6 action. So he probably going to play bishop b5 check, which is super ridiculously annoying. Okay, he's played knight c3. So similar. What I mean by that is that, you don't get the mainline Sicilians anymore these days. Sicilian is a very strong and fun opening to play with the black pieces. But look at this weird knight f3, knight c, bishop e2. Are you kidding me? Like, this is not mainline at all. So now if I'm Jan Christoph here, I'm like, bro, come on. I wanted some mainline Sicilian where I can actually attack. Now I just don't know what's going on.
Do you think he'll play quietly here with like d3 maybe, pushing the pawn one square in the center there instead of open Sicilian?
That's a very good question, but I also like bishop e2. This is so weird looking move because it keeps the idea to open the center with a d4 and go to the classical Sicilian line, or to go d3 and to start this kind of setup with castle. Knight can withdraw back and then push f4, f5 and attack the king. That's something that Magnus Carlsen can play.
Very natural here. He's played his moves here, Jan. I mean, developing knight to c6 and the f6 already. Seems like we do have a d4 now. And then we just have, by transposition, one of the very classical type Sicilians, or I think I would even call it like the Opinski variation, stuff like that. Like, this is just very, very slow type of chess here. Some type of almost Roser here if we go bishop g5, but the bishop's already on e2 here. So, yeah, we got ourselves just a regular Sicilian so far, but the bishop is on e2. Really, really classical.
You guys, this is really, really slow game as they started. But if we bring the bird's eye view, there is the game which gonna get our attention, starting from the first moves. And this is the game of Arjun Dubov, board 3. Look at them. They have already played with the queens, both of them. They already pushed the h-pawns, and we know that when the h-pawns start to move, it's getting very interesting. I think we should bring board 3 as well as Master Swidler and ask him what is going on this board.
This is Sveshnikov.
Match between Magnus and Fabi in 2018, and I believe Daniel Dubov was part of Team Magnus for that match. So clearly, some old work is being used here. Arjun also, of course, very well aware of what's going on. And the speed of play here, I think, clearly indicates that not only has he looked at this at some point in his life, he also expected this to be something that Daniel might do today. Very interesting to see how this works out, because it's definitely one of the sharper lines of the Sveshnikov right now. Black often sacrifice material to become very active in the center, so this is definitely the one to watch out for. And another very quirky Sicilian on board 5, by the way, where Polina Shuvalova played what I believe is called the Scorpion. I'm not very good with the opening names, but I think this particular Sicilian is called the Scorpion. And I'm not a huge fan, but I think considering the match situation and the tournament situation, the entire team of the Gulf Titans are doing exactly the right thing by disbalancing the position as early as possible on every single board. So we are watching a team play for a win with black. Maybe for the first time in the event, you clearly see them pretty much going all in on every single board as much as they can.
Wow, this is, guys, the chance for SG Alpine Warriors. If they win the match, they are in the finals. So important. And chess is very much this kind of minds game and a nerves game when you're in must-win situation or when you need to win. Your opponent somehow becomes really annoying, and you know, things are getting a little bit complicated. So this game are going to be very, very sharp, as well as the other boards are also quite promising. Let's once again bring the bird's eye view and take a closer look to other boards as well, and check out which one is the most promising here. Master Swidler.
Hard to say. The ones I've already singled out, boards 3 and 5, they look potentially very, very exciting. There are opposite side castles on board 5, and board 3 is going to be a huge mess. Daniel Dubov just played a pawn sacrifice. Not the one I was expecting, but there always some kind of a pawn sacrifice happening at some point, it seems to me, in those Sveshnikovs. But there's a lot of very interesting positions elsewhere as well. The game between Irina Krasha and Alexandra Kostyniuk is quickly sort of moving off the well-trodden path and is becoming a bit of a mess. The English on board 2 between Gukesh and Mamidyarov is also full of life, a very balanced position it feels to me. But clearly also Shah is playing that game in such a way that allows him to just keep the position as complicated as possible. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. This is maybe the liveliest we've had in terms of all 6 positions by move 15 throughout the tournament.
Wow, what a day. What a start of a day, you guys. We're going to have 4 matches today. This is our first match, and this is our final day here at Global Chess League. Tomorrow, we're going to have the finals, grand finals. 2 teams fighting for the title and for the first prize. Gukash and Shahriar right now. Shak looks very, very deep in his thoughts. Look at his posture.
Man, is thinking very hard there. In fact, let's actually see what happened, how we got here. C4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, regular reverse Sicilian stuff. Knight c6, g3, d5. Yep. We have ourselves a reverse dragon in a way. White being up a tempo. Knight f6, castles, h6, d3. Bishop d6, a3, castles. Yeah, very normal things here. Very normal developing pieces. He brought the piece back. Knight to d2 to activate the bishop. King h2. It's an interesting move. Oh, he's just defending h3.
Do you think that Gukash opted for maybe a slower approach in the opening to avoid the shack attack?
Yeah, because shack attack is more like a shark attack. In fact, it's definitely something here. When he starts attacking you, you just want to get out the way. So it's very scary here. C4 does give us a lot of flexibility to control type of positions we kind of want here. So yeah, I think it was a great choice from Gukash.
Right. This looks very peaceful game, guys. But what is not peaceful, it's board 5.
Whoa! Let's go over there.
Against Shuvalova.
Did she play G4? Let's see, guys. She probably played
That's
G4.
it.
You have to play G4 in that type of position.
Yeah.
I was taking a look at it, and I was like, she got to play G4. She just has to do it. I don't know what happens next. And it is on the board there. Oh, my goodness. Let's get this analysis board up. Show you guys how we got here. I am not a fan of Black's position. It feels like it's mate in 11. Let's actually see what happens. All right, E4. Knight f3, C5, right, E6, D4. And the Scorpion, he said, is what I've never heard of that one. Scorpion. That's kind of funny. Bishop C5, Bishop F4. Wow. Bishop C7, Bishop D6. Queen D6 there. Castles. And here we go. H4. Yeah, I like it already. Oh, my goodness. He's just going for her.
Oh, wow. James, I love the queen on D6. White's queen was the Scorpion queen, or?
Which one? Who's playing the Scorpion?
What is the Scorpion?
Who's playing the Scorpion? It feels like White is the one playing the Scorpion here.
Right.
So Queen B6, G4, right, with the idea. Bishop H7, she just said, play G5. Now, of course, I'm looking at G5. Let's just take a look at it. G5 just, you just got to have to do it. Takes, and then H6, like, I mean, you are in the house here, right? But, of course, I think there's a G6. But look at this pawn, guys. Like,
yeah.
the pawn gets all the way down here. And, I mean, it's just not all the way there. That it's really wild. Yeah. Really wild stuff here. Master Spiller, what do you think about this?
I think G5 is interesting, but maybe not forced. I don't think Black really has any particular threats just yet, so we could prepare G5 by playing Rook G1 or F4, yeah. Rook G1 in the meantime is on the board. I like this for White a great deal. I'm not entirely sure how Black is supposed to build up enough counterplay on the queen side to counter what is happening against her on king, but plenty of pieces on the board, and it's a very sharp position. Even if it's not objectively good for Black, I don't think Polina cares very much. I think on every single board in this match, they're just aiming to put as sharp a position on the board as possible. Objectively, evaluations be damned, so to speak, and then whoever plays better comes out ahead.
To stop the pawn being pushed forward. And if White wants to push it more, he can go with F4 and G5, but this also weakens somehow White's position. And we cannot say that the Black has no ideas here. For instance, this Rook to C8, Rook to C3 is another idea here that Black can do. And then we can the pawn in the center on E4, and also the pawns on the queen side, A3, C3 will be weak. So this is double-edged position. It's not something that one side has here. Big advantage.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, Daniel Dubov is 2 pawns down, and I think still blitzing.
Wow.
So
we need to go there. Board
yeah, we can maybe
please.
take a look at that. I am not sure exactly what's going on, but I have a feeling he knows. And that's the important part. And this is proceeding sort of along the lines that I expected. Black is shedding a lot of material for piece activity. The White King is stuck in the center. And the position is an almighty mess.
Wow,
as you
look
can
at
see
this
now.
one.
Daniel sacrificed first the pawn on the queen side, and then the h-pawn was also gone.
Right.
But
Let's take a look at that, Peter. The moment b5 has been played, that started move 15. There was the sacrifice of the pawn here. White just captured. Arjun's like, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And then few moves later, castle happened. And then f5. And Dubov here just ignores the pawn on h5. Perhaps he can't even guard his pawn here. But he has a plan. After taking on h5, bishop takes the knight. And when bishop takes the knight as well, he goes with bishop to d8, and this is a sneaky move. Here, if you ignore black's threat, black will play bishop to a5 and will win the queen.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Very
And
sneaky.
a very important detail here is that the light squared bishop for black is preventing white from castling. If white could castle short here, the game would effectively be over because white has a very safe position, 2 extra pawns. The black king would even maybe be slightly unsafe. But that is just not possible according to the rules of chess, because you cannot castle through an attacked square. And this is why Arjun has to, for now, stop the threat of bishop a5 by making a quiet move that he made, bishop d2. And actually, it's Arjun who is blitzing. I was wrong about the time management, which I think is extremely relevant here, because if Arjun is still very much in his prep, this is less of a cheerful situation for Daniel. Arjun barely spent any time at all. He is only 30 seconds below his starting time, and it is black who is having to think about his choices here.
Right. For the moment, white cannot capture the bishop on b5 because then the rook on e1 is hanging, and white has just a little bit poor coordination between the pieces, and the king is stuck in the middle. These rooks are not connected, so black can here start some kind of like pawn push maybe on the king side to open up, or maybe to open up the center. What shall be here the idea of Dubov?
I was wondering if bishop a5 was still a plan, because once the queen moves, where does the queen go? And after the queen moves,
Queen,
right?
queen
Probably
takes.
Ah, okay.
Queen
Of
takes.
course.
Yeah, see,
I was just testing to see
it's
if you
gonna
saw
hurt.
it. You know.
takes.
There we go.
Takes.
Yeah, queen b7, queen b3 already played. I believe that was also the suggestion of the engines there. And Arjun continues playing extremely quickly. He clearly has a very good idea of what's going on.
Ooh,
Yeah,
he
that
was
is-
a checkmate in 3
Yeah,
moves.
that is a very good arrow work. Very good arrow work there by James. Well,
Thank you, Master Spiller. Thank you. I learned from the best.
that is a big threat, and black obviously needs to generate some sort of counterplay while white is preparing that. Perhaps you could try playing queen one square forward, queen b6, in order to try and get it into the white camp. If queen f3, maybe queen d4 is very strong here, potentially.
Oh, you guys, here, yeah, after queen e4, black can actually win. The rook and queen e4. Yeah, queen
h5
h5,
now
queen a4.
is, I think, because of queen e4 check, is more or less completely
Yes.
impossible. So that...
And after king d2, you have a bishop which comes into the game, and white's king perhaps will be checkmated.
Ouch.
Yeah. But I think in reply to that queen move, if Daniel actually does play it, white has different options. White is not obliged to play queen f3 at all. And as I mentioned, it's one of those situations where you start questioning your life choices a little bit as a player playing black here, because when you go for these semi-bluffs, I would call them, with the black pieces, where you sacrifice material and you go for a line which requires your opponent to play consistently well over a period of, I don't know, 5 to 10 moves, you really want them to start thinking.
Right.
You guys, hold on. There is very interesting detail, which I just find it out, and this is so strange. So I can see in the database only one game that has played in this opening with the queen to b6, and the game ended in a draw after a long game. With black pieces, we have Ivic. I think it's a grandmaster, and with black pieces, it is Arjun Kalayan. I don't know who is Arjun Kalayan, but don't you think like they have similar
Wow.
names? Arjun here, Arjun there.
channeling it.
Amazing.
Oh, wow, but you
Queen
guys, this is
D7.
not an online tournament that someone played for training. That happened in Litva, I guess. Litva opened in 2021. So this position has been played earlier.
So
That's
Queen
amazing.
D7 happens. Master Spiller, happens after Queen F3, Queen H5? What is
Yeah,
going
now
on?
Queen F3 looks very, very promising. And watching all this, I'm reminded of a conversation I've actually had with Daniel here, where we discussed this topic of playing bluffy lines, and he said that eventually the evolution of a chess bluff would be you play a line that you know loses, but then it requires your opponent to actually make, I don't know, 15 moves in a row, which are strictly only moves.
Wow.
And then you will have potentially a very funny spectacle of somebody, you know, playing everything instantly, having more time than he started with, and his opponent is thinking, but making good moves. And then you resign with having with more time than you started with. I don't know if this is what he's doing today. Maybe not.
That
but
is hilarious.
James?
But I did have that conversation with him early in this tournament, so would be interesting to see if he's actually trying to put that into practice.
It's interesting. After Queen 2 is D7, Queen D1 has happened. This has also the same idea as Queen 2 F3. The goal is to get the Queen on H5. Here, it is so difficult to find the move rather than Rook to F6 to attack this bishop. And by the time Queen jumps on H5, to give up your Rook for the bishop and save your king in that way. Master Schwittler, is that enough compensation for Black if that happens?
It doesn't look like it's enough compensation, but the position remains unbelievably messy. And I think we are heading there, because after Queen H5, I don't think Black has any choice whatsoever. Allowing the check from H7 will spell the end of the game. So Daniel clearly intending to take the bishop and give up the exchange if Queen H5 happens. Another thing I will say about the move Queen D1 in comparison to the move Queen F3 is that Arjun now has the option, if he wants, to take the bishop on B5, which wins him less material compared to the Queen H5, but it allows him to trade some pieces and perhaps castle kingside later if he wanted to, because the bishop on B5 will no longer be on the board, so it will become an option. I think Queen H5 is stronger, but if he wanted to exert more control, maybe taking the bishop actually affords him more control. But this is all very, very interesting and quite clearly part of the sort of concerted match strategy by the Chingari Gulf Titans. I can see sort of the same approach on pretty much every board. They're just going hell for leather, trying to win a game with Black everywhere.
Wow.
Amazing.
All right, the first game between these two has ended in a really quiet draw, but this game is so opposite of that. Very likely things gonna get even more escalated. Is that Prague?
Prague walking
Prague
around.
is-
Let's go take a look at his game. If
Prague
he's
is
walking around,
chilling.
he's feeling good. Let's go see what that is. Pull up our bird's eye view to
You
go see
don't
what Prague
often
is doing.
see, you know, players walking around in a rapid
In
game.
the rapid game,
Yeah.
just really flexing there. Has Nihal in the think tank there. So let's take a look at what happened in this game.
You guys, these two are really good friends. But on the chessboard, they have never made any draw. They all had decisive results. So you
Wow.
can see how competitive these two youngsters are.
Yeah. Wonder what he's thinking about right now.
In the think tank. We had ourselves a
Oh.
Roy Lopez here today. Whoa, did he just... Oh, he got the pawn back. Okay.
So it started as a Roy Lopez, you said, James?
It was a Roy Lopez. Yep, let's start from the beginning here. Oh, everybody at home. Got ourselves a Roy. Nice. A4. All theory. Usual
Still
theory.
theory?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
just deep theory here.
James Dunkies think he's studying theory here. Even live.
Even live.
Even live.
Yeah,
We saw him on
this
his
is
mobile
hilarious.
earlier. If he's not on his laptop on Chessable, he's sitting with his phone.
On Chessable. Exactly. That is correct. So we're going to see here. This is still topical stuff, but at the end of the day here, you do prefer white just slightly. Just slightly. That's usually how these positions go here. Very equal though.
Yeah, all those pawns are so connected. There's only one big island here on the board. And
Nihal with the walk around. You see
now
that?
he takes
Right
his
back at you,
turn.
Crag. Yeah, I can do that too, says Nihal. Put you in a think tank, buddy.
I wonder if it is a psychological thing and not
Oh,
that he
definitely.
just wanted to go for a walk. He's like, if you did it, I can do it too.
It's very psych. In fact, especially if you're playing classical chess too as well. Like when you're just playing, you're moving fast, and you get up like every other move, your opponent gets a little annoyed there. Sometimes they might move quick, which can actually be to your advantage because they're trying to, move as fast as you are.
But also, this is so important in games, guys. It can be the final game, and he needs to know what's going on. He wants to see what is happening. I think he observed the game. Dubov, Arjun's game, or Shuvalova, Pat's game. That's really complicated. They can see on the screen. But also, Nihal himself, he has way more time, 10 minutes and 11 seconds. And Prague is down to 5 minutes and 40 seconds here in this position. So Nihal could really afford to walk a little bit right now. You guys, let's bring Bertai with you as we are having a lot of action on the other boards too.
You know, Katie, talking about a time disadvantage, on the icon board, Magnus has 12 minutes on the clock and Jan Christoph Duda only 3 minutes. I'm wondering what is going on there. What is he thinking about?
Oh, we have to get the first board right now on our screen and look at the situation, Jesse. That's a huge time difference.
Yeah, and I think Magnus might actually enter the think tank. As you can see, his posture sort of relaxed, and now he's, tuning into the position. Master Fiddler, what do you think?
About the icon board, I actually had a look, and I think what Magnus did in the opening there is very, very clever, because Jan Krzysztof Duda, as a Sicilian, he's definitely a Najdorf player. He hasn't really played very much of the classical Sicilian, or the Richter-Rauser, as it's sometimes called. And by starting with this somewhat strange move Bishop e2 on move 4, Magnus forced Jan Krzysztof to play what is supposed to be a completely fine position for Black, but a position Jan Krzysztof, I think, is much less familiar with. And right now, I like Magnus's position a great deal because Black has some structural issues which will be very difficult to deal with. And clearly, Jan Krzysztof is also playing much slower than he normally would be when in familiar waters. So this definitely has been a success opening-wise for Magnus. There's still plenty of play left. It's not like the game is over, of course, but I think he has every reason to be happy with the outcome of the opening there.
You guys, we need to go back on the board 3. Arjun Dubo, we have a big update, and we might have this game ending as the first game in the match. This is board 3, and we had here the major blunder, which is so unnatural. You can see Arjun bit shaking. Maybe he's a bit nervous because, like, last move was something very unexpected. We need a chessboard. If we go just a little bit move back, James, like so, this was the situation. Black played bishop f6. White go bishop g5. Such a great move. You want to open up your h-file, and if you open up your h-file, Black's king will be checkmated in about 2-3 moves. Dubov goes queen to c7. This looks like a blunder because White can simply take the bishop, and Black cannot recapture this bishop because king is pinned. But here, Dubov plays rook to a4. Just takes the pawn, and he is getting the attention from the rook. He wants to weaken the back rank.
Oh my goodness.
White's king is in bigger danger than Black's king.
Yeah, and I was like, can't you just take the rook and castle? But actually, you don't take back. Black doesn't recapture.
How is this not a brilliant move? First off, do you have to go like king d2 and walk the king around? Is that it?
My first reaction was, why isn't White losing?
Right.
And White isn't losing for a very specific reason, because king d2 still saves the game for him. I'm pretty sure Arjun will find it, because seemingly everything else just more or less resigns for White.
Peter?
I think so. I haven't checked properly, but I think it is. And after rook d1, you just go back. And weirdly, and probably king d1, because king d2 you will get mated.
Right.
And Black has a perpetual, very obviously. The rook can continue giving those checks from the center of the board, but you don't have much time to do anything else, because as James is pointing out, the threat of rook a8 is massive, so Black doesn't have more. But yeah,
And
this is
Peter,
a
if-
big turnaround, of course.
Right, in that
Wow.
position, if we can go back, like none of the players can make any choices here to continue to play because, like, if here Black gets greedy and plays queen to b7, which guards a8 square and attacks the pawn on d5, anyway, white goes with rook to a8, gives a check, and then there will be a checkmate on the other side, and this is queen to g7.
I was wondering, instead of rook check, is there queen a5 check? So queen there check. What happens after king d2?
I think I run for the heels, believe it or not.
Oh,
Ooh, nice.
white is winning now.
I think I literally might be running for the heels and just tuck and roll into the little cubby hole here.
Ooh,
Tuck and
good to
roll.
nice.
Because if king to e3, then queen a7 just guarding the g7 pawn.
And I'm out of the way and have a nice day, Yessie.
Sorry, James.
King d2. That's a crazy line.
Okay.
What a line.
Wow, what a game. What a
So he
game.
has to see this rook d4.
Wait, Master Swidler, was it a bluff or just too much risk from Dubo to play this opening in this game?
It's hard to judge. Once again, it's one of those lines where any kind of an analysis I do on the spur of the moment without sitting down and properly looking at it, but potentially with the help of engines, is going to be superficial. And maybe Daniel knows that he's not losing anywhere. But it did look to me like against best play, Black was probably in trouble. So you definitely term it as a semi-bluff. And I think midway through the game, he was probably feeling somewhat pessimistic about the prospects of that semi-bluff succeeding, because Arjun was also blitzing every single move. But eventually he did manage to surprise his opponent and induce a mistake. Somewhat unlucky for him that the mistake doesn't actually lose white the game, because in a position which is as sharp as this one, a mistake generally does cost you the game. But he'll take a draw. It's not the result the Gulf Titans wanted, but
Arjun is going to play king d2, was only move
Yeah,
here
kind of.
not to lose
Yeah, we
the
got
game.
some outside help from Tanya and Saga over there. Yeah, so apparently king d2 was the only move.
And now he goes back into e1. He's not going to risk this
Yeah.
anymore.
something that took me a while to figure out is why is king e3 bad here instead of king e1, and I was confused for a bit, and then I realized the rook can give a check from g3, and then when the king drops back, we can just take the pawn on g3 with a discovered check and just pick up the queen on g6 very
Oh,
very
the queen
calmly
has
next
gone.
move and just win in a kind of a boring, prosaic fashion.
No, 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 no. We need to take care of the queen. King goes back on e1, and we don't really expect here any fireworks anymore. I think they will just agree on a draw.
It's going to repeat.
Well, Black is a full rook down, so it's not like Daniel has too much freedom to just make a quiet move here. And we keep on returning to the fact that rook a8 is basically mate on the other side of the board, so he does not have too much leeway here. He will have to give that perpetual, I'm pretty sure.
You guys just imagine right now there are 5 other boards. They are looking at this situation. Black is rook down, but white has these active pieces and everything. White's king is just out there in the center, and they don't have engine bar. So when you see this during your own game, you think that something is going wrong to your
Yeah,
team.
you-
Both sides can think so.
You either just ignore it, or perhaps it's not your move and you have time to maybe spend 30 seconds on this and realize nothing but the perpetual is available to Black. In the meantime, in terms of things changing on other boards, the Scorpion is now doing really well.
Scorpion.
What?
Yeah, the
Scorpion
Scorpion
is
is now
doing well.
arguably ahead.
I
have to
cannot
visit the
believe that. We
Scorpion.
got to take a look at that, guys. Let's go to the bird's eye view there and take a look at that. What? With rook g1 and g5 coming, there was a way out of there? Maybe no f4 happened. Maybe they didn't play f4. Them
Our
meaning Elizabeth
Scorpion
Bates.
board is Pat's Shuvalova board
Wow.
5.
Wow.
We need to get board 5 on the screen.
f4 didn't happen. You had to, like, play that, right?
Wait, James, we need to bring the board on the screen.
Wow.
Okay, he's getting really excited. We're not blaming him.
Hold on, James.
Hold your horses.
I was like, where's f4? Where is the pawn to f4?
Well,
It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Okay. Now you can go.
Now you
Be
can
free.
go.
F4? I mean, what happens on F4 here, Master Spiller? Didn't it just seem like the move? F4, G5, we live.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, but somehow Elizabeth played in a much more sort of restrained fashion, allowed Black to complete a very standard Sicilian break in the center. Black will play d7, d5 very soon. And then he takes d5 also, like, you probably wanted to do something slightly more ambitious here. I wonder if you can play e5 here, for instance, or even bishop d3. I don't know. E d5 just seemed like you're obliging a little bit too much. This is exactly what your opponent wants you to do, and you still do it. And the current position is just comfortable for black. The pieces are coming out. The black king is no longer really under any threat of direct assault. And yeah, just a very, very nice looking Sicilian. I wasn't in love with the idea of playing b5 before here, which is what Paulina did here after some thought. It's a logical move, but I thought maybe pushing the other pawn first, playing a5, a4, and then b4 was maybe slightly more aggressive. You could also play positionally, but I thought if you want to launch an attack against the white king, it makes more sense to start with a5, a4. But she still has a very decent position anyway.
Yeah, that Scorpion's starting to sting a little bit. That's not feeling the best
I was
here.
wondering if someone does have chances here. Who would it be?
Black.
Black has
Definitely
chances, the most
White
chances.
needs to. White's too far away. In fact, they always say on opposite side castles, whoever gets to that king first wins the game. So who is most likely to get to the king first? It definitely looks like black. I mean, we also have things of like knight c2 coming. That's why probably rook d8 happened here, just to get rid of some stuff on the c2 or the pressure there.
Giving up
on
the
C2
open
square.
file.
Yeah, it's some tough stuff. Now you may have to try f4 g5, but that should have been played beforehand to have our head start on the king.
Okay, guys, let's bring the bird's eye view to take a close look what is happening in the first match here at the Global Chess League. We have SG Alpine Warriors and Chingari Golf Titans. Here we have this position. Board 3 very likely will end as a draw. In other games, looks really, really equal.
We haven't seen Irina Krush versus Alexandra Kostyuk yet.
That's where we should go here,
board
Jesse,
4.
because we see that the bar gives here a slight better position to black, and we need to find out what is the reason for that.
What is going on here? How did this start? What was the opening?
Maybe not even slide. I think this
please
is.
don't go through this.
This is just.
Come on.
Yeah, it was a very quirky Nimza slash Queen's Indian where I think Alexander invited about as non-standard a position as possible and sort of got her wish.
What is going on? Like
A lot of piece
this is very
maneuverings.
Yeah.
Queen b8.
Well, the bishop on b7 was vulnerable to all kinds of tactics, so I understand why Queen b8 was required. And then Black is now in time to stabilize. Very important that the knight, as James was indicating, the threat of d5, d6, the knight actually gets to that square. And it's very annoying on that square because it controls a lot of very important outposts. And if we get to the current position, it's just very, very enjoyable for black.
I was going to say, just the bishops needed to retreat and we get a chess 960 position.
Chess 960, guys. Or bishop random. Like knight to c3.
We can start by doubling the rooks on the c file, or we can switch to the king side.
3 has ended,
just a very
guys.
pleasant position for black.
Yeah, sorry. The board 3 has been ended, and we do have the results. Honestly, I thought they would be the decisive result. They are now chatting, analyzing the games. I think Dubov seems very confident. He knows what's going on. It was his preparation, and Arjun was asking a lot of questions like, "What?"
But Dubov's actually doing the right thing because when you see those long conversations between players, they are normally when they are the last ones to finish. When there's still 5 games going on, they really shouldn't be. And these are, you know. This is an old school chess player in me speaking, but you generally don't want to be distracting your own teammates. And distracting your opponents is also somewhat frowned upon. So just generally, they have a player's lounge where they can continue discussing this very interesting opening ideas. So they don't need to do it at the board.
That's right. And on the first board, Icons board, Carlsen Duda, we have this pawn on d3. Who invited this pawn to go on d3 square?
It's about to drop off, though. Magnus is significantly better. And interestingly, Shah, I think, is slowly outplaying Gukesh. Gukesh's position is not bad yet, but it's definitely trending in the wrong direction. And as for Magnus, yeah, this is a kind of a strange pawn on d3. You have to question how it got there. Obviously, there was a trade. Black played the knight to the d3 square, and that knight got picked up.
Yeah.
And Magnus, in the current position, can, after knight f5, bishop c8, he can just swing the knight back to e3, support his own structure, Also, very importantly, knight on e3 controls the c2 square, which means that next move we can play rook to... Whoa, rook takes e3.
Whoa, relax. Hey, relax, man. You
Oh
can't be
my
doing that kind of
gosh.
stuff here, bro. What is this?
Well,
Whoa.
he actually very much wants to preserve the pawn on d3 alive, because the threat was white wanted to play rook to a1, chase away the black queen, and then just take on d3 for free. That was the threat on the previous move when the knight was still alive. And now white has to take with the pawn.
Wow.
Because otherwise... Hang on. Can we play rook a1 anyway?
Ooh, in
We can
between,
see.
tween. That's called an
Can we
indecision
play rook
zook.
a1 anyway here?
Rook a1, yeah, you can. Queen e8, no, queen d7.
Because I would
Wow.
like to take on e3 with the queen is my point.
Wow. That's a sick move. Sick in between.
So I don't know if it's great, but it definitely is the reason why Magnus hasn't replied yet. Because he obviously cannot take with the queen right now. It will drop the bishop on b4.
Right.
So my original thought was, why hasn't the recapture with the pawn not been played onto the board yet? But I think he's considering rook a1.
Yeah, and he's caught up on time. We see that Magnus has 2 minutes on the clock now, and Jan has 1 minute.
Yeah.
That's interesting. He had like 12 minutes versus 3, and now he spent all this time on the clock. And the position is not winning. He goes with rook to a1, attacking the queen. The queen goes back on e8, then white can take the rook by the queen. But Peter, what happens if black sticks around queen to b3? For
I think we
instance?
go rook b1 now, rook a b1. Yeah, and that's what he plays. And once again, next move we can take with the queen, because now we supported our bishop. The bishop will no longer be threatened by black. So I think Magnus just did not like the idea of recapturing on e3 with the pawn and allowing black to play bishop f5 safely, which was Jan Krzysztof's idea. He wanted to support the pawn on d3 with the bishop. And now the pawn is hanging, and also very importantly, black has to worry about rook c1 using, as James is showing there, using the c file to attack a lot of pieces. I suspect
So if black goes bishop to f5 to guard the pawn, then
rook
we might
c1 seems to be
expect
just
rook
winning on the
c1.
spot, yeah. I'm expecting
wow.
Jan Krzysztof to play rook e7 right now, attacking the queen, and if we take on d3, there's bishop f5 in the end, which gives black at least, something to smile about. But
Right.
white is not obliged to recapture immediately. There are some intermediate moves which could be quite strong.
But somehow
This
it's
looks
giving
good for Magnus. This
a huge
looks
advantage
very, very
for
good for
white.
Magnus.
Yeah.
And Shahryar Mamedjarov on board 2 is now significantly better against
Wow.
Gukesh. So
Wow.
Let's
the
take
match
a look.
is
Board 2,
the match is
please.
swinging in favor of the SG Alpine Warriors.
Which means, Peter, that if SG Alpine Warriors win this match, they will qualify to the finals. That's a
Wow.
guarantee for them, and tomorrow they will fight for the title.
Wow.
There will be a lot of broken hearts out there because
Oh, no.
that also effectively eliminates, I think, Upgrab Mumba Masters and in terms of chances of other teams, I think pretty much everyone in the tournament was very much rooting against the SG Alpine Warriors in the first match of the day because they wanted to still have a shot. But the events of the last 5 minutes, I think, make this match look very, very nice for SG.
Indeed, it does.
Very good. Alpine Warriors going strong.
You guys, there is some updates on the board for Irina Crush and Kostyniuk. There is another uninvited pawn on the 7th rank and seconds on the clock. Let's go on the board 4.
I feel like as soon as we leave one board, something exciting happens.
Very much so,
True.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. What is going on over
Something happened. Also trying to preserve the pawn, I guess. What's happening here?
there? Irina has no time. 15 seconds.
Oh, 15 seconds.
She's
15
living
seconds
off the-
against 2 minutes, but the position has become a lot less controllable for black. I think Alexander allowed some counterplay which she did not really have to allow. She could have played in a safer manner, but she's still doing completely fine. You can, for instance, I think maybe play d7, d6 here, and then take on c7 at your leisure. There's a bunch of other options, but this is definitely an improvement for white, because when we visited this board previously, white really had no counterplay to speak of. And now you do have a pawn on the 7th. The black king is now much less safe because the dark square bishop is gone. So this is much more of a mess, which I think Irina will welcome greatly.
So now that black's pieces are sort of distracted by this pawn on c7, is there a way for white to perhaps attack I don't know, another or a weakness of Blacks. It just seems like
even
everything's
something
quite
like
solid.
H4, H5 is not out of the question. Just
She's
as
gone.
and that's what
Oh.
she, yeah.
She heard you,
Nice.
Masters Filler. Thank you. Thank you, Masters Filler.
But that makes a lot of sense because Black is severely distracted by the events in the center and on the queen side, and softening up the Black King gives Alexander more things to worry about, which is definitely something that Irina wants to achieve. In other news, Prague might not win a game. Stop the press. There might be a result on the Prague board which is not Prague winning a game.
They're both playing on seconds right now, 30 seconds versus 25. So
Gotta take a look at that too. H5 played as well.
So
This
that
is
is-
heating up. H5?
Ooh.
What?
So it
so it
Question mark.
happened.
It's not so good move, though.
Engine doesn't like it. What's wrong with it?
I think it's very logical. Even if the engine tells us it's wrong, I don't think that's fair.
We don't believe you,
Yeah.
engine.
Yeah, I think we play H4 with the intention of playing H5, and we kind of disregard
Exactly.
all of this, common sense and precise evaluation and all of those.
So, guys, engine here says that Black can play queen to f6, which is such a great move, and threat is
G5.
g5 to trap the queen.
Wow.
Oh, the queen doesn't have squares.
And Alexander goes for that.
She finds it. So we have to go maybe
So-
queen H6.
I was even wondering if like rook f d1 is possible. Oh, queen
Wait,
h6
but then
happened.
rook C7.
Oh, I see.
Right,
Board 6 has been done, and we have another draw
As
on
predicted.
that
And Shah is now
board.
completely winning, which is a massive, massive deal for the Chingari Gulf Titans, because they needed to win a game with Black somewhere, and Shah will provide them with that victory, continuing to be an absolutely standout performer for the Gulf Titans,
Board
moving on
As you
two
to...
say
has also done, Peter,
Yep.
in favor of Shahriar.
Yeah,
Nimidirov. Wow.
but it might not be
Strong
enough.
stuff,
Oh, hang on a
strong
second.
stuff.
There's so many swings. Magnus is winning, but so is Shahriar, and currently Alexander Kostyuk on board 4 is also winning.
Yeah, apparently
But
there was a
hold on,
handshake.
hold on, guys. Mamadirov is in another team. It's in Chingari team, and he just got 4 points for his team.
That's that's what I meant. Magnus probably does win, but it
Nice
might not be
save.
enough for his team, which is quite a turnaround.
Adopting our tactics here. Nice. Well, everyone is on seconds right now. Shall we take a look at the icon board?
Magnus has just completed his game. I think
Oh, they
Magnus,
finished?
no, not yet. Game is still continuing, but he
Oh,
will
okay.
win. He
But
will
he
win.
is winning pretty much.
But
Oh, the
Oh,
game
he
has been
won.
ended. The game has
He
been
won.
ended.
That's it.
Magnus Carlsen brings 3 points for his team. Duda very upset. He's not having a happy tournament. He must be very disappointed. You guys, I suggest you go board 4. Irina Krush against Alexander Kostyuk. This seems also to be
Yeah.
decisive.
Topsy-turvy.
And I mean, it's a great day for the fans as well. As I came in before the games even started, the fan zone was full,
Wow.
and players waiting for the teams to come in. Probably want a selfie or a photo with Magnus
Wow.
Carlsen as well.
Very nice to see the
Indeed.
fans.
We
Shout
have
out to you guys.
seconds.
So if Kostyuk gets this point, it will be already 10 points for Chingari.
yeah,
So this
Chingari.
game is still on.
yeah, the
Very
current score is
important.
6-5 in favor of Chingari, with 2 boards running, because I think Prague has already drawn his game. And
That's
yeah,
true.
Alexander is close to winning, but the endgame between Elizabeth Pates and Polina Shuvalova has become a bit sharper than it was a moment ago, and you can see some chances for a win here for Elizabeth Pates. But if Alexander Kostyuk wins, that win for Pates will not be enough.
Yeah. yeah.
Wow.
So we are pretty much watching this game, which should, if it ends the way it's supposed, quote unquote, supposed to end, considering the evaluation of the position, Alexander could bring a decisive 4 points for her team, starting our final day with the upset that we wanted in terms of the general intrigue,
Right.
because that means everything is still very much in play.
Yeah, and if SG Alpine Warriors don't win this match, they do have one more match left later today against the Upgrad Member Masters to secure that first place.
This is a huge matchup coming today indeed between these two. However, this is the match That has to be done first for
Yeah.
Chingari.
There
They're
it
leading.
is.
Yeah,
Oh,
Alexander
wait,
is
that.
really going
All
for
in.
mate here. I think starting with
apparently-
the other
I think
pawn
she
was
has
stronger.
F3
She
Is
should
there,
have
is there a chance?
played
Ah.
d4 first, I believe. I don't know why this isn't so great, but
I thought you could just take it, actually.
yeah,
Play E4.
yeah,
something like that.
fe3 is. Hang on, fe3 rook c2
Maybe
check.
F-
Isn't this end of? And then
Irina's ready to
F3
move.
has happened. Let's
Yeah,
go there,
rook c2
guys.
check
White black
and-
goes with rook h, rook c2.
Yeah, but there's no perpetual.
check?
I don't think there's perpetual here, because she's hoping to be able to give a perpetual check after she loses this rook on d1.
Ooh.
But there is there
Oh.
perpetual?
Check, 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 check.
Yeah, Alexander includes the
Check.
discover check. Irina will play e4. Nothing else really works here. She has to play e4.
Ouch.
There is no choice. Yeah, there it is.
Only move.
Okay.
And now Alexander needs to figure out if there is a perpetual here, which, you know, there might be. Maybe no, but like
And
If
the
she-
sad thing is,
had
there's
she
not enough
started with
time.
d4 first, I think she would not have had all of these.
10 seconds. She
all
has
of
to
these
make a
issues.
move.
Ooh.
She takes.
Takes.
Oh, she took it?
Yeah, and now you have to take
And
the
now
rook
queen
because if you
d1?
don't take the rook, you're not better. You've given up so many extra
Oh, it
pawns.
happened.
Yeah, and this is just.
Is there?
This
There
is-
is a perpetual.
It is.
Perpet! She found a perpetual!
Yeah,
Whoa.
there it
now,
is.
now it's,
Oh,
now
that's
it's
gonna
just
hurt.
a
She's not
draw. So
happy.
this is a very important save by Irina Crush.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh, Elizabeth
Can we
Betts
quickly
still needs
see?
to win on board 5 for SG Alpine Warriors to
Wow.
save the
What a
match.
game. Look at
Oh,
them
my
smiling.
goodness.
Amazing. Good
That
save.
Smiley.
is crazy.
James, move a rook to c2 instead of rook to c2. There was a winning. I
Where?
can very quickly show you guys that instead of rook
Yeah.
c2, here, just go back a bit more here. Black should play. Let's bring the board on the screen, please.
Wow.
So we can see here the move.
Alexandra's not
So
happy.
this is the situation. F takes e3 was a blunder because black can play.
Oh, the check, right? Oh, we're still waiting. We're still waiting.
This is also very nice.
We do like the close-up.
footage. We're gonna get to the board on the screen, but first we're
There
looking
we
at the
go.
players. So the winning move here was rook to g7, attacking the pawn on g3, and it's very important not to bring this c8 rook anywhere else. This rook has to be on the back rank to avoid any possible checks there. And now
Wow.
when white plays rook to f3, the only move here, or even f5, now you can start with a d4 with the rook to c2, and this rook being on g7 is a game changer.
Busted,
Easy to
busted.
miss.
But
Wow.
we should go to board 5 now because this is what will decide the entire match. And the equation is pretty simple. If Elizabeth Bates beats Polina Shuvalova from a better, but not obviously winning rook ending, SG Alpine Warriors win and are immediately
Right.
qualified for the grand final. If this is a draw, then Chingari Golf Titans win the match, and everything is still very much in play for the last 3 matches of the day.
Crazy.
It looks really good
This
for
is exactly
white
what
here.
we wanted here.
I mean, ideally, white would want to try and get a win. And I wonder if they both know what the result currently
Yeah,
stands
that
at.
felt wrong. I mean, can I just push the pawn
Something
here?
happened?
Just
I
push?
think this hang on. I'm very confused by yeah. This to me now looks like a draw because I think black will be in time. You can now attack the white passer from behind by playing rook g2, and then put your own pawn on the second. And once the black pawn reaches the second rank, white will not really be able to make any progress because you cannot really make progress without involving your own rook, and your rook will always be tied to it will always have to protect from the black pawn promoting. So as long as Polina plays rook d2 here, which she will, there's really nothing else she can play. I think she holds fairly comfortably. Elizabeth pushes forward, you play a2, and then the moment the king sort of peeks out from behind the pawn, you give it a check. And you continue giving it checks. It can go to g8 and you can play g7, but then the same mechanism applies. You just wait for it to
Right.
peek out
Can
and you
black
give a
play
check.
king to f6 here, or that's too dangerous to pick up those
I don't think you
pawns?
need to. I just don't think you need to. I think you allow the king to get to g8, you allow the white pawn to get to g7, but you know that you have enough counterplay. I think it's fairly straightforward from here.
Right, we have king to d8.
Yeah, that's a draw.
White
That's
will
crazy.
push the pawn all the way to d7, but
Wow.
it is very difficult to find any improvement after that.
And it's so close, the
Yeah.
result.
Wow, 1 point in a way.
Yeah, if it ends in a draw, it will be 7-8.
to 8.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Man, that's crazy. Upsets here.
Yeah.
Unless we
And
see
now you
some
just
crazy.
wait exactly the way she's doing. Yeah, you make a quiet move with the rook. This
Oh,
is the most
wow.
natural one, denying white any squares for the king. But I think the other rook moves were also good.
White's king is just trapped there, cannot move away.
Yeah.
They don't really have
And-
very much time left. Neither of them really has any time
Yeah.
left. But the moves here are pretty straightforward. It's not that easy to go badly wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
King goes on backward right now.
Yeah,
Black is not
I
afraid
probably
at all.
wouldn't have played that. I think moving the rook away is also fine. But this continues being fine for Polina.
Is
Playing
there a
pretty
mate?
much
There's
an
a tricky
increment,
mate.
yeah.
Let me show this. It's like a tricky mate here with the rook takes. Queen. Here.
That would be
And
Nice.
mate,
Beautiful.
and mate.
Beautiful.
But it's not necessary. And
At
rook
least they have a
A6.
couple seconds to think here, but
This is 2 times repetition of the
Oof.
position.
Mhm.
In case of if we have 3 times repetition, one of the player can stop the clock and
Yeah, I
for
don't
a
think
draw.
they're keeping enough track. It's very, very difficult, in particular in these positions, which all look similar to each other. Keeping track of the threefold is quite hard. I think she's just perfectly satisfied to make the draw without the claim, because her moves are very, very natural and very easy to make.
That's
Seems
right.
like somewhere along the line, Elizabeth may have missed a very good chance to win, because we did see
Yeah.
at one point the evaluation bar suggested white is much, much better. But these rook endgames are very
Oh
tricky.
wait, this gives black a little bit edge.
King E7.
Yeah, you can play King E7 here and actually play for a
wow.
win, but
I mean, King E7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
White is losing the pawn.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
yeah, and this
Play-
oh,
Oh,
this
my
might be
goodness.
relevant
gone
because
for
this brings Chingari Gulf Titans additional board points. They were already doing really well on board points, but this will give them more board points potentially.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
And
Yeah, you
also,
lose
it's
the
just
pawn.
so
Oh.
annoying for Elizabeth to suddenly have to think how to draw this after being better for so long.
Wow, I think king should
pay for the win, though.
run
That's
all the
fair.
way to the pawn now. King
Yeah.
b6, king b5,
I'm
all
actually
the way
surprised
to
it's
b3.
not as bad as I would suspect it's just winning for black, but the bar currently says yes, black is better, but maybe not crushing yet. But yeah,
Oh wow, Elizabeth being so upset right now
Yeah, you
with
can
her
see it in her
last
face.
decision.
That's
Peter, what
tough,
happens
man.
if black cannot really move forward by the king? What happens if black just goes to pick up those 3 pawns on the queen?
well, if you win all
inside?
3, obviously you win. The question is, can you collect all 3 without dropping any of yours?
No, after king before she can do it.
Whoa.
oh,
Take
Oh.
one pawn, take another pawn, and the h pawn is just hanging. Then how you're going to guard it? Oh,
She's
king
in
f7
no
is
hurry. I like
weird.
playing king f7 first, because white cannot trade rooks. If you take on a2 here, you lose very, very simply by black trading the rooks and then winning the pawn ending. And now eventually you will have to take on f4 and f5. But then the rook protects the h pawn from, let's say, h2, h1. This might be a draw. This is going to be a close run thing. I'm not entirely sure if this is winning for black. Maybe she should have done... I like this move, but maybe it should have been played a bit earlier, because now the white king is close enough to the f-pawns to be able to immediately protect them when they become attacked.
how
So,
necessary
yeah,
was it to
this is
play
moving towards a draw. And honestly,
king f-
Wait on.
it would have been a bit heartbreaking if white actually lost this game.
Right.
Oh.
definitely.
Wow.
I think
yeah.
I think a draw is a fairer result.
Okay.
Paulina will play this out. These types of endgames are definitely losable. 2 against 1, but asymmetrical pawn structure, which means that white has a pawn on the file where there are no black pawns. This is definitely possible to lose this. Even strong players have lost these types of positions over the years, but with correct play, this remains a draw.
Yeah, f5 was actually probably a clean draw here. Play f5, and then rook takes g7. Takes
Oh,
and
I
runs to the
see.
corner. Very possible.
Oh,
and
how
you
the
have
turns have
professionals anyway.
tabled.
How the turns have tabled, says Yessie. How the turns have tabled. And here we are.
Stable indeed.
Wow.
So
But as we
now-
keep on repeating to this point, returning to this point, it's a fantastic result for the league as a whole, because now with SG definitely losing this match, they will play basically a decider against Upgrad Bumba Masters. If they
Wow.
lose that one, they are out. The question is who
Wow.
is in, but they are out.
Crazy to think about that. Crazy to think about that, as they were heavy favorite at the top of the leaderboards there, where now everything is a mix-up.
And they're still playing.
Yeah, they're just going to play it out.
I think it's gonna be quite a long game. As maybe not. Maybe White just is going to push the pawn f6 and trade this pawn in. Then, if Black has only one pawn in the edge, this is just a theoretical draw.
So what, king h5 now?
I was thinking just make sure we don't, nothing crazy. I
Maybe
think you
king
can go king
G3?
h5.
King G3, no?
Yeah, king g3 is nice too. I mean, really, king f3.
Because like if we go king h5, guys, let's show this.
Yep,
Our plan is to push f6 next, right? Black is waiting here. Black is tricking. Rook d4, rook a4, f6, and we just get checkmated.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yikes.
So it's better
Okay.
to have more space for the king. King g3, now threat is f6, and it is impossible to stop this pawn going forward.
F6 you do need to calculate very cleanly though, because Black will of course play G7, G5 in response, and if it's an immediate draw, it's an immediate draw, but if it's not, you may have cost yourself the game. So I think F6 is a very committal decision, which Elizabeth will definitely assess properly first. Now I think F6 does make a draw though.
Yeah.
F6 and then
going for
F7
that.
check, and that would have been, with the king on G8, I think she should have done that.
Yeah, it's quite annoying, I guess, if I'm Magnus here. It's like, I win and my team loses, and this is not the first time this has happened here.
Yeah.
Of course, it is a team event. Yeah, you
This
win,
is a
but
team event.
it's a team event.
yeah.
It happens.
But it has been situation when he
Yeah.
lost and the team won, and the
Won,
team
right.
won.
And he
So
wins and the team loses.
yeah.
It's very difficult here, but
And
at the end of the day,
yesterday,
wrestling
actually,
things happen.
finally, those two things
Teams.
sort of collided in one match. Yeah, where he
Right.
lost against Levon with that really strange miscalculation, and the team
Right.
lost.
Yeah.
And he published a two-tweet thread on yesterday explaining exactly what went wrong in his calculations in those final moments of a game against Levon. If you haven't seen and you're wondering, if you haven't seen those tweets and you're wondering what happened there, Magnus provides a very clear explanation. It's a very unusual blunder for a player like Magnus, but at least now we know what happened there.
right, gonna check that for sure.
Yeah, let's see what he said there. Definitely gotta check that.
Guys, this is really long game. Already played 90 moves.
Ooh.
90 moves. That's a long one.
I wonder what's going through their minds right now. I mean, Elizabeth maybe thought, okay, I'm winning this position, or in the end game when she was still a pawn up, was completely winning. And, when the turnaround happened, I wonder if Paulina thought she was winning.
Oh, definitely thought she was probably winning there, but at least she's playing for 2 results now. I think she understands my team's winning here. So we're just going to play for 2 results, don't bot anything. And that's it. It's going to be really hard to lose this with the black pieces. It is possible, but definitely not likely at all here. It looks like CGT, the Chingari Golf Titans, are going to take down the SG Alpine Warriors if this ends in a draw. Most
So
likely.
let's place our bets. Repetition, a draw offer, or the arbiter will intervene.
I am going to go with draw offer. I'll say that.
Okay.
I'll
What you
go
got,
with
Kayla?
that too. They will
Okay.
trade 1 point and they will handshake. That's my
Oh.
scenario. Just
So like mutual decision, no one's gonna offer a draw. Just be like,
It's like
Yeah.
the look up, the nod. Yeah, draw. All right, cool.
it's a weird handshake, you
Alright,
know.
alright.
with
oh, the little
hands are
like,
barely touching. You know?
just touch.
Right.
Yeah. No, for me, handshakes are really important, in chess.
It
Gotta give a
is. It
firm
is
one.
part of this game and tradition. You need to greet your opponent and then congratulate to your opponent after the end of the game.
Draw.
Looking
But
at
the rules
the
can't
scene.
regulate the strength of the handshake, so people have a very
Mm.
wide
Different
range,
style.
very
Yeah.
wide range of.
Oh yes, I don't like when people are strongly handshaking. That's really
Yeah.
that's really rude. I just
Yeah.
dislike that.
I think
don't like
actually
a strong handshake.
returning to the
No,
game
I
for a
hate
second,
that.
I think the rook trade here is a draw.
It should be.
I
Rook
mean,
takes
it's
king
better than
h5.
a
I
than a
think
jelly.
you can actually take and then
Yeah,
keep your
yeah.
king on h4 and h5. I don't know if
Yeah,
Elizabeth is
correct.
interested because she can keep the rooks and make a draw that way, but I think she can very safely take here, and
Yeah.
that also is a draw. But yeah, on the
Take,
subject
take.
of handshakes, I'm sure all of us have their stories of people who try to like break some of your bones and.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. That's what I'm talking
Right.
about.
I think in my life, I think the sort of most clear example of that has always been Gatakamsky, who has a very, very firm handshake. So you kind of have to prepare yourself. Like you stretch out your hand and then you like try to
That's funny.
prepare
stretches
for the fact that
first.
some small
Right.
bones are about to be
That's
broken.
funny. I got Kamsky today. Let me make sure I do some push-ups real quick. I got Kamsky. Yeah, I got Kamsky. Let me do some push-ups.
Look at the team. They are so happy and proud
Hello,
of what they
team.
have done. And this is the team. This is the face of the team which wins the match.
The Chingari Golf Titans.
All
And we have a
right.
draw.
Yeah,
Wow.
and
they
that means that everything is still in play.
everything. Masters Philip.
Everything is still in play. Fantastic.
Wow.
Wow, that is fantastic indeed. Elizabeth Pat's been a little bit upset. She could win this game, and LC Alpine Warriors could qualify. Now they have to do extra effort. However, we have Chingari Golf Titans and other teams still in the game. We don't know what's gonna happen today until the day is done, guys.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over, as they say. And the next matchup will be the Triveni Continental Kings versus the Ganges Grandmasters. Who's your money on, guys?
Ooh.
Ganges Grandmasters for sure.
GGs are looking good, but Triveni Continental Kings are on a roll. They are on a roll right now, so I think it's anybody's game here.
All right, so guys, a huge matchup coming up right now, and we are going to take a break right now, and we'll be back shortly.
And we're here in the studio, guys. What is up? The Global Chess League, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. I'm in the studio. I'm James Canty III. Joining me is Shakir Mamadirov here of the Chingari Golf Titans. Woo, look at that. Them boys are swinging. And we have Sagar Shah as well. Sagar, how are you?
I'm good, James. Shakhriyar, what a resounding victory for the Chingari Gulf Titans. The team is coming together towards the end of the event.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, our team played not very well in starting tournament, and but now we're back. We won some match, and I think in last 4 matches we won 3. I think like this, and okay. I mean, I think we just try to play good match, and when you know is you need to only win, you just go and play some risky chess. Okay, I mean, we played a good match today.
Very nice. You did play a very good match today. Congratulations to you guys. Let's take a look at the results. On the screen there, the results say 7-8. Wow, a 1-point game there. Magnus Carlsen winning for the team. Gukesh going down to Big Shaq. There he is, Arjun Ergaisi. And all the way down, Irina Krush, Elizabeth Pates, and Prague with draws as well. Wow. Amazing. All right, let's take a look at the points table. Let's take a look at what happened in the leaderboard. A little shake up there, as is anybody's game right now. Of course, your favorite, who you thought was, yeah, it could be anybody. Now, look at all those 9s there. Games played, match points, right? And so the Chingari Golf Titans have moved up with matches to go. Wow, that's amazing there. It feels good. Of course. Hey, how you feel about this, Cigar? What? I mean, you see the CGT? They are moving right now, right?
Man, they are moving really fast, and also thanks to Shaq and his play, the only win in the last match. And Shaq, you've been undefeated in this tournament.
Whoa!
You're playing amazing.
What you doing, man? What you eating? That's what's in the food. What you doing, buddy?
No, I don't know what happened here because normally I lose in every tournament, but in this tournament I don't know how it's possible not to lose one game. But okay, still I have one more game. I think I have some chance for this. Okay, I mean I don't know. I mean I just play chess. I try to play good chess, interesting chess, and I think I told my team in first day when we lose match, if we will play till the end. I mean, if we will play in last match for something, it will be our dream. I mean, his dream is coming, and because we have some chance, maybe. I mean, I have not too much. I mean, some projects, but we will try to play last match. Again, very interesting, very good. We have very good team, very good chess players, fighting chess players. Some chess players in very bad form, but it is okay. Some chess players play good. For this reason, okay, I'm very happy with our team situation, and we will play last match, and after this, we will see how we played.
Well, one thing to know is he mentioned dreams. He said it's our dream. Well, dreams do come true, especially here at the Chess Global Championship. Let's take a look at the next match, guys. Wow, you see them there. All right, they're ready. They're smiling. Everybody's feeling good there until we go sit down, and it's all emotions in the game. This is a big match here. Triveni Continental Kings versus the Ganges Grandmasters. This is going to be amazing. Wow, we got the handshakes coming up next, guys. Of course, put your picks, place your bets, and all that other stuff. Who do you have? We're going to see who gets what color, and then we're going to have games coming up as well. So, wow, what do you think is going to happen?
Shaq, if let's say by chance Chingari Gulf Titans reaches the finals, who would the team be you want to face? Would it be the Ganges Grandmasters or the Triveni Continental Kings?
I don't know. It's because here is all teams is good and the average looks like same ratings. And for me, I don't know. In some boards, some favorites, some boards is not very good boards. I mean, for me, it's absolutely not. Not. I don't know. It's more important for me is to be in final in playoff for my team. But I know it's not big chance. But okay. But we have still some chance and. For this reason, I'm very happy because our team played till the end.
Okay.
James, and if the upgrade Mumbai Masters do beat the SG Alpine Warriors, then if their team beats the Balan Alaskan Knights, they are through to the finals.
Wow. Anything can happen, of course. Wow, with the Triveni Continental Kings taking the white pieces. Let's take a look at the order of play, the matchups. Who plays who? Levon, aka LeBron Aronian versus Vishwanathan Anand. That's a big boy matchup there. And Levon is in good form, but also Vishy. That's going to be a great matchup. Yu Yangi versus Richard Rapport. Wei Yi versus Lanier Dominguez. Katarina Lagno versus Ho Yifan. Sarah versus Bella. And Jonas versus Andriy Yesipenko. Shaq, what's a good matchup you looking at there?
Okay, I think it will be very good, very interesting match. For both teams is very important. Okay, we will see.
We will see, yes.
Yeah.
What about you, Sakar?
Yeah.
For me, I think one of the games that I am looking forward to is Aronian Anand on top board, because Vishy did beat Aronian in their first matchup.
Right.
So will Levon be able to take his revenge here?
Yeah.
And whichever team wins goes to the finals. So big match.
Wow, yeah, it's a big match. Of course, guys, it's a big match, and we got chess coming up. We can hear also the fans out there clapping as people going to sit down, and they're going to get ready for this match, guys. So make sure you guys are ready for the match, too, as well. Take a short break. We're going to take one here in the studio. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
It's everything to play for as the grand final remains wide open, and it is one of these two teams that will pick a spot. Will it be the Triveni Continental Kings or will it be the Ganges Grandmasters? We've set ourselves up for a big match, and to guide us through it all in the studio, Sagar Shah and Samir Raina. Samir, are you excited about this one?
Super excited. I can't believe what we have signed up here for. Guys, what a matchup. Triveni Continental Kings, who nobody was expecting will be in this tournament, are now fighting for the finale.
Absolutely. I think Levon Aronian has not given up on his team, and he provided two beautiful wins yesterday. Thanks to that, Triveni Continental Kings can now win this and reach the finals.
And
Sagar,
Ganges
you-
Grandmasters Tanya Sachdev, who were on the top of the leaderboard, are now fighting to go into the finale.
Big one.
Absolutely.
And Levon Aronian, you said 2 big wins, 3 big wins back to back. He took down Jan Krzysztof Duda, he took down Magnus Carlsen, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi. Levon Aronian is the icon slayer of the Global Chess League.
And Vishy Anand did beat him in their last encounter, so this one will be very exciting.
Not only did Vishy Anand beat him in the last encounter, the whole team, the Ganges Grandmaster, had a blowout match against the Triveni Continental Kings. Sagar, is this also a grudge match to avenge the Continental Kings?
I think overall they are not thinking anything of the past. It's just everything about these 6 games right now. And Vishy goes for the Karo Khan, which he has been playing in the last 2 games. Takes.
It's amazing to see Vishy employ the Karo one more time. Is it safe to say this has been his opening preparation for the Global Chess League?
I think so. He used to play the very solid King Pawns opening E4, E5. But today, and I mean in the last 2 games against Nepo, as well as against MVL, he has gone for this opening and done well.
Is that a good strategy though, Sagar? Because now I'm sure Levon knows that Vishy is really used to playing the Karo Khan, so he might be prepared against it.
But Levon has played quite a safe line here. Oh, he's gone for the Pano-Botwinic attack here. Very dangerous attack from white. And I think Vishy must play carefully, although he's well prepared. So will be very interesting. All knights coming out.
There's a lot of tension in the center already between on the icon board there. And we can see a face-off between the pawns and a move
A6.
on the queen side.
This is not a very common move, if I'm not mistaken. You know, generally they bring their bishop out, black. But Vishy has played this move, and you can see Levon has sort of stopped. Oh, he plays his move. He pushes the pawn.
He pushes the pawn. Sagar, pawn moves cannot be taken backwards. And the point of Vishy's last move was that he wanted to capture on c4. And now we see this pawn assists the pawn move forward on the b file. Levon Aronian says none of that. He advances down the board with the move
C5, yeah.
c5, which has been played, taking advantage of Vishy's last move, capturing the square on the B line.
Guys, I have been, streaming with a lot of Grandmasters, with both of you guys. Every time they have always advised me to never break the tension in the center in the opening. But here we see c5. What do you make of that?
I think the main point here is that Levon saying to Vishy that you have pushed your pawn on the queen side, on the a6 pawn, and that is a waste of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get more space on the board, and that is a very ambitious approach that the Armenian Grandmaster has taken, the American GM here.
And we see moves are being blitzed out, development moves. The bishop comes out, white takes out the bishop. Notice this pawn does take control of the square. Somewhere in the middle game, the knight can find itself and plonk down that big hole in black's camp.
Right, and the pawn on that D square, the white pawn, Tanya, could become a big weakness there. Because, yeah, the knight is attacking and the bishop is attacking the knight which is defending it. Ooh, and he's fianchettoed his bishop here.
That's what he wants to do with that last move to complete development. Black has targets of his own. We see this central pawn, the knight hits it. In the middle game, the bishop from this diagonal can start targeting it once the knight jumps into the center of the board. This is getting hot.
Right. This is actually going to be a very interesting game. And for the time being, we can actually go and check some other game because this one will heat up. Which one should we go to? Should we look at our 6 boards and try to see what's happening?
Yeah, maybe we can ask Master Swidler what he thinks about these games.
This is a very interesting beginning to the match because, as opposed to the previous one, this is not necessarily an absolutely must-win for either of the teams, if, or at least they don't need to go absolutely for broke from the beginning. So you see different approaches here. Richard Rapport played one of the most fighting openings in the world. He's played the Benoni. There's also an absolute mess on board 3, where one of the absolute stars of the tournament, Wei Yi, is playing against Lanier Dominguez. And we also have some quieter positions on the bottom boards. So far seems like a very fighting match, and I very much like what Vishy has done so far. I think that game will be very, very important in the context of the whole match.
Wow. A very interesting approach here by Vishy Anand in the opening, getting Levon to use his clock, because very often we've seen the games get decisive when the players are left on seconds, and that's the match strategy in Rapid. You want your opponents to consume time in the opening. This is a good moment to zoom out and take a look at another star player for the Triveni Continental Kings. Playing on board number 3 is Wei Yi against Lenier Dominguez. Lenier has also been a big MVP. He played one of the most stunning games in their previous matchup. Right here, we all remember the brilliant piece sacrifice by Lenier, crushing Wei Yi in their previous encounter.
Absolutely, but Wei Yi is the player for the Triveni Continental Kings. They have banked on him heavily, and he has actually delivered, Tanya. So clearly, this game is going to be a very important one. Also, the opening has been a very sharp Nimzo Indian.
Guys, why can't you just push e5 and just attack that pin piece? Aren't you just winning on free knight?
Very important question there. But if you push it, take, and Samay, then the queens are traded and the pin is gone.
So what if you first start with a queen a4 check with the same idea?
But then the bishop might block it. And so it might not work. Like pawn push, take, and then a check, and then bishop attacks the queen. So you have no time to win it.
Tactics everywhere, but it looks like Black has everything under control. But we see a very interesting approach there by Black. A lot of risk has been taken. And Sagar, let's try and zoom into
Full
the
screen.
players. Let's get their reactions as we see moves are being blitzed out on the king side. Pawns have moved forward. Let's zoom into the players, and there we see that White did develop the bishop, after which a lot of action on the king side.
What a great camera, you know, with Maria. Look at that big camera.
Yeah, she's doing an amazing job in this tournament with some great pictures. Check it out on the Global Chess League social media pages all across on the internet. For the time being, Samay, if you look at the pawns, they have captured the entire center of the board for White. And it looks very dangerous for Black. But what Black is essentially saying is that you have your weaknesses, and that's what I'm going to attack with the knights.
And the weakness that you mentioned is on that queen side light squared pawn in front of the bishop. We already see Lenier's knight hitting it, the bishop hitting it. That's the counterplay. Black wants to win material. Meanwhile, White wants to play in the center, gain more space, and try and target the over-ambitious play by Lenier on the king side.
Absolutely here. This is actually very interesting. Also, look at the time on the clock. Wei Yi right now with 9 minutes 39 seconds, 36 seconds, while Lenier has 16 minutes. This guy prepares so well. He's always ahead on time.
This is just amazing preparation for a very critical moment. Peter, we want to check in with you. How important is it to get your prep in at this moment?
It's of course a huge advantage, and I think it's very important for Lenier specifically because he tends to play quite slowly once he's out of book. So for him to be still in book by move 15 is a massive deal. It gives him a bit of leeway for the future. So yeah, he's doing very well in that respect so far.
Right. So this is actually going to be a very important game to look at. Shall we go to another board right now in this, the junior board between Andre Esipenko on board 6, and let's have it on full screen, and Jonas Pierre, because Jonas in this tournament has been put to test. He has had great positions for his team, but always towards the final moment, he has gone wrong a bit. But this one, I think he will be looking to score today. But look at Andre Esipenko, who looks very calm and composed, Samay.
Yeah, I would also be very calm and composed if I could see the analysis board.
Yes, the analysis board is coming up, guys, right now. We are bringing that up for you, but look at the shots that we have here on the Prodigy board. We can zoom in a bit on this board and try to see what's happening. It has been Rui Lopez, I think, Tanya, here.
It does look like the Spanish opening or the Royal Pairs, as you mentioned. Sagar, for Andrei Esipienko, it is so important to get over what happened yesterday. A completely winning position on the Prodigy board, and at the very last moment, he's the one who got checkmated.
Yes. And I think today he'll be all alert for mate in ones because that his team cannot afford. If they lose today, they are out of the tournament. And Ganges, Tanya, had been leading throughout the event. If they get knocked off, that would be a big, big blow to them.
100%. And we've been having such unexpected results the last few days with the leaders consistently being toppled over, the teams from behind catching up, creeping up the leaderboard. And the first match that we witnessed today with the SG Alpine Warriors being taken down by the Chingari Gulf Titans. Sagar, do you think that the rest of the teams here were actually rooting for Chingari Gulf Titans?
I think all of them, apart from SG Alpine Warriors, were like, Chingari, please, please beat them so that our chances are kept alive. But now, next match will be Mumbai versus SG. We'll talk about it. That would also be a very critical one. But right now, all eyes on this matchup. Very, very exciting one. And Tanya, should we quickly have a look at the second board between Richard Rapport and Yu Yangi? Because there we have seen a Benoni on the board. Benoni is one of the sharpest openings in chess.
A very sharp, dynamic opening by two extremely combative players here. Richard Rapport is very creative. He loves offbeat opening ideas. We saw him with the pawn advance in the last move, gaining more space on the queen side. And en passant there by Yu Yangi. And wow, Peter, what do you make of this clash?
Judging by the pawn structure on the board, you see black extending in front of his king. This is a very, very sharp position, and seems like some very committal decisions have been taken by Richard. I'm not a huge fan of the Benoni myself, but people who play the Benoni well score extremely well with it. So it's definitely a very ambitious approach, knowing that it's a board where the Upgrade Mamba Masters need to do well.
Wow, and Peter, did you see that recapture and the shake of head there by Richard, just looking at the other boards? What do you think happened there?
Well, I think they're encountering a similar problem to us there, because they would like to know what's going on elsewhere, but are not entirely sure. And I think this is also what prompted the walk from Richard, because we're having a bit of a problem, and the players would like to know how their team is doing, but to find out, Richard has now gone on a stroll to just watch all the boards physically instead of watching them on the big screen.
Maybe I'll also just do that, I guess, you know. I'll be back.
Yeah, we could also definitely do that. I will point out, by the way, that Prague is not playing in this match, but we do have numbers 2, 3, and 4 in the performance rating of the entire tournament playing here. Number 2 clearly is Wei Yi, who is the second biggest performer of the whole tournament. And an interesting statistical quirk, the icons playing against each other, they're on the same score, which is not that unusual, but they're also on exactly the same TPR, which you don't see very often. Doing really, really well in the tournament, both of them.
And Peter, you're mentioning TPR, the total performance rating, and that is a big reflection of the quality of play that we have by the players.
Right.
Absolutely. Prague is touching the 3,000 mark, which is something that very, very few people have ever achieved over the full tournament. But the players I mentioned are also performing well above expectation.
And we've got players walking around. Samir, this is such a stressful match for both these teams. And the fact that they can't look at the boards and full transparency here, we are having some technical difficulties. We will be sorting and getting our analysis boards and the games going very, very soon. But right now for the players, it's such a critical moment and they're not able to see the boards of their teammates.
Yes, it's stressful moment for everyone here in this tournament venue, because we are all like, come on, we want to see the games.
But it's also like, you know, we'll get a big surprise when we finally see the analysis boards. We'll be like, oh my god, what's this? +5, +3. So we are all in for a surprise. Meanwhile, let's try to look at the top board. Maybe we can get the evaluation bar from their faces.
Oh, the body language will be the evaluation bar.
Let's do it. Let's try it.
Let's go from board number 1.
Vishy, okay. I think Vishy might be under some pressure. Levon looks very relaxed. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's +1 for Levon.
Wow, that would mean a big advantage for Lev. He does look very
You know,
relaxed.
he's having the water. I think it's plus 1.5 now.
Yes, when the bottle comes out, generally players are very, very confident. But I can see that the White Knights are firmly perched into Black's camp. Or no, there's one knight outside the board, it seems.
Yeah.
A knight has been traded
Only
off
if it
there.
could come mine. It's
And we also see Vishy low on the clock. He has about 9 minutes to Lev's 12 minutes. So you might be on point there that this position, Lev looking comfortable. Should we do some more
Yeah, let's go to
reading
board
into the
number
players?
3.
Let's take a look at board number 3.
Okay, Dominguez versus Wei Yi. We saw that position a bit, but these two are not very expressive players, so maybe it's not so easy to find from their faces. I would go for equal.
no. I see, you know,
Wei Yi under pressure.
No, I see Dominguez under some pressure because there was a reflection from his skin, which means that he's sweating.
Oh, wow.
Wow. The
Wow.
heat is on. Actually, I think every single player inside that playing arena is sweating right now.
Is the AC also not working now?
It's not the AC, it's the match situation, Sameh. It is absolutely essential for one of these teams. Whoever wins makes it to the grand final. Everything on the line currently. And let's talk a little bit about these players. Wei Yi is a tactical attacking beast on the board.
Guys, we have the
Linear
analysis
as
board.
well.
They're back. Let's go and have a look
Oh.
at the bird's eye view. Finally. So
Yes.
excited.
All
What do you think?
6 boards have come back, and guys, we were absolutely wrong about Vishy Anand's board with Levon Aronian because actually Vishy seems to be in a slightly better situation.
We are clearly not the best body language experts in the house, so we're going to stick to chess now. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, if we can, to take a look at the 6 overviews. And because we missed some of the action, let's also take a look at what's happening all across. Where are the chances for the players?
Okay, so maybe while they are setting up the bird's eye view, yeah, there we have it. Okay.
And Sagar, I want to start with the first position on the board, that top left board, Levon versus Vishy evaluation. What do you think?
I like Black's position because you remember we were talking about Pawn Islands. Black has only 2, White has 3. And so I think Vishy is slightly better there.
All right, so Sagar giving it to the Ganges Grandmasters just with a slight edge. Sameh, what do you think about this top center board? What's going on?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask this question.
Loving the honesty there, but also because it's a complicated position. This one's a tough one to call, so let's bring up Master Swidler here to get evaluations across the board. Yu Yangi versus Rihard Rappo. What do you make of this dynamic position?
My initial reaction is Yuangi is doing really well, but the evaluation bar seems to disagree with me, so I'm not... As I said, Benoni is not my favorite opening. I struggle to understand it properly. It's clear Black has taken a lot of risks. The pawn structure in front of the Black King is very, very compromised. The White Knight can now land on a very, very good square. It looks extremely scary. But the Benoni players are used to that.
Right. And actually, Tanya, it seems like Dominguez also has picked up a pawn, so there he might be pressing a bit. Ho Yifan seems to be pressing on board number 4. Bella Khotenashvili and Sara is right out of the opening, so maybe around even. So is Bear and Esipenko. So in our limited exploration, it feels like the Ganges Grandmasters are slightly pressing in this match.
Slightly, but ever so slightly. It still looks like an even fight across the board, but of course, my eyes are stuck on that top right board between Wei Yi and
Let's go
Lenya
there.
Dominguez.
Let's go there.
Let's bring up our board number 3 here. It looks like fire on the board. Black's king in the center, White's king in the center. What is going on here? Pawns have been traded off. We see doubled pawns on the queen side for White. This is absolute chaos.
You know, Tanya, the thing is that White is trying hard to undouble his pawns. He has managed to do that. But if we look at those 2 pawns on the queen side for White, they both are lonely. They both are weak. And I think Dominguez is going to put a lot of pressure on those pawns.
And that's exactly why he recaptured with the side pawn, opening up the rook, opening up the path to actually target one of the lonely pawns that you mentioned.
Absolutely. And I think positionally, Dominguez does have some pressure, while dynamically, it seems like Wei Yi has chances because his bishop is well positioned there. This might get very sharp at some point because if Wei Yi doesn't do something, the end games will be tough for him.
Well, the one thing that Lenier can't do in this position with this last move play, do not get greedy, do not capture this pawn. White has set up a battery, simply picks up the knight. This would be game over. So White develops the rook, keeping Black's queen tied down, connected to the knight.
Right. This position is dynamically roundabout even, Tanya. So maybe we can either stick to it or we can look at another board maybe. How about going to board number 2 between Richard Rapport and Yu Yangyi?
Great call, Sagar, because that as well is an extremely dynamic position. And there we've got the players on the screen and the king falls down. He adjusts it, puts it back.
Guys, isn't there some rule like if your king or any piece falls and you click the clock, you lose the game or something like that?
I don't think that is a rule, but I know of one player in chess who whenever he loses, he actually drops his king. He's the very famous Christopher Yu from the US. He's a grandmaster. And in order to resign, he topples his king every time.
Traditionally in chess, that's the way to resign.
Yes.
You just put your king to rest. That's saying, you know what?
Rest
You've
in
done
peace.
your job.
Yeah.
R.I.P. king.
All right, now here in this position, White is actually infiltrating through with the rook on a6. But like that pawn on d6 is totally defended. What could be the plan? Why is the rook gone there?
There was
You
just
know
a
what,
pawn there. He picked up a pawn that was
Okay.
there a moment ago. Black recaptures on b2, restoring the material balance. And now one thing to look at, I don't know if it's the best play, but you can definitely attack the rook with your dark square bishop. Then when the rook retreats, you can get rid of that knight in the center of the board and put your own knight on a very, very attractive square on f5. So that would be one plan, and definitely something that Yuang will consider. But he can also play in different directions. Parting with the bishop there is never an easy decision here.
Tanya, actually, what we are looking at is color strategy here. While Yu Yangyi is playing on the light squares, Richard Rapport is playing on the dark squares. And I think, as Master Swidler just told us, it seems like White's strategy is coming out on top.
Because you're the first to get to those light squares that you mentioned. And great call there by Peter, explaining the intricacies of the trades that are required. The rook moves back, you get rid of the defender. We will see this being played out. Once the white lands on this deadly square, is that an octopus knight?
Absolutely. But I think the bar is actually not correct here. And it is giving a huge advantage to White, which may not be the case. The position still looks quite equal here with the rook coming back. Am I right here, Master Swidler?
Does not look to me like White is in such control as the bar seems to indicate. Yeah, I suspect it's a bit of a tech glitch.
Right. So maybe the bar has to come back a little downwards there. But let's go to another board, Tanya. Should we look at the game between the strongest woman player on the planet right now, Hoi Fan, versus Katrina Lagno on board number 4?
Multiple-time women world champion taking on Katrina Lagno, who you found with the black pieces. It's been such a pleasure to watch her in action in this tournament. We don't see her in too many tournaments, as many as we would like to. And she's been a key player in many of the matches for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Absolutely. And here she's pressing Samay. It's a Sicilian on the board. One of the openings that everyone loves to see. But it seems like the black king is slightly exposed, or maybe it looks fine.
Yeah, but they, black even has the bishop pair advantage. So
wow, well spotted.
Right now, it might look that black is not doing well as the bishops are in a passive position. But once you get a break in the center, position opens up. Bishops like to be in open positions. So maybe this is a temporary, the position is not looking good temporarily. But in the long term, I think Hoi Fan is better here.
Wow, well explained there. If the position opens up, the bishops get very powerful.
Maybe even she can have ideas like knight g4, not right now, but the queen is there. But trying to remove that bishop, the dark square bishop for the knight, because the weakness that black right now has is the dark square weakness on g7 and h6.
And
Stops
she
it.
stops your
Is
idea.
Too strong, Samay. And Katrina Lagno says, not happening.
So right now, this position also looking pretty good for the Ganges Grandmasters with the bishop pair for Ho Yifan. But Tanya, this match is so even. Actually, we are unable to find which board is actually pushing forward. It might all be decided in the last 10 minutes.
And what's interesting is that all the boards are even, but they're not equal positions. Both sides have their own trumps and things to fight for. So dynamic play across the board. I think you're absolutely on point that the final seconds of this match will decide who makes it to the grand final.
Guys, can we please go to board number 1 between Vishwanathan Anand and Levon Aronian?
Okay.
I am very afraid of a fork over there.
Because Anand's knights are always very tricky.
They are his favorite piece.
Yes, Vishy loves knights, and right now look at those 2 knights on the side of the board.
Can't you just push the central pawn and attack both of them?
Oh, but the bishop is hanging.
Big threat on the board right now. You've got to save the bishop first, but the one that you're pointing out that white can always try and target these 2 knights at the edge of the board. It's also a good moment for white to think whether you want to give up your bishop pair to destroy the pawn structure.
Right.
And I think we have to reach out to Master Swidler and ask him what would be his decision in this position.
I think you have to, although clearly Levon is not very happy about it. He's had this position for a while and still hasn't decided on what to do. The problem for him is that his bishop is hanging and also the central pawn is hanging. So he will have to trade something. He can't preserve his bishop pair advantage for too long. The choices both appear to be somewhat unpleasant. I think he ends up taking the knight anyway, but he's been thinking about it for quite some time already.
Both players under 6 minutes now, so he has to make this decision. Not a pleasant one to make, but this will be a slow strategic grind. Sagar, a long match to play. And this is a good moment to zoom out, get our bird's eye view up, take a look at some of the exciting action that we're seeing. And what catches my attention is that top center board, the plan that was pointed out. The bishop was traded for that central knight. You pointed out the color complex and the position. White's knight in enemy camp right now.
Absolutely. By the way, we can go to that game, but just a small update. Levon Aronian did not pick up that knight. He let Vishy's knight stay on the board. And I think that they are getting more and more menacing there, right on the left. But okay, we'll go to board number 2. Yu Yangi versus Rapport and Tanya. As you rightly pointed out, the game is so complex with all pieces in the center.
Super complex. And White's last move was getting out of the threat of this rook hanging. And one might ask, what happens if you pick up the pawn with a check? Yes, Yu Yangi had the chance, but this would walk into a double threat. Black steps up with the king, hits the knight, hits the rook. Although I see the eval bar creeping up, and it might not be accurate. Why was this pawn not taken, Master Swidler?
I'm not entirely sure, but apart from that move, which was also very interesting, there was a very beautiful combination available to Yang Yi, which he decided not to try. In this position, you can play f3, f4, which is a very, very striking shot. And if black takes with the pawn, you actually start by taking the pawn on d6 with the rook. It is really a very beautiful sequence. And if black takes with the bishop, the check with the queen from g4 decides, because this is suddenly a very strong mating attack on the king side.
Can the queen come in between?
But then knight takes h6 check. If instead of sidestepping with the king, you play queen g5 here, knight takes, the pin on the queen doesn't allow black to take this knight, and the queen is lost. That was, at the very least, interesting for Yu Yangi. I don't know if it was as strong as these sample lines seem to show, but it was something to consider. I like his move as well, though. It's a very good square for the rook, and he can try playing g3 and f4, just prepare that break slower.
So keeping all the threats on the board, things are getting very tricky for black here. The king moves forward to defend that pawn, and Yu Yangi having a think here. The biggest problem in black's position is that he's not able to create threats against white's king.
Hang on, guys. Isn't knight takes d6 winning now?
What if we take with the bishop?
Oh, this is the idea!
Oh my god! Or you can even take rook takes
we can even go rook takes if we want, yeah.
Oh my god.
Let's just show that. And you take with the queen, and the pawn comes in, and watch out for this check, and that's a discover check, winning a queen.
Never place your king opposite one of your opponent's pieces. There are 2 white pieces in between, but Master Swidler just sacrificed both of them. Wow!
Guys, which of the bars is correct? The one on the left or the one on the right?
I have
think
a
the one
fe-
on the left.
Yeah, really?
Because of this threat on d6, it just looks extremely strong that we've got here. You can sacrifice the piece, getting rid of Black's key defender from the central square.
Absolutely. And I have a feeling that in this position, Yu Yangi is calculating all of these lines right now. And if he manages to sacrifice stuff, that would be a big win for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Are we going to see this big move? Will the knight capture the pawn?
Let's see. Let's wait here. Should we?
Yeah,
We
let's
have
wait.
to
Let's wait.
wait.
I
This is
feel
a
like
big
he's going to
moment.
find that move because checks, captures, threats is how you calculate in chess.
Right.
There are no checks in this position. There are only captures. There's rook captures d6 and knight captures d6. So he will definitely consider both.
Right.
And once again, let's just show everyone the big idea. You want to open up this bishop by
Takes
but it's on the board.
Whoa, he's taken the pawn. And right now, Richard Rapport under pressure.
Huge pressure, Sagar.
And Ganges Grandmasters might be in trouble on this board.
What
Look
a
at
day,
that.
guys. What
the
a day.
hesitancy that we see on Riyad. He doesn't know how to respond to this.
He takes it. He takes it. But now will Yu Yangi take the bishop or push the pawn? These are the two options that are there for him.
Well, if white was to take the bishop directly, black will have to move the queen away. You can't recapture because then the pawn advances, wins the queen. I like both options. And the very important point is that if black does capture the bishop, giving the check, white has another check in hand with the queen jumping in.
Right, absolutely, Tanya. It looks like both the moves are very, very powerful here. Yu Yangi taking his time, and rightly so.
Can you, after e5 check, not go f5?
Oh. But then somebody just take the bishop.
Directly you take the bishop. Okay.
Or take the pawn with the check and then take the bishop. You don't have a way to block the check, Samay, unfortunately, in this position. A huge moment here for the Triveni Continental Kings on this board.
Yeah.
They're close to taking a point.
I think so. And that would mean that somewhere the Ganges Grandmasters have to strike with the black pieces. And Tanya, it looks very, very difficult. On which board are they going to strike?
There's only one person in the room who can answer it. It's not Samay, it's Master Swidler.
My ranking of likelihood of black victory here, I think Hou Yifan has a decent chance. I think the endgame on top board between Levon and Anand is heating up. I don't think Levon is in trouble, but it's definitely a sharp endgame. You can see black potentially winning. And board 5 is also a mess. While on boards 3 and 6, I very much like the Triveni side of things.
And wow, we do see a move on the board. As you mentioned, you like Triveni Continental Kings on these different boards. In fact, Yu Yangi has gone for the idea of capturing the bishop with the rook before giving a check. Master Swidler, how bad is this position for Rihad Rapport?
Pretty bad. I think Yu Yangi is doing the right thing, not pushing the pawn forward, because as things are, you can see his pawn chain is completely untouchable. It's impossible to attack any of those central pawns. Once white starts pushing it forward, they do become targets for counterplay. So I like his decision to play more restrained and to keep the pawns in place for now.
Okay, so right now Yu Yangi is in the driver's seat, and as Master Swidler said, Hou Yifan might be the one who can score for Ganges Grandmasters. But
Maximum tension, Sagar.
what about Dominguez versus Wei on board number 3? Shall we quickly have a look at that?
Let's head over to that board. A very critical board here. Can the Ganges Grandmasters try and equalize everything that's gone wrong for Rihad Rapport on his board?
Wei Yi is just a pawn up there. Black definitely has some compensation because the extra pawn that white has on the queen side will be vulnerable. But Wei Yi, I don't think has too many losing chances here. I think he is going to be pushing for a win. Linier is not defenseless though. But this doesn't look like the board where Ganges Grandmasters are about to strike back.
Wow, the queens have been traded off. Sagar, this is such a difficult moment. Samay, the Ganges Grandmasters have been on the top of the leaderboard. If they lose this match,
They're out. They're out.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's a day of surprises again. Like yesterday, even today we had the first game. The
Right.
SG Alpine Warriors, the favorites on paper, lost their game. And now it's the Ganges Grandmasters in trouble. Chess is brutal, guys.
I agree. I agree. It's like, you know, Tanya, Samay, you build up a winning position in a game and then one mistake and you've lost the game. And that is what is happening here to Ganges Grandmasters. From a tournament perspective, although we shouldn't discount them, they have their chances. Oyifan is pressing. Vishy is actually fighting hard on board number 1. And I think this match could go anyway.
Maybe we could go to the game number 1 between the two icons.
Let's look at it. I love Vishy's knights actually. Let's have a look at where he's placed his knights. Near the king. And Vishy with knights is a genius. You know, he's a magician there. Look at him. Look at him.
Jumping. The knights are jumping all over the board. It's a nightmare to play a Vishy in this kind of a position. He's feeling comfortable. We do see Lev's rook has gone into Black's camp, into Black's territory. But the whole idea is for Black to attack that central knight, and being a little afraid of them, we see that Levon's traded one of them, puts his own knight in the center of the board. Isn't the central pawn hanging currently? Can he pick it up?
Yes, Vishy has actually picked up one pawn and Levon has gone back and attacked the rook there. But does that mean Vishy is a pawn up for the time being?
He is, but he will be losing the pawn on g5, which is hanging together with the rook. It's becoming quite sharp, and I think Levon is the only player here who is playing for a win. Vishy will have to defend this very carefully. They're both down to below 3 minutes as well, so this is going to be a very crucial game. But it doesn't look like this is where Ganges Grandmasters are going to get their win with Black.
Very, very tricky situation. Ganges Grandmasters looking like they are in big trouble. Vishy moves forward with the rook, trying to create counterplay, but White's rook and knight are super active, putting pressure on Black's king side. Pawns right there, both players under 3 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. And right now, Vishy actually thinking here, Levon putting pressure. Tanya, do you think Levon will score his 4th winner in a row?
Oh my God, he's on fire right now. And what's been incredible to watch is the team spirit. They are so high on team spirit, the Triveni Continental Kings, and I think that's what's seen them go the distance. Sagar, they've literally come out of the dead. They've slowly and steadily, match after match, victory after victory, after being almost written off, find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, fighting for a spot in the grand final.
Maybe if we can have a look at the analysis board, I can also be able to contribute something.
Yeah, we are trying to get the analysis board right now. The moves are being made, and maybe we'll be able to get to see also what is the evaluation here. But as Master Swidler just mentioned, it's only Levon who's pressing here, although Vishy seems to have the draw within his grasp.
And let's bring up our analysis board to take a look, a deep dive into this endgame. Is Vishy Anand in trouble, or will he be able to hold? It does look like with the piece activity that Vishy has with that rook, things are under control. And there we have the position.
Finally, let's go. Oh, look at that battery on the C file. I think Levon Aronian is pressing.
Yes, also his knight is well placed, the rook is well placed, and Vishy's pawns are quite weak in the center, Samay. Look, all of them are lonely and isolated.
And double as well. Not
Each
looking
and every
so
pawn
good
there.
for the Ganges Grandmasters, this board.
Yes.
So many islands.
Not the kind that you want, though. In life, islands are great. On the chessboard, not as much. And Vishy here playing with a really bad pawn formation.
Right. And Tanya, if we can go to board number 5 very quickly between Bella Khotenashvili and Sara Khadem.
Oof.
It's a game that is heating up like anything. Look at the pieces that Bella has got into the attack. It seems like Bella is on a huge attack there.
It's absolute madness on the board as the players are firing down with the pawns. There we see on the queen side, it is domination by Sara, but on the king side, going for Sara's king is Bella's own queen, rook, and 2 pawns there. Peter, how dangerous is this for the white king?
It is incredibly dangerous. I think Sara found a very important resource just now. Her last move seems like a pawn blunder, but she needed the rook on b3 to start helping in the defense. And protecting the pawn on h3 is just by far the most important thing right now.
Let's just show that really quickly, as you mentioned, that in this position, white played the move, pushing this pawn just clearing up the third rank for the rook to defend, Peter.
Looks very dangerous. What do you think about the move f3 here, attacking the bishop?
Oh, closing the door and then taking on h3 and a nod from Master Swidler, Samay. That means your move is pretty good. Oh, but she brings the rook.
Yeah,
Whoa.
she feels clearly that she still has time to bring more pieces into the attack because white is somewhat tied down. There's not very many counter ideas Sarah can use, and having more pieces in the attack is better. I very much understand that decision. Sarah also has very, very little time, and I think when they're both playing on seconds, attacking is just much easier than defending, so I think black is favored here.
The party is on the king side, and it looks like Bella Khotanashvili is having all the fun here. Just compare the pieces. Black's rooks, queen, the bishop, the pawns, all lined up against white's king. White has got majority of the pieces on the queen side, far away to come to rescue. This is going to be a tough task to defend this one.
Right. And so if we look at the match situation, Tanya, board number 1 may be a draw. On board 2, Yu Yangi is pressing and is doing really well. On board number 3, we think that the position could be around even, I guess, between Wei Yi and Dominguez. Or maybe actually Wei Yi is pressing, so Triveni are slightly better there as well. So on board 2 and 3, they are dominating. On board number 4 and 5, it seems like it's the Ganges Grandmasters who are doing well. And on the junior board, I don't know, maybe it's a very close match.
Yeah, and everyone who's watching in their home on, various OTT platforms, do not trust the bars. The bars are telling you it's equal, but the bars are lying to you right now. The positions are so complicated that I think even the bars don't understand them because they are showing equal. We have some technical issue there, but let's ask Master Swidler what he thinks about the actual analysis of all these positions.
I think there's been a massive swing on board 5. I continue watching that game because I think it's the messiest and perhaps the closest to the decision. And Sarah corrects her earlier decision and maybe is now... There's a very beautiful shot now available to Bella if we can bring up board 5 on the analysis board. But they have very, very little time. I don't know how easy it will be to find. And I don't think she does. And then I think Sarah is hang on. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on.
The players are blitzing out moves. They're playing super fast, playing on seconds, and this looks like big trouble. A check on the board. The queen had to be given up. But white...
I think Sarah is actually better now, despite this looking very, very scary. And there seemed to be a win available for black at some point, then a win for white. But I think the current position is good for Sarah.
Full screen.
Black has only one move in this position. The king came forward. Sarah collected the rook on h6. Black took on e2. But I think there's a number of reasonably good decisions, and this is one of them. Sarah will just be massively ahead on material, just continuing to collect pieces with every move.
What a big turnaround this has been. Sarah is down a queen, but she's got so many pieces for that queen. And now it's Bella Khotanashvili who's in trouble. Sagar, the pawns are advancing down the board on the king's side, but suddenly we see that black doesn't have enough pieces to create the attack. White's bishop can join in the party, giving checks on the long diagonal. Bella there, hesitant.
Oh, she brings her rook into the game. And Tanya, I feel that look at the number of pieces that white has for the queen. White has a rook and 3 pieces. Is that true?
It is true, and yeah, this is just completely winning for white. And also, I think Wei Yi continues his absolute dominance in this tournament, being completely winning against Lenier Dominguez on board 3. This appears to be swinging very heavily in favor of Triveni Continental Kings.
Oh my God. Big moment, and here, let's just quickly do the math. The queen is worth 9 points, and the 3 pieces that you pointed out, the bishop, knight, worth 9 points, and a rook, 14 points for white. A clear big advantage here for Sarah Kadem. Can she take a big point? She has been such a big player for the Triveni Continental Kings, coming in at the last moment.
Absolutely. And by the way, we have a result on board number 1. It's a draw between Vishy Anand and Levon Aronian, which means that it's good news for the Ganges Grandmasters there. But Tanya, where is their next point coming from? Because Sarah winning here, Yu Yangi winning on board 2, Wei Yi winning on board 3. Oh my God, this is not easy.
It looks like bad news on every single board for the Ganges Grandmasters. They were the ones who took down Triveni Continental Kings in big fashion in the first matchup, but this is all a Triveni Continental King show.
Right. Also, Jonas might be better on board number 6. So it means like they are better on 4 boards out of the remaining 5. Wow.
And
that
we see
is
Bella's
huge.
king at the center of the board. Is that about to get checkmated? Handshakes, it's game
Oh.
over.
Wow. Sara Khadem winning her 3rd game for the team. What a player she has been for the Continental Kings
She's
here.
absolutely been a super sub there for the TCK, and yeah, bringing in hugely important 3 points for them. Does seem like they're winning this match quite convincingly, and that should give them a fairly clear qualifying spot for the grand final tomorrow.
Right.
Maybe we can have a look at board number 6. What are the youngsters up to? Because there I see
Good call.
John Beer has a passer on the A file.
And look at Sarah. She's won a critical game, but she refuses to move. She's looking at the games of her teammates. So much on the line. Bella also holding on there. This is what team competition is about. The stress of the players as the teammates play. Let's quickly go over to the other board. Board number 6 that you were calling, Same. A very crucial board. And once again, it's a game.
Oh my God.
for-
We have a result, Tanya. Wei Yi has struck on board number 3 for the Triveni Continental Kings.
That's their second win.
Yes, they are leading the match 7-1 right now. What a victory there.
And let's remind everyone, if the Triveni Continental Kings win this match, the Ganges Grandmasters are out of the league.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, guys, look at this position here.
Jonas is also winning. I think.
Completely winning.
Totally winning. His rook is in the dominant position there. As Esipenko is on the defensive. This is losing. Tanya Yuyangi was winning.
Oh my
this
God.
This is complete whitewash.
And he's up a pawn in this endgame. He's up an extra pawn, and that pawn is all the way down to the 7th rank. And there we see Esipenko shaking his head. He cannot believe what's happening to him, what's happening to the team. This is unbelievable.
Right. I think the Triveni Continental Kings have been so powerful here. So this one is definitely going their way. Is there any game, Tanya? Should we have a look at board number 4? Maybe Ho Yifan is the one who might get the Ganges Grandmasters their sole victory in this match. If we could go to board number 4.
Let's take a look at that. And the game is over. We are getting an update. What is happening here? Something has happened.
This looks like a perpetual, judging from the position. If nothing happened on the clock, I suspect there was a perpetual, and maybe they're checking. Yeah, and the Kings are going to be
Draw.
So this has been a
That's-
draw. 2 draws, 2 wins for TCK, and 2 games still going on, in one of which Jonas Pierre is completely winning. So I think we can more or less call this for the Triveni Continental Kings, and we have our first finalist.
Oh my God. Guys, remember when I had done the interview of the players, I asked which team do you think will be eliminated, and everyone had said Triveni Continental Kings.
Right.
But here they are, eliminating
Right.
Ganges Grandmasters.
Actually, you had asked Tamay, which is the team you would like to be removed from the tournament, right? And I think rightly so, because they're crushing everyone.
Oh my God.
They are the team everyone's scared of right now. They
Guys, this is a big lesson in life. When everyone pulls you down, it's actually you should imagine you're a catapult and you should just go ahead.
Absolutely. Very well said there. Triveni Continental Kings really believed in themselves. Oh, but there's a
win by Black.
Oh.
The first win by Black. It's done by Rihad Rapo
But
on board
it's
number
not
2.
gonna be enough, guys. It's not going to be enough
They
if we
needed more than
calculate
one,
the
yeah.
score.
Yeah, the score right now is 6-8 in the favor of the Triveni Continental Kings. So the last board is left now. And if somehow Esipenko wins this, then the Ganges Grandmasters go through. But a huge turnaround, right? Because Yu Yangi was winning throughout the game. But in the end, it's Rapport who has won.
That is the result that the Ganges Grandmasters needed to keep their hopes alive. But this one, Peter, is there any way that the Ganges can win this?
I think only if Jonas forgets about the clock and loses on time. This is a 3-against-2 rook ending, which you can blunder a rook somehow, but not really.
Wow. With no mouse slips possible and over the board chess, this with that extra pawn, if anyone's pushing, it is Jonas Bear playing for the Triveni Continental Kings. Just unbelievable stuff happening here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We see moves being blitzed out, and both these players know that this could potentially be the very last moment for the Ganges Grandmasters in the tournament.
Yes, for sure. And Tanya, I believe that a very important result was Ho Yifan not being able to convert her game. Because if she had won her game, then maybe Ganges Grandmasters might have come out on top because Rihad scored 4 points. So actually, this match was very, very close.
And all Jonas needs to do is to make sure he doesn't lose this position.
True.
Can you imagine the pressure on him right now? Sameh, he knows that the team is relying on him to hold this position. For Andrei Asipenko as well, such a difficult moment. How does he create his chances?
I see no way, because these 3 pawns are going to be unstoppable. The king is gonna, safeguard that pawn on the A file and make sure that one of these 3 pawns is going to become a queen.
I can feel the tension on Jonas. His hands, they're quivering. So close to that grand final spot.
You know, Tanya, it helps that he has an extra pawn here. And he knows that, all his chess learnings that he has had over 20 years of play. No, he's just 20. So maybe last 15 years, he knows that he's going to hold this. But still, lot of pressure.
King pawn endgames are pretty tricky, Sagar. So maybe if the rooks get traded, we might have, is there any way, Master Swidler, any way at all that this can be a draw?
A draw, yes, but Black needs to win. The problem for Ganges Grandmasters is that draw is not enough.
Even draw is not enough.
Yes.
Oh my god, then it's all over, guys.
And the pain on Andrei Asipenko. He knows that these are the last few moments, unless there's a miracle that saves him right now and his team with the black pieces down a pawn, has to win this game to take the match. But this is
He's actually losing
close to
this.
a miracle. You're busted with black. Where do you find your chances?
The king is safeguarding that pawn and is going to push now.
White's pieces coordinating. The king moves forward.
Yeah, this looks completely lost now. You can push the king forward. If the check comes from the side, White can cover the check with his own rook.
Oh,
this just looks lost now.
And there's
even
a mate in one.
Compounding the problems for Ganges Grandmasters, but it's somewhat irrelevant.
Wow. And with that mate in one threat, Asipenko had to go passive with the rook, move it back, defend that back rank, and things are going from bad to worse. A heartbreak moment for the Ganges Grandmasters, because throughout the tournament, they were on top of the leaderboard.
I agree, Tanya. And I think just when it mattered the most, the Triveni Continental Kings held on to their nerves. And we are not able to get our chessboard right now because there is a glitch there. But we are able to follow this game very closely and bringing you all the updates. I think, Tanya, Samay, the match score is going to be 11-6 in the favor of Ganges, in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings.
Wow, and the rook moves forward, stopping any check that black can give to the white king. Now all of black's pieces stuck. You can't move the rook forward with the black pieces. There's a back rank mate always in the air. Jonas just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose on time, but with 50 seconds on the clock, this is trivial.
There are some stalemate possibilities here if Jonas is not careful. But once again, even if he does blunder into a stalemate, that still wins the match for his team. So it's he will be disappointed, but it's not going to change the outcome. And I think once he realizes that, he will not really be all that upset.
Right. I mean, even offering a draw here as white is a smart move. You know, just offer a draw, get it done with, go and celebrate with your team.
Oh my God.
The rook can't leave the 8th rank, guys, because rook d8 is checkmate.
Right.
Rook is stuck, king is stuck, pawns are stuck, everything is stuck except the time.
True. And by the way, Triveni Continental Kings, look at the standings on your screen. If they win, they will move to 18 points there.
And look at that, the dugout of the team that's on the brink of booking their spot into the grand final, watching the game there.
And look at Salem.
Yeah.
He's in their clothes there. Salem Saleh, who is the reserve player of the tournament and the brand ambassador. Also, he is in the clothes of Triveni Continental Kings.
You know, when I see their team, I see unity. I see a unit.
Correct.
I see all of them together. They're watching the games together. I'm sure that they have dinner together. They have a lot of training sessions together. We saw yesterday as we were walking down, Levon was coming up. He was training some people. So they have a very solid camaraderie between their team, and I think that's really helping them here.
And Lev is so great like that. He's such a good leader who makes sure that regardless of the result, The team spirits remain high. In his interview yesterday, he mentioned there's no pressure. We just want to give it our best. And that's what they've done, and it's been good enough.
Yeah, right. And I think they will be very, very happy because they will go into the finals. Look at Ganges Grandmasters. They know that this is not going their way. Heartbreak there for their team.
And you
But
can
this is
see it on who
sports,
you
guys.
fan.
Somebody wins, somebody loses. And chess is brutal, guys. You can be winning until the end, and it's only one move that makes you lose everything.
But this match, Samir, wasn't one move.
Yeah.
The Triveni Continental Kings were the better players today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And Wei once again, leading from the top there for his team and scoring a huge win. And also,
Oh, there we have.
Sarah Khadem.
And they're smiling. But they know that this is a painful moment. They gave their all. They played fantastic chess, the Ganges Grandmasters, and this could be the last few moments of their run at the Global Chess League.
There's a saying in Hindi that just because I'm smiling doesn't mean I'm not hurt.
Yes. So, Samay, what is it? How do you say it?
I don't know how you say it. I think I forgot how you say it.
Well, as they say, if you don't smile, you cry. And that's also the moment that's happening right now. Peter, how does this feel, being at the top throughout the league and now these last few final moments, seeing it all fall apart?
Oh, they will be dejected, and it will be very difficult, I think, emotionally to come back from, because they were definitely for most of the tournament one of the two dominant teams. But life does go on.
Yeah. Life goes on, and the chess action will go on, as after this match, one team will book their spot, the other one will remain. And right now, Andrei Asipenko hanging on to every hope, waiting for the miracle to happen.
But as the H pawn moves forward, the hope is going down, and it is
That's
right.
Oh.
Triveni Continental Kings are the first team to make it to the grand final.
Wow. Who would have thought, guys? I'm so excited, guys. This is the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League where anything can happen. We still have 2 more games left.
Yes,
And
two
what
more
a clutch
matches.
victory for the Danish junior, who's not had a good tournament, but
Yes.
won a very crucial game.
Look at
for
the
their
smile
team.
on his face. He's like, yes, I've got the job
Wow.
done finally for my team. 11-6 is the score.
Expect the unexpected. The Triveni Continental Kings on fire, unstoppable over the last few matches, and it's time for the hugs to come in as they celebrate this big victory, putting a foothold into the grand final, fighting for $500,000.
Yes, absolutely, Tanya. And they have won how many matches in a row? 4 matches? 4 matches. So that means they were on 6 points, 6 match points, and they have now reached 18. Oh.
Just incredible action, and it continues in the Global Chess League. We see celebrations there, and smiles and high fives as Levon is with his team.
Even the color of the room turns pink.
Yes.
What a big moment, but spare a thought for the Ganges Grandmasters. A difficult moment for them, but right now these are the stars, and we will be back with more action from the studio on the other side of this break. The Triveni Continental Kings have punched their tickets to the grand final, and joining us in the studio is the icon slayer, Levon Aronian. Lev, you're back in the studio. Firstly, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling amazing, and I'm extremely happy we made it to the finals. And you know, this is one of the good comeback stories, and I love what we managed to get so far.
It's been a real comeback story by the Triveni Continental Kings. It was hard to imagine this would happen at this moment. What switched for the team? What happened there?
I think at some point, you know, we really had some problems. We're really unlucky, and you know, some matches were really going wrong. And I think once we lost this match, like with 4-point difference, it was kind of okay. We said we cannot let this continue. And also, I think the influx of fresh blood. This was a big deal. I think Sarah really changed the atmosphere. You know, I mean, I cannot say that atmosphere was bad or anything, but you know, when you keep on losing and having a reserve player is a great thing for the team morale.
Absolutely. And Sarah has been such a star player for the team. Let's take a look at the scoreline with which the Triveni Continental Kings take this match. And as Lev mentioned, Sarah Kadim bringing another victory to the team along with Vehi and Jonas at the end. Sameh, what a fantastic match to call.
I can't believe it. Congratulations, Levon. You've made it so far. And you know, 3 times you've come here, 3 times you've won the game. Do you think we are your lucky charm in some way?
I'm sure of it, because you guys are very welcoming and kind to me. So this is giving me good vibes, and I'm passing the vibes on to my team.
But no, seriously, Levon, you know, you've had a fantastic run so far. In last 3 games, gone really well in your favor. Are you, you know, your team plan to celebrate today, or are you going to wait for tomorrow?
We definitely are going to have a little celebration. From coming back from the dead, you know, it's always a good opportunity to celebrate that. And then, you know, we're going to focus on the next day. Because we got so far, we just have one more step to go.
Yeah, what an incredible match. And today was indeed a big step, Lev. And it just felt as if the Triveni Continental Kings were on control in every board. It felt like a very clean victory, match victory.
Yeah, I actually told the guys, you know, I told them the story that I've read in Pologaevsky's book. I think he was playing against Portish. It was in interzonal, I think. And so he needed to win to qualify, and Portish just needed a draw. And then I think his second told him, you know, it's so much easier. You have no pressure of calculating anything. You just need to win. Well, your opponent has these doubts. Should he play for a draw? And the same happened today. I think we were all just focused on playing for a win, and we didn't care about any drawing or anything like that.
In it to win it, and it worked to perfection. Let's take a look at the standings, at our leaderboard. There is still one more spot up for grabs, and there we see Triveni Continental Kings winning match after match in the second half at the very top with 18 match points. This means that the Ganges Grandmasters have been eliminated, Sameh.
Yeah, so that means between the SG Alpine Warriors, Chingari Gulf Titans and Upgrad Mumbai Masters, you will have an opponent between the 3. So Levon, let me ask you this. Which of these teams would you want to face?
You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. They're all such strong teams. I mean, it's a privilege to make to the final with such a amazing field. So we're, you know, we're excited.
Just like, bring it on. No matter who it is, just bring it on.
We're just excited to play.
We love that attitude. And for us also to call out the action in the last few days has been so unexpected. Lev, have you felt that as well? The kind of results that we've seen? Hard to predict. Such a different narrative from the first half of the tournament.
Yes, you know, I think people are slowly getting used to this strategy. You know, at first you don't really know how you're supposed to play with black, how you're supposed to play with white. Now I think more or less people, teams are fighting and finding strategies to face the white. and we see lots of surprises because of that.
Lev, I asked you yesterday about what the prep for today will be like, and you said it'll be with the team as every day. I want to ask you, looking ahead at the big final, regardless of the team that you play, what is the evening going to look like? What is the strategy coming up with a different format tomorrow?
Well, I think I'm going to convince you, Yangi, to play some blitz with me. You know, this is good for both of us. And you know, he's a great player, but he just needs to step up for the final. And I know he can do it. I mean, he's a brilliant player. So that's what we need to work on.
It's incredible to see, and Lev, even your support to your teammates, it's always so inspiring to see that, and it's been working really well. Sarah Khadim performing excellently, all the team throughout. You must be so proud of the way they played.
Absolutely. Especially, I'm proud of Jonas. You know, I told him today, I said, you know, I'm a guy who scored -5 in the candidates, and also Luke told him, you know, that he had -7 in Vikings before. So those things happen. You know, you just have to forget the whole tournament and just focus on one single game. And I think he showed that he's an extremely talented and brilliant player. And this game, I mean, it was never in doubt. So I'm very proud of him.
The winning attitude there by the Triveni Continental Kings, but the job is half done as they move ahead to the finals. And we will be back with more from the Global Chess League in just a few. And the battle for the final spot of the grand final continues with the upgrad Mumbai Masters taking on the SG Alpine Warriors. A big match coming up. Lev, the Alpine Warriors lost the first match of the day. Is that extra pressure on them going into this one?
Yeah, definitely. It's unpleasant. And, you know, when your opponents are fighting for something, everything can happen.
Samir, what do you think about this?
You know, I don't think you remember, but I had done a rapid fire with you a couple of days ago, and I asked you which is the one team that if you wanted to remove, you would, and you had said the SG Alpine Warriors because you want to win. And here they are now trying to fight you. And, you know, I really feel SG is a very strong team, but so is Mumbai Masters, and anything can happen. And no matter what happens, I am really rooting for some amazing matches. You know, like when the audience feels it is scripted and it's orchestrated, that's when you know that the league is doing great. And this story, followed by now the SG trying to fit in, I think we have a very, very good league.
Absolutely, Samir. As we are not tired of saying expect the unexpected, we can hear the applause outside. The teams are ready to get going. There we see the handshakes for the colors as Grandmaster Srinath, International Master Vishal Serene. Not as many smiles as we used to see before. Now feeling the tension. And Lev, before we get to this, I really want to ask you that a few days ago, if someone would have said the Triveni Continental Kings are making it to the finals, what would you have said to them?
Well, I would say, you know, they really believe in us. Probably believe in us more than we do ourselves.
We love it. And we've also been loving the team jerseys that the players have been putting on. But Lev, you're really known for those colorful shirts. And there's one guy here who's wearing a very cool shirt. Do you approve of this one?
Absolutely. Chess colors. Amazing stuff.
Chess colors everywhere. And the chess colors are in the playing arena as well as the players get ready. Let's take a look at the order of play. And these are our matchups going into this extremely crucial round. If the SG Alpine Warriors win, they make it to the grand final. Lev, which games stand out to you? Which result would be decisive here?
I think probably the most important one is the last board, because Prague is really hurting people here, mutilating them. So, you know, this is a one where they have the biggest difference, I think, because Sindar is not having a good tournament.
Pragnananda has been unstoppable for the SG Alpine Warriors, but one of the key players for the upgrad Mumbai Masters has been Dronavali Harika. Let's take a look at her performance so far, and we've been seeing big results on the women board as well in this event, Lev. And there we see Harika with 3 wins and 1 losses. How critical are these boards for the teams?
Oh yeah, I mean every board of course is critical, but you know, you really need women players that don't allow this swinging of emotions happen, and definitely Harika and Humpy are very calm and very experienced, very composed players. I think they have a great resilience as well.
Very well put. Calm, composed, and a lot of resilience, and that has been a very key factor in their success. And one boy whose success has been unstoppable is Pragnananda. Let's take a look at his performance so far for the league. And there we have it. He is on 8 points. Samir, this has been just amazing to watch.
29.63 is his performance rating. Oh my god, that's like almost an engine.
Absolutely. And Lev, there is a big chance that you might be playing one of these 2 teams. And I know we asked you this question. Is there one team that you'd like to prefer and you feel the Triveni Continental Kings are ready for anything?
Yeah, you know, it's. I think it's stupid to sit here and guess who's gonna play or watch with, you know, worrying. You know, we've shown in the last 4 matches that we're capable of winning matches. So I'll take that.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And Lev, are you guys going to be following the action for the day?
Maybe. Maybe not. But it's exciting. We're all chess fans. So, I mean, probably it's better not to watch. But we can't help it. we're as addicted as you guys.
Yes, indeed. You just cannot stop. No such thing as too much chess, as we say. Can't stop watching it. And we've got two icons here, Magnus Carlsen versus MVL. Lev, good friends of yours. You played against them multiple times, a bunch of times. What do you make of this clash?
Of course, Magnus has an advantage. He's playing white. But Maxim is very tricky. I mean, a very dangerous player, especially, you know, when the wins with black are 4 points. I think this is his territory. He's a guy capable of winning with black.
And he's done it before, as you mentioned. He has taken down Magnus Carlsen in their last clash. Can Maxime Vacher-Lagrave do it again for the upgrade Mumbai Masters? It's a must-win, Sameh.
And so it is for the SG, Alpine Warriors.
Indeed it is. It is their last line, and we do see the players are ready to go. What are the opening expectations here?
I think Magnus will play E4 somehow. Oh, but
it was
he didn't.
D4.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected.
Yes. So, so Grunfeld is going to happen. Interesting.
Great call there. Is it going to be the Grunfeld? And it is, Lev.
Yeah.
Wow. And we see Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He is, of course, one of the most experienced players of the Grunfeld. And is this a good approach by him playing with black to go for this line in this match, Lev?
He has the most experience, so he should play Grunfeld, I think.
And there we see the players with the opening moves and Magnus Carlsen looking away. What is the pressure like at this stage when you know that your team is fighting for that top spot?
You know, you understand that you just have to try and, you know, get a game. It's not really about winning or, you know, just... you just have to have the game going to see it and to have a chance to take some risks.
Will we have risks, and how much risks are the players willing to take? Levon, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. And once again, a huge congratulations to your team.
Thank you very much, guys.
And, you know, hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow again.
Oh, yeah.
And let me know if you need a chessboard to practice.
Well, the action is on the chessboard, and let's get to all the analysis with James Canty and Sagar Shah.
And we're here, guys. We are here. Whoa, Magnus and... I'm sorry, MVL are at it right now. Levon was just in the studio. Congratulations to him. Sagar, we are here, man. What's going on in this game?
This one is a very critical one because if the SG Alpine Warriors win this, they will reach the finals.
Whoa! So they win this match, they go into the finals. This is very, very important right here. That's why they're playing their best chess. What they really like here now, guys. We are going to get the boards up. We have a DGT error right now, just a little bit of tech issue. We're fixing that right now. But we can see the live shot here. You can see him in the thought there. Playing the Grunfeld is what he's known for. Very strong stuff.
Actually, MVL has played his favorite opening, right? This is what he's been playing for years and years. And Magnus has taken him on his favorite opening. So this is going to be very interesting. And look at that. MVL gets up from the board.
The flex. Oh, Magnus Carlsen himself. The real hard flex. Walk around. You better figure it out, Magnus. Of course, as he is going to figure it out here. He is deep in prep here in the exchange variation of the Grunfeld. Wow. Hey, we got Tanya in here. What's up, Tanya?
I am still reeling from what we just witnessed with the Triveni Continental Kings booking their spot into the final, and now one of these two teams have a shot. Magnus there was definitely looking at Maxime. Hey, what are you doing? Come back to the board. The game is just getting started. But once again, full transparency here. We're having some technical difficulties with the boards, and that's why the players also cannot see the games of their teammates. And Maxime's just taking a quick round to take a look at what the others are up to.
Right here, we actually, as I see on the board here, we have sort of the Queen D2 Bishop C3 variation of the Grunfeld. This actually started with Bishop to D2 early on, so that you can have the Bishop very strong on the diagonal there, and the center too as well. Black usually is able to. There it is. Oh, trading and we're good. King takes G7.
And this one is something that Magnus has played at the World Championship match, I think, before. So he is very well prepped up here. Maybe we could also go and check out the second board and see what's happening there. It's between Alexander Grishchuk and D. Gukesh. I believe Gukesh in big trouble in this tournament, hasn't been doing so well.
Sasha looks mad right now. He looks super angry. He's trying to recollect the openings, but with what happened in that first match of the day, it has been difficult for the SG Alpine Warriors. The upgrade Mumbai Masters, Alexander Grischuk. Let's reach out to Master Swidler right now. What is happening in this position?
I wouldn't say he's mad. I think he's just trying to remember exactly what he's supposed to do here. This looks like one of those semi-Tarash lines which are very, very fashionable right now. But on a more grand scale of things, I want to say, you know, the entire league, you have to ask who writes your scripts here. The famous beefy quote. It's unbelievable what's happening yesterday and today. We're having the run of results which maintains the intrigue in every single match. Every single match we have to cover today potentially qualifies somebody for the finals, and it's just fantastic to watch.
If you had sat down at the start of the tournament, you could not have written the script that we are watching play out here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Just turnarounds at every moment. And what's very interesting, James, is that when it started, when the league started, it just looked like the SG Alpine Warriors and the Ganges Grandmasters after the first half. Yeah, these are the two teams who are making it.
Yeah.
One of them is already eliminated.
Absolutely. Of course, we thought that, of course, the Ganges Grandmasters would just make it through, and Alpine Warriors too as well. But as we see, you already know that these teams are forces to be reckoned with. You cannot write anybody off. Nobody had the Triveni Continental Kings. In fact, besides the Triveni Continental Kings had themselves, but a lot of people did not. And now it's all raging. It's all up for grabs here. Anything can happen. We got boards live.
Yes, and right now, the SG Alpine Warriors have their fate in their own hands if they can win this match. And really, Gukesh has to strike with the white pieces today if that has to happen. He has played this opening before. He has played it at the Olympiad, and he has beaten, if I'm not mistaken, when he was facing the Italian team. And he won this with this opening with white pieces. So let's see if he can do that today as well. He has 3 extra minutes on the clock.
And right at the start, that will count for something. But we're talking about Alexander Grischuk here. When he comes down to seconds on the clock is when he tries. We see his best chess. He is an absolute master playing in those time scrambles. So you really can't write him off on the clock right now. This is a good moment, Sagar, perhaps to zoom out and take a look on some of the other boards that are happening. The one player that everyone has been talking about is that bottom right board. Pragnananda, he has been the performer of the league so far, and I see the queens have been traded off already. James, you can't be too happy about that.
Not too happy, especially with a pawn on h4. Okay, yeah, we got the h pawn going. Looks good, looks nice and aggressive. Then you notice, where is my queen? What is this? What is this? Then you want to bring that h pawn and bring it right back to h2 or maybe h3 here, and we have some sort of position. Maybe we can still castle queenside and try to double, but the king's going to be weak on that way. So very strange here. Pawn on h4, but queens are off the board. I think black's fine.
But James, the last move itself was h4. Yes, and
wow. Bragg, I think he forgot that his queen was traded, but maybe he did not, especially with that 2900 performance he's having. So h4, so it works for him, it works for me, but we have to see what his plan is.
You know, Tanya, Javokir Sindarov is known for his tactical play. And I think Prague has made this sort of measured call that let's go into an endgame and let's try to grind it bit by bit. It is a small edge for white.
Yeah, that could very well be his match strategy. When you know what the strengths of your opponents are, you want to get them out of the comfort zone. You know that the tactics are in the middle game. You try to get off. We saw Magnus Carlsen. They're walking back to the board, looking confident, but on the inside, they've got to be feeling the pressure right now. They've been so close in so many matches, but a couple of defeats puts them on the edge. A must-win match now. And you mentioned that this position still has a little poison. I would agree with that. But to get into the subtleties of where the play lies, let's reach out to Master Swidler. Where can white try to create play here?
I think this last move is a departure from how this line of the Grunfeld has normally been played, but it's something that people do a lot in pretty much every single position where black has the fianchettoed bishop on the king side. The idea here is just to get that pawn all the way to h6, and then in the future, many endgames just suddenly become a lot more dangerous because having it there is just is incredibly uncomfortable for black. And what you said about this being a good idea specifically against Sindarov, I just want to agree. He would not enjoy having to defend a slightly worse endgame, and I think Prague is doing exactly the right thing, because you don't want to give your opponents exactly what they want.
That's so smart, Sagar. That's such a good approach and such a good team planning. You decide which boards you want to keep what pieces on, where do you want to push, in what part of the game you want to push. This is going to be a slow grind, and the H pawn continues to advance down the board. It's coming up.
He keeps
Will he go
pushing.
all the way?
Yeah, I think he might, even if he gets the chance, he might push it even one step further here. I think Prague, you can also see from his face that he looks super confident, and he pushes it even further.
H6, wow, that pawn's all the way down there in the land. H6 is very annoying pawn. It also could be a weakness, but the bishop on F4 is extremely strong. We have to figure out where is he going to put it. He put it on F8 just to eye it for later.
But this pawn will play a crucial role in the endgame, because the black king is feeling a little bit squashed right now. Lack of space,
Right.
and it could become important.
Absolutely. And also let's point out that once the king moves away from there, that 8-7 pawn that black has can come under fire. So endgames can be very tricky. For black, this is far from over, even though the queens are off the board. Sagar, this is a good moment to zoom out, because we do see a lot of queen action on the board, and it's board number 3 with Arjun Aragasi taking on Vidit Gujarati. That has caught our attention.
Yes, this is a very important matchup between two top Indian grandmasters, and I think they both know each other very well. And I think this might really be the one where we will get to know who will take the lead in this match if we find a decisive result here. Arjun pushes his pawn to H3.
What's it like when you play against somebody you know really well, who's a good friend of yours off the board? James, how's the dynamic there?
Yeah, what happens is you have to forget about that on the board. You're just like, yeah, you're my friend now. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, how was lunch? Yeah, it was great. Then you sit down and you're like, I'm not talking to you. I don't even shake your hand. Okay, we're going to sit here and we're going to get this done because this is for the team. And if we win, we are going to the championship or the ship, the finals, whatever you want to call it. We're going. So right now, that friendship does not matter. They are just going after the kill here as he's trying to. A5, nice move from Vidit here, trying to play A4.
Yeah, he's playing on the queen side here, and I like Vidit's position. He has all his pieces developed. His bishop could come out later on. Knight is well placed, and as James said, he wants to push his queenside pawns. Looking good for black here. And here's a small trick. Queen comes up. The threat is to take the knight, and if the bishop takes, this guy is hanging.
Nicely spotted there, Sagar. Lots of tactics on the board. That dark squared bishop that black has is indeed an overloaded piece, and just yet Vidit cannot go on to advance the a-pawn because of the threat that you pointed out. This is going to be a fun one with players playing on different sides of the board. Would you also say that this is a clash of styles? Vidit is generally a more strategic positional player. Arjun, he likes the dynamics, he likes the tactics.
I agree. I think Vidit is more positional in nature. And from that perspective, I think he's got the position which he was aiming for. So Arjun does not have any wild tactics running here. And I think this is good news for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Another game which is actually not so good news for Upgrad Mumbai Masters. We just saw it a few minutes ago. But we should quickly have a look again, because there is some progress on board number 6 between Pragnananda and Sindarov. And it seems like Pragnananda is once again getting a small edge there in the position. Although I don't understand why exactly he should be better, because he has the center, but his king looks right on even, not very safe. Maybe we ask Master Swidler here, because he's the Grunfeld expert in the room.
Master Swidler.
In this structure, the king very often will have the ideal position behind the central pawns. Some kind of an ideal scenario for white here would be to get this bishop trade happen in a favorable situation for them, and then put the king on d3, which generally is a very, very good square for it. It fights against some of black's counterplay on that square. It also supports our push in the center, and we just generally have more space. This is the kind of an endgame I personally have always tried to avoid when playing the Grunfeld, because they're not very enjoyable, these positions for black.
Oh, very big insights there. Master Swidler not liking black's position here, and it feels like Pragnananda might provide that very crucial point for the SG Alpine Warriors. Although I might be jumping ahead a bit too much here, but you know, Tanya, when he gets an advantage, he doesn't let go of it.
Even when he doesn't get an advantage in this tournament, he doesn't let go. This one is indeed far from over, and there's a lot of work left to be done. Sagar, let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick overview of what is happening across the board. For the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, they need to win to keep their chances alive. For the SG Alpine Warriors, they have to win, otherwise they're out.
Yes, but also if SG Alpine Warriors win, we get a finalist. So it's a very, very crucial game. But I think Alexander Grishchuk on board number 2 is fighting it out for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. So if we can have a very quick look on that board, all of a sudden, Gukesh's position does not look that great. I don't know what is happening. He played the opening, and all of a sudden it's black who's better. What went wrong?
Wow.
I'm surprised right now to get even this kind of an edge out of the opening, right out of the opening, playing with the black pieces. It is very fascinating how Sasha's managed to do that. Master Swidler, what's going on this position, and why does black have so much activity? Meanwhile, white hasn't even castled.
I think maybe that last move by Gukesh, which looks like one of the most natural moves in the position, may have been a bit of an inaccuracy, specifically because of Sasha's reply. Because Sasha also, instead of developing some pieces which are on starting positions, moved the bishop on e7 a second time. But the threat of just taking the knight on c3 and putting his knight on e4, attacking the white structure on the queen side, appears to be incredibly annoying. And the position that looked completely safe for white, I was about actually to say that this is a perfect kind of a position for Gukesh for this match, where it feels like he will never run any risks. That is clearly no longer true. This could actually become a bit of a problem for him, and he is clearly realizing that now because he is deep in thought, not making any kind of a rash decision for now.
Wow, Gukesh in a bit of a trouble here. And Master Swidler, I want to ask you that Gukesh has been struggling in this tournament. It's been a difficult one. He's one of the biggest prodigies, one of the finest grandmasters in the world, but this one hasn't been his tournament. When there's a player like that, does that player end up becoming a target for the other teams?
It's a bit weird to talk of Gukesh as a target, but I think the answer is just yes. Even though he is clearly one of the strongest players in the world already, and he will only get better, when you see somebody misfiring, when you see somebody really not having a good event, you do feel like this is a board where you might have a chance which you normally wouldn't have. So I'm pretty sure people do sort of soft target him. I don't think you know, playing sharply for a win with you against him with black is very likely, but you do keep in mind that he might crumble under pressure if you can generate any.
So James, Alexander Grishchuk smelling a bit of blood here.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely can. I mean, bishop b4 was a very strong move. It's just very simple. It's, I want to take on c3, make sure you have a weakness, a break in the structure. Yes, my d5 pawn is weak, but I mean, yours is weak on the c file, which is going to be a little bit hard to defend, especially after some knight e4 action and stuff like that. I'm catching up on time too as well. I'm thinking on your time, says Grishchuk, so I can blitz out some moves here. White is going to have to figure out something, and figure out something very fast.
Absolutely. And by the way, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters also seem to have a pretty comfortable position on the women's board. We can have a very quick look on board number 4 between Irina Krush and Koneru Humpy, because that's a game where Humpy seems to be coming back into her own in this tournament. Yesterday we saw her beat Ho Yifan
in a really nice, convincing win.
Very strong.
And she's had some tough results so far, James, but that one was a big confidence boost for Humpy.
Absolutely. I actually did an interview with her yesterday, and she was just talking about her style, and she's very positional, and her being the second woman grandmaster after Judith Pogar there, playing very strong play. She was like, yeah, Judith is my... she's my one of my people I used to look up to, and I was like, oh, nice. Well, you know, she's aggressive, so I don't know what you mean there, Humpy. She was like, no, but then actually she wanted to beat the record, and she also is very positional. She likes that type of stuff, so very strong. She had some positional games, and now hopefully she has a good position here, maybe to convert for the team.
Yeah, what I like about Humpy's position is that the pawns are placed on dark squares, and she has gotten rid of that bishop. So whatever remains on the board are very nice pieces for black.
Yeah, And Sagar, that's a really nice point because what comes to my mind, I've attended several training camps with Humpy for team championships. And one thing has been very clear with her. She has this innate feel for where the pieces belong, which pieces to trade off the board, which pieces to keep. And it almost seems like that comes to her instantly. And that sort of an intuitive, strategic play is so key in rapid time formats, which is why you might not have some crazy blown out tactics too often, but you'll very often see strategic masterpieces by her, even in shorter time controls.
Wow, positional masterpiece. And let's take it over to Master Spillers. He has something to say to us.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said about Humpy, but there is maybe even more interesting developments on the second women's board, where I think Harika is slowly taking over control with the black pieces against Elizabeth Bates. I don't really like White's position anymore at all. Black has the bishop pair. We're talking about board 5 there. Black has the bishop pair there, very stable structure, and a lot of plans to improve, whereas for Elizabeth, it will be difficult to find constructive things to do. So I think both women's boards look pretty good for the Upgrade Mumba Masters right now. Yeah, and this is the position in the game between Bates and Harika, where the dark square bishop can be put on h6, which is an annoying square. Black can even push for some kingside attacks by playing h5, h4, trying to open the kingside for her pieces. This is a very pleasant position for Black.
Right, and I think the Upgrade Mumba Masters are banking on these two women players, Humpy and Harika, to strike, and I think they are doing it. Also, don't you guys feel that the Upgrade Mumba Masters are playing a very tight match today? Absolutely on no boards have they given away any big advantage. And they're playing with Black.
Very controlled positions all across. And this one especially that we have in front of us, it's such a Harika position. She's got no weaknesses in her camp. All the pawns are safe and secure. She's got the double bishop advantage, can play for something long term, can be the one who builds it up. This is exactly the kind of position that Harika likes to play.
Yes, yes, Tanya, you know her well. Humpy, Harika, you won a medal with them for the Indian team at the Olympiad. And right now, they both are in their comfort zone, yes?
And I think it's huge for them to be in the same team as well here at the Global Chess League. They understand each other's style well. And it also builds this team camaraderie. So it's very interesting to see the dynamics. And as you pointed out, these two women boards could be the critical ones in this match. James, what else catches your attention?
What catches my attention a lot is how much they look at the screen there. If you take, definitely, like, you have to, they like, what's going on? All right, cool, I should play h3 here. Oh, what's going on? No, I'm going knight d5. We about to go for it, right? Like, so they literally make decisions based off of what's going on with the team, too, as well. But that also just lets you know how much of a team game this is here.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Elizabeth might have been saying, like, shoot, man, what's going on? Because I might need to bail out because I don't like this position too much. Or, you know, it could be something maybe where I need to go for more here. King g7's nice move here. Nice consolidation there from Harika. And maybe g5, h4, all kind of stuff is happening, right? But got to be careful. f5 is a little weak there. Really, she can just play and push this position and play for 2 results for a long time, especially with that bishop pair.
Absolutely. Let's have all our 6 boards, because there we'll get a very clear idea of who's leading in this match. So on board number 1, we see that the bar is even. So let's say it could be right now equal. But then we see Grishchuk actually pushing on board number 2. Equal on board number 3. Humpy pushing on board number 4. Harika slightly pushing on board number 5. And Prag pushing on board number 6. So actually on 3 boards, it's the Upgrade Mumba Masters who are pushing. While on one board where Prag is where the SG Alpine Warriors are pushing, I guess this match is somewhat in Upgrade Mumba Masters' favor.
Slight, very slight here. And of course, I mean, that could shake things up in the standings too as well. But we have seen crazy things happen around this time here, especially when people start getting low on the time there. So paying attention to the time on each board is going to be very important too, as well, as we've seen crazy blunders and things that are uncharacteristic, of course, but it happens in time trouble.
Right. So shall we go and check the icon board right now? Magnus Carlsen playing against MVL. And maybe it's good time to get Master Swidler's thoughts on this position. Does Magnus have any chances, or MVL has equalized here?
I think objectively this is closer to equality than to White having an advantage, but it's definitely more pleasant to play for White because the passer in the center is very well protected, and you don't have the ideal blocking pieces. For black, you would like to have a knight on the d6 square, but black house no longer has any knights. I think Magnus will be quietly quite happy with what he got out of the opening here, even though it's nothing critical yet.
And just to follow up on that point, the reason that you want a knight there is that, Sagar, if you put a rook and a queen, which is what currently Maxime has, it is easy to attack these pieces. We can imagine the white knight jumping onto b5, so this is not a full blockade. But instead, visualize a nice looking knight there instead. And that's a dragon there that can't be pushed out. So with the heavy pieces, it's very difficult to stop a passed pawn.
So right now, Magnus's passed pawn along with the knight form a good team, and that keeps the chances of SG Alpine Warriors alive to score full 3 points on board 1. I have a feeling, Tanya, James, that SG Alpine is looking at a victory on board 1 and board 6. And then they are hoping that all other guys, please hang on in there, because Magnus and Prague are doing their job.
I mean, look at them both looking at the screen. Again, this is all about the screen. This is so detrimental. They're like, what is going on? To the point where they're not even paying attention to their own games. Now,
it's
of course.
Crazy. And Maxime is down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and he's still finding the time to look at his teammates' games. It just shows the kind of pressure the teams are under. And Magnus, once again, looking at the boards all across. Sagar, Prague. Now he's been the one getting all the big points. Magnus has had some shaky games in this event.
True. But today he looks very confident. He's looking in control here. But one board where the Upgrad Mumba Masters are in control is board number 2. Alexander Grishchuk has converted his positional advantage into material. If we can go to board number 2, there we see he's actually won a pawn on c3.
Yikes. That's really tough because, well, Gukesh, first off, is just not in the greatest form, but also, I mean, losing that pawn is like, now you have to fight back. Now we're down material, having to fight back, which is not very fun for anyone in any really position there. I mean, with black, sometimes you'll see that with certain openings, but with white here, I mean, I'm playing with the white pieces, and I'm down a pawn right now.
16 moves only, Tanya. This is just, I mean, I can't believe Gukesh doing this. He's somehow just completely lost track of the position, and he's clearly worse.
He's clearly worse. He's down a pawn, and it's black who's got the activity as well. You see the rooks, the way they're placed. Now Grishchuk going after that second pawn on the board, which forces passivity from Gukesh's kingside rook to the other end. Black's rook, which hasn't been developed yet, can come on and control the only open file in the position.
Right, so this one looking really good for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, and another game which is looking very strong is board number 5.
Look at Gukesh on the screen. He is not loving the task ahead of him.
No, he's under pressure. He's under too much pressure there. And let's quickly check the game between Harika and Elizabeth Pates there. Look at Harika's bishop. This bishop, the dark squared bishop, is like a knife inside the Swiss cheese.
Wow.
You know, look at it. Just looking at all these squares.
What a bishop that is. Very, very strong. And then h3 is coming at some point. Got to watch out for g3. But, I mean, you can just feel the pressure here. Now, we have to figure out how to actually use this. Because if we ever push the h-pawn, g3 is happening. So we do have to figure out how to use this. But I definitely agree that bishop is the strongest piece on the board.
Harika chose to offer a rook trade here, which I think is a very solid decision, but she could have already been slightly more ambitious. You could try opening up things on the queen side now that white is very tied down to the protection of their king. But black will be in control for the rest of the game. This remains the same. Whatever you do here with black, that bishop that you were highlighting earlier is going to dominate for the rest of the game.
Master Swidler, where do you think is the SG Alpine Warriors going to strike? Because it seems like on all 6 boards, they are under pressure.
Well, it has to be either or perhaps both the top and the bottom board. I don't really see so far many winning chances anywhere else. Perhaps the Arjun Vidit game will sharpen up at some point, but for now, Vidit is completely fine there. I think both women's boards are doing very well for UMM, so it has to be Magnus and Prague.
Tanya, Magnus and Prague, what do you think?
They have to do it for the team. This is the time to shine. Well, Prague has been doing it. Magnus needs to win on the icon board against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Meanwhile, on this board, the last move that was played by Elizabeth has been given an inaccuracy, a question mark on the board. It's easy to explain why Elizabeth made this move. She wants to be the one to control the D line. Once the rooks are traded off, you want control of the open file. And I'm just wondering, what was wrong with it, Sagar?
Well, maybe nothing's wrong, but Tanya, perhaps Harika could go in and trade off these bishops. So what happens is that now the remaining piece, the knight, is very passive. The bishop dominates it, and then the queen can start entering here and create threats against the king.
Wow.
That could be possible. What do you think, James?
That's very strong, in fact. Of course, the dark square bishop is killing the knight there. I mean, it feels like if you just drag the knight off the board, it would be the same exact position as with the knight on the board. So it's really tough here, to say the least here. Of definitely trading, just having a good game. Wow, queen c7. It's a miss at X there. What is the time? I'm just very curious to see. Okay, 4 minutes. That's possible. I thought she had lower time than that. But queen c7, maybe she could have thought a little bit further and found something else. But she went with queen c7, a little reroute.
But it's a long-term advantage for Harika with that bishop. The dark squared bishop cannot be challenged by any piece that white has. This is a good moment to zoom out and take a look on the other boards. You pointed out board 1 and board 6. Magnus and Prague need to get the job done for the SG Alpine Warriors. What is happening on that icon board? Has Magnus
Let's go to the icon
managed to create some chances there?
Yeah, we should check that out, because that would be a very important point there. MVL hanging in steady there. He's doubled his rooks. He is looking at that pawn and saying, you shall not move further anywhere. I am all ready for it. But I think Magnus likes these positions, you know, where he's sort of moving around, not just punching at this moment, but could punch at any point.
Grinding. He's a grind master here. In fact, in an interview, what he would say is he doesn't care about an opening advantage. In fact, if he gets one, he gets one. But he likes to play these type of positions where he gets to grind, a Karpovian type of way, or Capablanca, right? So, of course, he's a symbiosis of all of that. He can do the tactics, too, as well. But at the same time here, he's totally fine in his element. But I also think that MVL is, too. He plays these Grunfeld positions all the time. He's seen this. He's been on the end of it. And look at that G5.
Wow, this is
and
getting...
revive.
This is the temperature
Spice.
rising on this one. This is getting exciting. Kingside attack, is that a possibility?
I don't think this is what he's planning. I think it's much more about preserving squares for that bishop, because one thing you absolutely do not want to allow is for the white knight to actually land on the e4 square and you not being able to immediately trade it off. So we are lengthening the diagonal for our bishop to be able to sidestep and go to g6 if needed. And also, if we put the bishop on g6, perhaps we can think about playing queen f4 and offering a queen trade. Because I think endgames are pretty safe here for black, generally speaking. And bishop g6 is on the board.
It's happened, and I love the fight for the files here. We see all of Magnus's heavy pieces are on the E line.
Right.
That's a stacked line right there on the
right.
board. Meanwhile, black's two rooks eyeing that central pawn.
Right, absolutely. And I think this one will be something which we will keep an eye on. Meanwhile, it seems like Harika is getting her job done on board number 5. She's opened up the queen side. But let's have a look at the 6 boards on our screen and try to figure out where to go. I think Pragnananda is also doing a good job on board number 6, keeping his small advantage alive. So if we can quickly have a look at the Prodigy board, Prag over there definitely pressing a bit.
What is the time? Prague is down to 2 minutes.
5
that's
minutes
okay.
for Sindarov.
But Sindarov doing a good job, yeah, not letting Prag sort of run away with this game.
It's Sindarov who's running away with the clock right now. That's a huge time advantage.
Oh, 5 minutes to
That
2
is a
minutes.
lot.
He's
Yes.
defending really well, because his position looked extremely dangerous to me a few moments ago, but he found this very nice 1-2 of stopping the g-pawn by playing g5 himself, and then putting his bishop on the long diagonal, not allowing Prague to assume control of that very, very important resource. I still like white, but the advantage is not as big as I originally thought, so this is still very much a game.
True. Okay. And by the way, good news for SG Alpine Warriors on board number 2, because Gukesh there is slowly making a comeback against Alexander Grishchuk. If we can have board number 2 on our screen, because Gukesh was clearly worse in that game, and now slowly and steadily he's actually getting slightly better. What a fighter.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely fighting here down a pawn. He's like, you know what? I'm just tired of just the bad positions, and sometimes you just play better. Now, of course, what happens is like you have the bad performance in the game. Sometimes it gets to you in those tournaments, psychology-wise. In fact, even Levon, aka LeBron, Aroni was talking about, yeah, I was -7, or somebody was -7. They talked about being -5 in tournaments and stuff like that. It happens, but of course you bounce back. And he's trying to bounce back in this game right
Wow.
here.
And look at that. He does go for the A-pawn, Alexander Grishik, but he's down to just 20 seconds on the clock. Black is threatening to pick up the A4 pawn, but the bishop on C6 also hangs. Lots of exchanges here. Master Swidler, what's going on in this position?
I can win the pawn back in a variety of ways. The question is, can you actually be much better, or you're just completely safe? I think it's likelier that this is still within the drawing limits, but yeah, it's a fantastic improvement in fortunes for Gukesh. His position looked very dangerous earlier.
Right. And
Wow.
if we zoom out to the 6 boards, if there's something going really right for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, it's the boards 4 and 5. Both Humpy and Harika actually getting the job done there for their team. And I think that is what's going to make a huge difference.
It's a big one. And we see that the Harika board, she continues to get the advantage, take the advantage, and now she strikes with that pawn, trying to take away the key defender of that knight. This is a big moment and a big board for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. And Elizabeth Pats did have a loss at the start of the day. So it's been a tough day for her.
She drew against Polina, but yeah, you know, she was better in that rook endgame.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right that it did end in a draw. And now
Right.
we see a good move here by Harika. You can't take that pawn.
C5.
The knight hangs.
Ooh, that's a big move. C5, you can just smell the tactics coming off this one. The D file is very weak. It can't really move anything. And Black can just honestly really just progress the position, get better. I'm also going to take on B4 and isolate that if you don't touch it at all. Yeah, you have to figure out what you're going to do here if you're Elizabeth Pate.
Exactly, and Harika's bishop here is the piece that is giving her a big advantage. What a beautiful bishop
was a
that
good
is
move.
there in the position.
That's tough because like I'm taking on B4 and playing Queen D4 check next, and then
Oof,
you are
that's
just
a
done.
big threat.
Yeah, that's GG. Start a new game. So like, what did you actually do right now? Because that's a huge threat of taking on B4. You might have to go like Queen E1. That's pretty gross. I don't want to play Queen E1 ever. So
Ooh.
I don't know what do we want to do here. In fact.
Yeah, this is trouble time. And by the way, guys, we should quickly have a look at board number 3. We haven't looked at it in great detail between Arjun Arigaisi and Vidit. Is there any chance here that someone can play for a win? It looks like a drawish sort of a rook endgame. Both sides have 7 pawns each and 2 rooks. But I do think that something could happen here.
It looks extremely even. Master Swidler, we have to reach out to you. Rook pawn endings are never what they seem. Where is this one headed?
This seems very level for now, and arguably the most level position we have out of the 6. If Vidit decides to play for a win, because I think for Vidit it's easier to open this position, he can play for the F4 break. It could become much sharper, but for now I think equality and draw are probably the likeliest outcome here.
Wow.
Okay, let's zoom out and go to our 6 boards. And Tanya, James, where do we head next? Because there's so much action. Anything can happen here. I have a feeling Icon board slightly better for SG. Boards 4 and 5 really better for Upgrad Mumba Masters.
What you got, Tanya?
Absolutely, Sagar James. My eyes are on that center bottom board. I feel that's the one which has the most advantage. Harika, with that last move, is creating weaknesses, and very soon we could see a winning position for the Upgrad Mumba Masters
And
on
we
this.
have a move.
And
Oh, she plays her queen there and she wants to trade. But this, and Harika says, I'm not trading queens. I want to attack your king. Goes to C7.
Wow, trade what she says. We're not trading anything around here. And that's going to be very difficult to deal with that move right there. We do still threaten pawn takes B4 and then queen to B6 check, which is really, really annoying here.
what's been amazing to see is that Harika's playing on both sides of the board. It's the concept of creating 2 weaknesses in chess. Your
yes.
strengths are your opponent's weaknesses. That dark squared bishop is a big strength for Harika, a weakness for her opponent. The king side, weak for Elizabeth. And now Harika's also trying to create a pawn weakness on the queen side, the other side of the board. The more weaknesses on the board, the harder it is to defend. Harika has played extremely well in this game.
Right. And guys, am I noticing that MVL is actually pushing back Magnus Carlsen on the icon board? Magnus, who was having a small edge throughout the game, is suddenly it seems like black is back. Can we quickly have a look at it?
Wow.
Let's jump over. If Magnus Carlsen is in any kind of trouble or the advantage has been neutralized, it is truly a big moment there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now under a minute, Peter.
It is going to be a very exciting finish. The position is still very sharp. If the queens somehow come off, black I think will be completely fine. But the queens are very much not coming off yet. So a very big fight there.
Ooh, brings his knight. He
Hitting the
attacks
queen, and the queen has to stay connected to the rook. You've got to watch out with square you move. Is that a chain sacrifice?
Whoa.
Just as I said it.
Wow, he said, Tanya, think again, Tanya. What you talking about, Tanya?
At
Queen
first I
takes
thought this
E2.
is just a massive blunder, but MVL may have seen this, because if you take the rook and black takes the knight, black will also take the pawn on b2 next, and then black has two very strong passers on the queen side. So I have a feeling this wasn't missed. I have a feeling this is actually a sacrifice, not a mistake. I don't know if it's correct, but MVL is gambling here.
Yeah, he has to go forward.
This is casino time. Gamble, you give up the exchange. Black can pick up the pawn on the queen side, march down with those two pawns down the board. Will it be material or will it be these two pawns? He can pick up the b2 pawn right now, and he does it.
And then he moves the rook the other one. Now I can push the pawn, but there's a check. Oh, be very, very careful of that check. So you have to be very accurate here. Where do we go? Queen.
Queen dropping back to either f6 or b4 or d4 is my first choice, or just pushing that pawn. Yeah, you have to keep control over the long diagonal. You can't push the c pawn yet, allowing queen e5 check, I'm pretty sure, but you can push the other one for now.
It's getting spicy. Now I have been paying attention here. This is the second Grunfeld. I'm a Grunfeld fan myself, as Master Spiller is. Their Grunfeld has won already with Shaq earlier in the tournament.
Nice move there, centralizing the queen. He wants to start pushing down the pawns, but control that long diagonal. You don't want to trap your own queen. That's a pretty square, and right now, Magnus has got to be feeling the tension of these two pawns marching down the board. Three squares away from queen A.
I agree, Tanya. These are very scary pawns. Meanwhile, this pawn, which is white's trump card, is not going anywhere.
Anytime soon.
It's blocked by its own queen.
Wow. Yeah, black actually has c3, b4. And b3 and b2, you just push the pawns, walk the dogs in the park, you know what I mean?
I think Harika has mate in 3 with checks, so that
Let's go to board number 5 very quickly.
Quickly bring up our board number 5 as we've got a mating attack coming up. She gives the first check in the position.
And now bishop g3, and there's unstoppable threats.
Bishop g3, and then
she doesn't play it.
She doesn't play, but it's still good enough. I think nothing has been necessarily lost. But bishop g3 did look like a good move to make.
Yeah, they kind of squeezed it, because bishop g3 was dangerous.
And now you can give a check, and then another check. Queen d3, bishop e2, queen b1 should be...
That is winning. She still is very much winning, but we've already had in this tournament some games where players did not win at the first opportunity, and then the game continued and continued and continued. Right. And victory eventually was missed.
So this was what Master Swidler said. Just put your bishop here. It's either mate here or here. But Harika misses that. And now we have this position. Meanwhile, big news for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Pragna Nanda has drawn his game against Javokir Sindarov.
And Sindarov sits down. He's looking at the board. Prags is looking at the board. This is a big save for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. The beast has been stopped for now.
Yes, exactly. Today, both Nihal Sarin and Javokir Sindarov stopping Prague. Let's quickly get back to board number 4 to see if Harika is actually converting. This board number 5, sorry. Board number 5, Harika versus Elizabeth. There.
Wow, and the line that we were looking on is on the board. Harika moving in with the bishop to give a check. The king has to march up the board into mortal danger, but where is the killer blow? Can Harika find it?
She gets the queen closer, and I think, Tanya, the blow is coming very soon. A check from here would drop the queen.
Game over. So king to d3, putting the king out in the middle of the street here.
Oh, and we have big result. In fact, on board number 4, it seems like Koneru Hampi has struck gold for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Wow, but let's stick to this one. I think it's about to finish. Hampi looks like she's about to win as well. Another check on the board. Has Harika figured out where her win is, or is she struggling?
I think, Tanya, you can't go wrong here. You just have to keep playing. The white king is too weak. This pawn will fall. And Hampi, we have news that Hampi has won, which means that right now The score is 5-1 in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Wow.
And they have more good positions because Alexander Grishuk is back in full control against Gukesh. Something has gone wrong for Gukesh.
And Vidit is winning against Arjun Erigaisi.
This
so
is a nightmare day for the SG Alpine Warriors. They started as the big favorite to make it to the grand final because they had 2 shots, 2 matches.
That's it.
One goes away, and here they are in a big trouble in their final shot.
In fact, this might be one of the biggest victories in this tournament because they are winning, Harika's winning, Vidit is winning, Alexander is winning.
Jeez, what did they do today?
Like, already won.
Man, bro, what did they do today? Maybe, oh, wow, Bishop H2 is a move here.
She gives a check. The king has to go back. No other square on the board. Harika knows that she's super close. Master Swidler, do you see a blowout here?
There's a number of very attractive options. I think the simplest is give back that check on G3, then just give a check from G1 with the queen and pick up the pawn. What she played is also seemingly very, very strong because we're creating a threat of queen e1 mate, which I currently don't see how you even defend against.
It's an amazing move.
Yeah.
Just hit the
you
button.
give up
That's
the central pawn with a check.
That's a whole
Simply
piece.
move the king away and checkmate to follow.
Yes.
Very
By
strong.
the way, Tanya, James, we have big news. Magnus Carlsen could not convert that position, which means the game has ended in a draw on the icon board. We have 1-1 there. The score right now, 6-2 in the favor.
Harika does
and
it. She
Harika
wins
made
with
it
the
on
black
board.
pieces. She gives a checkmate to Elizabeth Batts, and with that, they get another 4 points.
They won already.
I think we can call this. It's amazing. The first 2 teams who got 15 points are not going to progress to the finals.
Oh my
God. The SG Alpine Warriors are out.
They are out.
Goodness.
And you can see their Magnus disappointed because his team is out. And
They are out of there. Oh, look at the disgust on his face there. It's tough. Man, it's tough. Very tough. These games are all crucial. Every single one of them. And it's not going to be the Alpine Warriors in the final.
This is disappointment for them. They had been leading the league all throughout, and on the day that it mattered the most, losing 2 matches.
Oh, Gukesh resigns.
Gukesh resigns with the white pieces. That is another win for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Yes, they move on to 14 points. Look at Gukesh there. And in fact, the best thing that has happened now is that the tournament is over for him. He's lost again. Big result there for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. They've moved to 14 points. Can you believe it, James?
That was what was that?
16 points.
16.
Yeah. And that actually means that the final match will also matter a great deal because Chingari Gulf Titans with a win get the 16 as well.
No, I'm talking about the game points here. And you know, the game points will also matter, right? Because if they win with a big margin.
Exactly. And that's what they've done this time. Sagar, nothing about today is believable.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute shocker, and Vidit and Arjun still playing, but this board doesn't matter anymore.
No, it matters a lot,
for the game points.
Yes, 4 points. If Vidit wins, that's massive points for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
And it looks like he's about to.
He's completely winning.
What happened today,
They might
guys?
set the league record for the number of points in a single match.
Exactly.
Oh my
If
goodness.
Vidit wins, they
14 to
score
2?
18 points.
Are you kidding me?
That is barely believable.
On the screen there, Magnus Carlsen with Vishalsareen Pragnananda. This is a heartbreaking moment for the SG Alpine Warriors.
And if Vidit wins this, they will win by a score of 18-2.
Yikes. I did not expect this today at all. I don't think anybody did. But, of course, I just tell you how strong this field is, and anybody can beat anyone.
And that's it. The pawn going ahead to promote. This has been an absolute destruction by the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. The king can step up to assist the pawn. And then the rook moves forward to take away the only defending rook that black has. And there with its sister Vedika. Hoping and praying that her brother gets the job done on his board to bring in the
He does. He gets it done.
18 points.
This is crazy. 18-2.
But that does not actually guarantee them a spot in the final because if Chingari win and win big enough in the last match, they might still overtake them.
Wow, and look at the celebrations with the high fives and the applauses that we can hear. They've got reasons to be so proud of the team result. Harika there with Alexander Grishuk. What a team performance this was.
And you know, they not only won, they won it so big that actually they become the favorites to reach the finals.
It almost looks like they can't believe the margin with which they won.
Yeah.
Alexander Grishchuk is saying, how did we even do this?
Right, all with the black pieces. I mean, it's insane. It was like 4 wins out of 6 games with the black pieces. What is this? I'm taking black in the final round.
I've never seen Alexander as animated right now that he is. What a win for the upgrade Mumbai Masters. I guess if the Chingari Gulf Titans now beat Balan Alaskan Knights, they would also move to 16, but then it all goes to game points.
Wow.
And then who's ahead? We need the leaderboard soon.
We need to see that.
Oh, what a day
We're
this
getting
is.
the second day in a row of an absolute dream scenarios.
Absolutely. Let's go to a break. And on the other side, we'll be in the studio discussing who will make it to the finals.
Expect the unexpected at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and there we've got celebrations by the upgrade Mumbai Masters with a massive win against the SG Alpine Warriors. What a match! And joining us in the studio is Grandmaster Vidit Gujarati. Vidit, congratulations to you on your game and the team. How are you feeling right now?
I just feel like I just feel like I can win a game now after this, which was very important. I was saving it for the last, but I'm very relieved. I mean, we did our best. It's still not sure that we go to the finals, but we fought very hard and we won, and now it's up to, you know, the gods.
Sagar, it could not have gone better for the upgrade Mumbai Masters. We had so much fun calling the action.
18 points. I mean, Grishchuk won. You won, Humpy won, Harika won. There's your team members. How was the mood in the camp with it? We saw you guys celebrating. What was happening?
Yeah, I mean, last time in the first half, we were very close to winning against them, and we did not. So that really costed us. So, um, like so many things have to go right for us to go to finals, and they kept happening. So there was some hope, and I think today we played. At least I played one of my best games.
Yeah.
So I feel that really helped. That there was least pressure today for me, actually, of all the games. Somehow.
How? Because you had to reach the finals.
Yeah,
How
I
was
mean,
there less pressure?
I was playing, like I was messing up so many games that I thought, okay, I just don't care. I just treat it like a normal game. And I felt like I played really good under pressure. I was low on time as well. And then I think just not taking the pressure helped, I would say.
No, it was truly an awesome match to watch. But did it surprise you? Not the win, but the scoreline with which you guys won?
Yeah, I mean, they are a strong team. To defeat them 18-2 is, of course, a bit surprising. But I guess they were also under pressure because it was a must-win for them. So they maybe might have tried on some other boards. I don't know the games, but yeah, it's a really huge score.
And do you think the fact that they lost the first match in the day added the advantage to the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
Of course, I mean, this is our only hope that if they would have won, then we have no chance for the finals. So I think they were under pressure for sure. And for us, we were in a similar situation like Triveni, where at some point I think they were last, and then they just like played like there is nothing, there's no tomorrow. You know, they just played very freely, and it helped them. So I guess I can understand why, and if we were in similar situation today.
The pressure is on at the Global Chess League, and what a win it was by the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Let's take a look at the big scoreline with which they took down the SG Alpine Warriors, and that's win, 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 win. Sagar, we haven't seen that before.
You know, only Magnus and Prag could hold. Rest all the 4 boards in the center were and I think Humpy and Harika did a brilliant job, right, with it.
Yeah, I think they played also. They took a lot of risk. I think Harika played e4 g6, if I'm not wrong. So she really went all out, and I think we were rewarded for fighting.
And with it, it's always so awesome to see the team spirit that you guys have. We've seen you have dinners together. Your sister's here. She was rooting and praying while you were playing. Tell us a bit about that. What are the dynamics? And you guys look like you're having so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, we are. So that's why we felt bad that, we are doing everything right. Like, we are bonding as a team. We are like supporting each other. And I overheard Dubov coming here and saying that there's no team spirit or something, we don't care. And so it's basically, if team spirit matters or not, we'll find out in the last round. But I would say that, I mean, I'm lucky to play in one of the most awesome teams. The atmosphere is very good. So win or loss, I think we would still be together, and hopefully even next year we'll have the same squad.
Well, for this one, it was a big win for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Let's take a look at our standings as we go into a very critical final match of the day, Sagar.
Right, and look at that. 16 points for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. They are on 2nd position. They are on 83 board points. Now the Chingari Gulf Titans, who are on 5th position right now, if they win against the Balan Alaskan Knights, they move to 16. And then they have to win with a greater margin than 7 board points. If they do that, they move to the finals. However, if they lose their match against Balan Alaskan Knights, Upgrad Mumbai Masters go to the finals.
I mean, I think the board points does not matter. If they win, the minimum score is 8. So automatically they cross us in board points. But we trust in Balan.
So it's safe to say the team that you guys are rooting for in the next one?
Yeah, the team which we lost both the games, we have been very kind to them. I think it's time for them to return the favor.
This sounds like Vidit is putting it out there. He's willing the world. He's saying Balan Alaskan Knights need to do it again. But this is what team competition is about. And right now for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, it is a tense moment waiting for the next match. Vidit, you're going to be following that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'll be following it. And again, I don't want to, like take any pressure. I think we did what we could do. And if it's meant to be, it will happen. I'm just glad that we played very good. And hoping, of course, somewhere deep down, I'm hoping that Balan Alaskan wins.
And has it been surprising to you, the kind of narratives that we've been seeing in the second half of the tournament? We had the SG Alpine Warriors, the Ganges Grandmasters leading throughout, and now both teams are eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot write a script like this. It's like this storyline has so many twists and turns. I mean, I don't even know an analogy for so many twists and turns. So nobody could write a script like this. It's just fantastic. As a tournament, I think even till the last game, we don't know who's going to qualify. So you couldn't have asked for a better show.
And Sagar, as Vidit says, this last match, nobody thought that so much would depend on this one.
I know. And I think it's very nicely put by Vidit. It's actually team spirit of Upgrad Mumbai Masters now facing what Dubov mentioned, no team spirit needed for the Chingari Gulf Titans. Who's going to make it to the finals?
Oh my God, the excitement does continue. And with it, with this next match coming up, the Chingari Gulf Titans, they win, they take it through. Where do you see the Balan Laskan Knights striking?
I think Balan is a very strong team. Abdu Satarov has been in excellent form. Tan Zongi also has been in excellent form. So I feel like two boards where they can really like change is like Ronak and Nepo, because they both have been slightly struggling, but they both have a very high class. And it's just matter of one game. For example, I was struggling to win until today. So just it's matter of one game and anything can happen. So I think they are very well-rounded team. I'm just looking at so it's Dubo versus Rajabo. I think Raja can be very solid with black. Yeah, I think first and the last board is where I feel like things can change.
The Chingari Gulf Titans had a big win today morning.
Yeah, but somewhere it has to stop.
Vidit Gujarati there, he is rooting for the Baran Alaskan Knights because that would mean that the Upgrad Mumbai Masters take it to the grand final. We will be back with more in just a few. Don't go anywhere. And the final spot to the grand final comes down to this next match as the Chingari Gulf Titans take on the Balan Alaskan Knights. All the other teams have done their job for the day. The upgrad Mumbai Masters especially taking a massive win against the SG Alpine Warriors. With it, have you been having fun at the league with the new format and the different scoring systems? How's that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, off the board, as a team, we are having a lot of fun. On the rest days, we went out to play sports. We always have dinner together, and it lasts for like hours. And I think I got to know my team really, really well here. Like, we really bonded. So off the board, I was having a lot of fun. Just over the board, sometimes I was struggling. Yeah, so I would say yes, mixed.
That's awesome to hear. But it must feel really special, the fact that you were drawing a lot of games, keeping them solid, but when it really mattered today, you got your best game in.
Yeah, I'm glad. And also the way I played, like it was not just a win. I felt like I outplayed Arjun, who is a very strong player. So that also makes me feel good.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of strong players, one of the strong players for the Balan Alaskan Knights is Nodibek Abdusatrov. Let's take a look at his performance, and he's one to watch out for, Sagar.
He has a rating performance of 2.825 in this tournament with 4 wins, just 1 loss and 4 draws. And he's actually facing an in-form Shakriyar Mamedyaro. So that is a clash which everyone's going to watch out for on board number 2.
Well, you mentioned the man himself, Shakriyar Mamedyaro. We did have him in the studio with us earlier, inspired with his and his team's play earlier in the day. Let's take a look at his performance so far. 6.5 out of a possible 9. Unbeaten, undefeated throughout the tournament. With it, your predictions for this big clash?
One point which just came to my mind is that Balan Alaskan Knights, they have nothing to lose right now. So they will be playing their most free chess. It can go either ways, but generally when you do that, you kind of play well. So that's one, I think, psychological advantage which they have. I would say.
I think Vidit's just looking for any advantage that can go to Balan Alaskan Knights. But with it, Chingari Gulf Titans have been in this mode for almost 2 matches now. They said, oh, we don't have any chances, and they've been winning match after match. Do you think that now that they know if we win, we are in the finals, that would put pressure on them?
I mean, now, of course, they know the situation, so somewhere that thought does cross your mind. But for Balan, I think that pressure is off. So I would say psychologically still they have an edge. And I think that it's a very close match, to be honest. Like if I just look at it objectively without any bias, it will be a very close match. It might come down to just one game and anything can happen. I think we cannot predict.
The whole league is super close. You've got these 6 teams, players top to bottom, big fights, the kind of matches and turnarounds we've been seeing. Once again, this script could not have been written, and the final match, it comes down to this. We are getting handshakes by the captains. Let's head over to the playing arena. And there we've got Grandmaster Swapnil for the Chingari Gulf Titans and a Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte for the Balan Alaskan Knights. The Chingari Gulf Titans start with the white pieces. The Balan Alaskan Knights with black. Every win gets them 4 points. And with it, you must be happy about that.
Yeah, I think with black, if you score 2 wins, you're almost like guaranteed a win. Yeah. And even 1 win puts a lot of pressure. So it's just one of the boards where if early on, if they see like, black has an advantage, it might put the other guys under pressure, I would say.
Yeah, wow. Well, the chess action will be starting soon. But it was so amazing to see the celebration of your team, the smiles and the happiness. And that does feel special when you win and the whole team wins.
Yeah, exactly. And also the way we were poised, like we were on the 5th place and many of them had written us off, and then to win like this makes it more special, I would say. It's just like, in a movie when there is like some conflict, and then the hero emerges as victorious. So then it's more special. Otherwise, if it's a straight line, then nobody enjoys it.
Today actually does feel like a movie, Sagar. And many of us thought that the Upcrowd Mumbai Masters are the one that has it most difficult.
I agree. They needed 3 results to go their way. Already 2 have gone their way. They now need the third one. But there's one team which would not be very happy with what happened today. Ganges Grandmasters, they are out, but already we have Triveni in the finals.
They are in the final, and we'll find out the second team to make it to the grand final after this one. Let's take a look at the order of play. These are the pairings, the matchups, the action that is about to start. And there we have it. Jan Krzysztof Duda taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Big fights across the board. With it, your take on this, where will we see the decisive game?
I think knowing the players' styles, I think Alexandra Kostyniuk and Tanjongi, they both kind of play very wild chess. So we might see a decisive result there. Nihal Ronak, I think, can be very solid, or it can go crazy, because I think Ronak is known to take risks. I think Mamedov and Abdusattorov, it really depends on the opening.
That's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, because for example, last game, I think Abdusattorov played QGA, and it was very hard for him to spice it up. But when he gets a complicated game, it can go really wild. We know both the players' styles, so...
But either ways, it's going to be a wild, wild match. A lot on the line with this one. And we are going to have the first moves very soon. We will be back with all the chess and get straight to business with James, Jesse and Kathy.
Welcome everyone. This is the final match of the Global Chess League. Today is a day 10 and we have Chingari Gulf Titans against Balan Alaska Knights. And after this match, we will know 2 finalists who will fight for the first place tomorrow. Here we can see the points table. And Triveni Continental Kings has already qualified. Now the fight is between Upfront Mumba Masters and James.
And whoever else wins this match, that's what it's about. Shoot, Chingari of Titans. You got these Knights going at it as well. I mean, wow. It's crazy to see the Games Grandmasters and the Alpine Warriors are out of it.
Right, that's right. The players are getting ready to start the games. It is very, very important final game, guys.
Yeah.
And you can see the players walking to the playing venue. Are they happy? Oh.
You know, they look very serious because they know what's at stake. It's kind of sad for the Balan Alaska Knights now, not really playing for much but themselves right now. You know, each board just going to be playing for the results that they want. Unless, of course, they are supporting a certain team,
Right.
then they'd either, you know, want to play really hard or not so much. What do you think?
Right.
Master Svidler, what's your take on this match?
It's going to be tremendously exciting, and seriously, we assigned a very low probability of this happening when we were discussing all the potential permutations yesterday. This looked like the most exciting run out of the day, but also the one that probably won't happen. And now here we are with all 4 matches mattering a great deal. And this one, if I understood the graphic with the board points correctly, any win for Chingari Gulf Titans is enough, because I think they're 7 points behind, 7 board points behind, that is. And the smallest margin of victory you can have is 5 draws and 1 victory, which is 8 points. So I think any win for them actually gets them into the final.
Right, and we can see here the players on Alaska Knights lined up, getting ready for the match.
Are they shaking their heads? Was Jan shaking his head? He's like, where are they? Where are the Chingari Gulf Titans? Are they still having a pep talk amongst themselves? And you know, the crazy thing is the Balan Alaska Knights were actually in 4th place, and here they're coming, by the way.
They're walking in.
Right,
Ready to go.
Look at this face.
Let's go.
We know we're late, but you guys had to wait a bit.
Had to sign some autographs.
They're all smiling.
Yeah.
Right.
So as I was saying,
they're all laughing.
Even
now.
oh, they are
Duval.
smiling. Maybe they're just a little bit sorry that they're late.
You guys,
Yeah.
the truth is that there are so many people at the entrance at the fan zone that I was also myself late to get in here. It's impossible to get to at the side of the venue because too many people, guys. Too many
Shout out
cameras.
to all fans.
Yeah.
So many of you guys watching today. This is what makes this thing in this event so
He's
exciting.
not
with
there
players.
once again.
Oh,
Wow.
he's late.
Where is he?
Where is?
This
Taking a
fashionably
nap,
late.
getting some snacks,
Well,
probably.
he's the
Taking a
one
nap.
who makes a lot of photos,
Oh,
the
wow.
most of the photos of
Yeah?
the signatures. So.
Getting
Okay.
some snacks and stuff.
Amazing.
Like, yo, Dubov, where are you, bro?
Yeah, so while we're waiting
Duda.
for him.
Duda. Duda and Dubov.
Yeah, let's take a
Duda.
look once again at the matchups to see who gonna play against who, and we also have a special guest who will make the final first move at the qualifiers. And I think they will make actually on the second board.
Oh,
Okay.
because but one is not present. That's
We got a second word.
Alright.
It's not there. Who do we have there? Who's
yeah.
this?
Mr.
Gateway.
Shankar, co-founder and
Of?
CEO of Getaway Partners.
That's right.
So, gonna make the first move for
It's supposed
Shaq
to be
Mamedir.
first board, but hey, well, this bro
The
to work
Shack
too.
attack.
Bro, where is Duda? Where is he?
That's what he's
Calling
asking.
Duda.
What's
Finding
going on,
Duda.
man?
Finding
What time
Duda.
is it? Finding Duda. Well, we found Nemo yesterday.
Duda. All right. Cool.
This
sounds
is
good.
the second board, and the question is asked what to play here.
What you want to
and
play, bro? You're like, yeah,
Shankar
you
says
just,
I go
I mean, do
C4.
anything, whatever you like. It doesn't
go
care.
over.
I mean, play this, but okay.
But
You can
okay.
do this, but okay. I mean, thank you, but it's okay.
All right, big claps.
you ready to go?
Smile.
Big smile there. And he's like, okay,
Wow.
yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that thing.
There he is. Hey. he
come
likes the.
on. He
big
wants
celebration.
He got the Magnus
Yeah.
interest going on. That's what he's learned a lot from Magnus.
Amazing. He's the next Magnus
The
Carlsen.
next Magnus
Strutting
Carlsen,
into
aka.
Right.
All right, so we're gonna see a handshake really soon to start.
All right.
game. I see Jan is starting early with the bottle of water.
You want to say he's the Alireza of Magnus's, or
Nice.
Trash
Nice.
joke.
And here we
All
go.
right, we have the first moves. Judah is not in a rush to make the first move, and he
D4.
goes with the king's pawn.
Sicilian, which one are
You
we
think?
getting here? Knight
Oh.
f3 and e6. Okay.
E6.
All right. Many ways you can go here. You got the cowboy Sicilian with b3. You also have d4. You got g3. You got
Is it
c3.
still the cowboy?
In fact, it is a real
Oh,
Sicilian.
for
Yeah,
real.
B3, yeah.
Alrighty, I'm learning something
b3.
new.
Absolutely. Of course,
The
yes.
B3 it needs to have a little
100%.
cowboy hat on it then.
You know what I mean?
Looks
Yeah,
like he's thinking
yeehaw,
about
right?
how to play
B3.
against this.
e6
He
Sicilian
looks
here.
off to the side.
hmm
I mean, there is some like theory behind this that if you like look up and left, or if you just look up, you're recalling your
Right.
theory or your knowledge or
That is
something like
correct.
that.
Or you're just doing the Hikaru, like you just look
Oh,
up.
okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's see what he does. G3.
G3.
Yeah, and this one's more King's Indian attack-ish.
I like how Jan first makes the move and then he starts to think.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a man, like, I'm not surprised. I was expecting G3. What else here? What else you could play?
Yeah.
And then he starts to think. And we have the pawn trades really quickly in the center.
Yeah.
All right,
Black
make it a
has
little
really
interesting.
beautiful center with his pawns. Why white allows to control the center, Master Swidler? Why is that happening?
well, while Black is playing with so far pawns only, you can get some development advantage, and you can choose now between developing a bishop or playing d2, d4. Those are the two main options here. This has become somewhat of a fashionable line. It, I think, got a lot of development in terms of theory in recent years. Could become very sharp. There are some lines here which get very, very sharp, so that would be good for us to watch.
Nice.
You know, when he chooses something
Does
It's
he play
D4. He chose a
He
D4
plays
out.
D4.
with the
And
ISO pawn.
If I may, guys,
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to speak a bit about the teams and what's happening. So at the beginning of the day, it was actually the Upgrade Mumba Masters and the Treveni Continental Kings, I believe, were sitting at 5 and 6 on the list, working their way up today. And now, you know, the Upgrade Mumba Masters are now fighting it out to make it to the finals.
That
Wow.
is
And all they
right.
need is 8 points, 8 game points, and a win.
That is crazy.
Wow. That is
Phenomenal stuff.
That is the hardest part in this match
Yeah.
to win the
Right.
final game. They need to be very focused right now, and they need to be a bit lucky too. You always need it at these competitions to have a bit of luck. Let's take now bird's eye view and take a look if we have any interesting positions that we can stick around.
Who we have
Games.
right here? Looking around, let's see what we have. Oh, the bottom right board there. Ronak Sadwani and Nihal. It's always something strange or something very cool, especially when I see Nihal playing. The bishop is on a3 and the other one is on c4. That one's just interesting, to say the least. There, it looks like something that comes out of a ready or a knight of 3 b3 that Nihal actually likes to play a lot of.
Nice little
The
streamer
idea here
reference.
is that if Black, as they normally would like to do, pushes the e-pawn forward, we can take the Black bishop, which is standing on the starting position, and whichever way you decide to recapture has very clear drawbacks. If you take with the king or the rook, you can no longer castle kingside because that is just not allowed by the rules. And if you take with the knight, you will then have to spend some time bringing that knight back onto normal squares. So you definitely are going to be somewhat behind in development. Although the position does remain very stable for Black, and it's not a huge problem.
Ronak chose c5 and white with a castle here. Now he plays e6. Like, yeah, we heard what Master Spiller said. We do not want to trade it this way. d4 is, and he's insisting on something.
Right, in their first game between each other, apparently Ronak overpressed and eventually lost his game against Nihal Sarin in their first match in the Global Chess League.
Wow.
So he's looking for revenge.
Looking for some revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and also it is worth to mention that Ronak has never ever scored against Nihal according to the statistics that we have
Wow,
here. So
that's
Nihal
crazy.
might be a bit of favorite by the statistics in this match. The junior board, this is the final board of the matches. Well, on this second board, the game Mamedyarov and Abdusattorov seems to be a London system. Maybe we can
London.
maybe we can take a look at this one.
London.
Let's take a look at what we have. Let's start from the beginning. D4. Okay, never mind. London system by transposition, in fact. Wow. Oh, this is just a Queen's Gambit decline. Okay. This is what happened. Look kind of Londonish, though.
Yeah. Turned out for white.
Definitely Queen's Gambit decline here. Of course, you got the bishops out. Pieces are developed. C-file stuff. Usual stuff here. And you have what they call the minority attack from white here on the queen side, where we can usually push these pawns. You can also, in fact, Shaq, sometimes I've seen play queen c2 and actually very aggressive intentions casting queen side. It depends on kind of what you want here.
I have a big question for James. What is the difference between the main London and the Jabava London?
The difference in those is a knight on c3. So in the beginning, you actually have a knight. In fact, it looks like this. There will be a pawn here
on
c2, as opposed to having a pawn on c3, and this knight is on d2 in the regular London. But in the Jar Jar Binks Jobava London, in fact,
Jar Jar Binks.
That one is very aggressive, where you put the knight on c3 in those lines.
Alright.
Also, you need to be a bit aggressive person.
Correct. You have to be a very, very,
very aggressive person to
creative
play that.
player
To play
that one.
Jabava London?
That's right.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
You also have to have some good dance moves, apparently.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. We are
I wish you
dancing
had
here
the
in the
camera on
studio.
right now to see Kenny do some dance moves for us.
Nice dance moves
Learn
there.
from best.
Learn from the best. Bishop
lovely.
d6, last move that happened here. Is there anything interesting, Masters Philip? Do you see anything going on?
There's plenty of very fighting positions, but there seems to be a bit of a dual approach here from the Chingari Golf Titans, because Duda clearly is playing something specifically aimed at getting an unknown, fresh position and just playing a game of chess. And the same can be said about Nihal. Mamedyarov is playing a very fighting game. Whereas on boards 3 and 4, I think Chingari are very happily playing two positions which are quite dry, but provide zero risk. So seems like they're doing a bit of a in-between there, not going fully all in, but also definitely committing to some risky positions somewhere.
Wow.
All right, what about this position right now? We had a check by the bishop and king step aside, has not castled. How white is going to develop the king side pieces?
I think Shah is maybe auditioning to play in the next edition of the No Castling World Masters. Yeah, I don't quite know why he chose to do this in this particular situation. The king is quite safe on f1, but you will have to spend some time connecting your rooks and just getting your position in order. Perhaps he just wants to play f2, f3, put the king on f2, and say that there's nothing particularly wrong with the king being there. It cannot really be attacked very well with all the white pieces around it. But still, it's a striking decision. I did not expect to see that. I thought he will play something more conservative.
That's kind of funny, because I actually, my first move was just put the king on f1. It was just like, oh, check? All right, yeah, I'm just going to move my king. Just go king f1, because I just like to play this type of chess anyway. So f3, definitely queen c2, and just maybe aim at this side of the board. Maybe even running the h-pawn, but you do have to be very careful, because the rooks are not connected. You are not castled. h3 instead of h4. Maybe he'll tuck and roll this way.
Tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll.
I like that.
It's a tuck and roll.
We can see a majority of the minor pieces for white on the king side, so perhaps we'll see a king side attack.
I
What
would
do you
say
think?
white might want to play knight to f5, jump this knight on the king side, and then to push pawn on g4, knowing
Whoa.
Shaq. Maybe he wants to
Whoa.
start Shaq attack like that.
Okay, I'm a fan of that myself. Knight f5, g4, put the king on g2. Maybe even just keep it on f1. Play rook g1 and just go all out here. Of course, it's not necessary, but very possible. If the knight gets to f5, the other one can go to g3 after pawn to g4. Very, very interesting stuff.
I like this idea by Ketsi very much. One thing I will say, though, is that if black has a poor piece on the board right now, it is the light squared bishop, which is stuck there in the center, not really doing very much. It's very difficult to trade it for anything. And that idea of Ketsis, of playing knight f5, it's a good idea, but it does allow black a bit of a relief, because that bishop, I think, will immediately get traded for that knight quite happily. And I say that as somebody who hates trading bishops for knights in general, but in this position, I think you do it in a heartbeat.
Wow.
We have another knight coming there on f5.
Got another one, Caddy
True.
says. If it's not going to be this one, it's going to be the other.
Yeah. I want to get a T-shirt that says "Shack Attack."
Shark
And then
attack.
And
They're
the
like,
shark.
yo,
Shark.
excuse me,
a
ma'am.
little, yeah, a little
Right. People
shark
be
as
thinking
well.
it's an R. You're like, hey, you're missing an R on your shirt.
Baby shark.
No,
Do,
in fact,
do,
I'm not.
do, 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 do.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
All right, guys. We have actually a lot of developments on the other games too. Let's once again bring up the bird's eye view and check it out on the first board, the icon board. We can see that Nepomnia, she has two very strong bishops attacking right now to the queen, but the pawn on c6 is hanging. This is the game on the left. On the top, the third board between Dubov and Rajabov also looks somewhere very interesting endgame, where Rajabov has these two pawns which are standing together, but we call that hanging pawns in chess.
Right, hanging pawn structure.
Right.
Hanging pawns when they don't have any pawns next to it to support them. And I suppose there's an advantage and disadvantage to having hanging pawns. The advantage is the space in the center, and the disadvantage is if you happen to push one, the other one will be weak.
True,
Right.
true. That is true. So we need to know, is it strong pawns or is it weak pawns?
No, these are definitely weak.
Master Sidler, help here.
Schrodinger's pawns.
I think in this particular position, it's not that easy for white to attack it. This setup, the hanging pawns could be both a strength and a weakness. Here, I think that they're okay. It's really neither here nor there. Black will be able to defend them quite comfortably, but I also don't envisage much of a central push from Black. There was a very interesting little moment on board 4 there in a game between Alexander Kostyanyuk and Tan Zhongyi. Just a moment ago, I think a minor critical point was bypassed.
We need to get the board, please.
This is board 4,
screen.
The first women's board. And right now, I quite like Alexander Kostyanyuk's position, but interestingly, just a move ago, Tan Zhongyi decided not to go for a sharp tactical solution. If we go one move back, before white attacks the knight on c4, clearly that pawn is hanging after the bishop gets captured. But black also has the threat of g6, g5, and she could have played it even after her knight was attacked.
Wow.
But she somehow did not spend any time at all on this decision. I thought it was, at the very least, a critical moment, and she could have perhaps considered it for a bit longer. But she just retreated with the knight, giving white, I think, a safer position to play.
Knight b6. Yeah. Queen to 2, a5, rook a to d, and a4. Wow.
Yep.
She's blitzing out these moves here.
Yeah, I think the power of the feather is showing.
The power of what?
The feather, you know.
Feather.
Is it feather or just a leaf?
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
It's a leaf.
Oh, a leaf.
Wow.
Leaf.
Getting a nice close-up.
Yeah, it's a color of the autumn leaf.
Oh.
She's ready. She's festive today.
My eyesight deceives me.
That's okay. That's okay there. Yeah, see, that's okay.
Could the plan now be to, now that the queen is on the square c2, to play the move e6 for white?
Oh, break it up.
Oh, I like that.
Break it up. 100% a move here.
Yeah, why not that? Let's make that on the board.
Especially Alexander. Well, it's actually black.
So what is
it's black
just any move for black,
E6
I
is
guess.
very nice. Yeah, Alexander Kostyanyuk is very strong and very aggressive. So definitely see an e6 showing up in the future. Maybe we see a rook e6 or something.
Stopping that happening.
Exactly.
You know, guys, what I really like here, to stop this threat and then to play g5 to attack this bishop, and somehow then get another pawn on g6 and bishop on g7, which will target the pawn on e5. However, it's not working right away because Jesse's idea, e6 will be even stronger now.
Oh.
Because g6 pawn will hang with the check. So that's why we need first to block this idea.
You think black then may play g5 like you suggested, but then wait?
You said queen h4 first.
Queen h4.
Maybe
whoa,
g5.
whoa, whoa.
Well, that's a
What
move
is going
there.
on here?
Not expecting that one. Hits the bishop.
Stating business, not messing around.
Maybe rook d4.
Does that queen even lift?
Ooh, does the queen lift? Right, that's a queen lift. Not a rook lift, a queen lift. That's a new one.
All right, what happens if this bishop goes back?
Yeah,
What's
we
the
have to
idea?
do that. Maybe bishop c1. And then we have rook d4. I like white. Like, I'm not going to lie.
Does
Definitely
black have
fan
to
of
play
this.
bishop c5?
Or c5, but if bishop
So go-
c5, I have b4.
Okay.
Then rook d4. c5 is quite annoying. I can't go rook d4 anymore.
The first thing I saw when I was looking at queen h4 is if white plays something like h3 at some stage, right? Well, obviously bring the bishop back first
Okay.
before the blunder. Bishop c, yeah. And then something like bishop c5.
Okay.
I know this is not going to happen in any world, but h3. Yeah, this knight is actually free.
Wow.
And that's something I've fallen for so many times that now
Oh,
I feel like I've
nice.
You're not the
perfected
only
it.
one. Pin to win, and that's going to be a GG
Pin to
there.
win.
Queen
Pin it to win
h4
it.
on the board. How do you respond? Probably bishop c1.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Master Fiddler?
Master Fiddler, what are your thoughts here?
This one is very, very unclear. I don't mind queen h4 at all. I think it's a decent square for the queen. But the one thing that seems to be potentially a problem is that plan Jesse mentioned of attacking the queen later. And the rook lift with rook d1, d4 is, once the bishop retreats, is something that black will need to pay attention to. I probably would have preferred to play rook e6 first. And that move eventually needs to happen anyway, so a finely balanced position, which I'm not quite sure how to assess.
Not very easy.
All right, we do have a move, and this move is knight to e2, just guarding the bishop on f4, and white is
Ooh.
planning to
Look
get...
at this rook lift, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amazing, amazing.
Okay, I see it.
There is very interesting scenario on the board. One, the icons board, is we can take a look at that. As Duda is down to 5 minutes, and Nepomniachtchi has still almost 15 minutes.
Wow,
like
where
he
did
has,
the queen
He
go?
does this every game.
Every game.
like he plays so fast,
Oh,
and
man.
the most important here is that he's a pawn down. He could capture this pawn like moves and moves ago, but he's just ignoring it. And Duda wants him to capture this pawn on b2, which is hanging. He's not even guarding this pawn, because then he can trade this bad bishop, which is not even developed yet. And Jan says, no. First, I'm gonna do my business on the king side. Maybe later on, I will capture the pawn on b2.
I mean, this is a 10-minute time edge. What happened here? Duda just sank into the think tank, and 4 minutes on the clock. Okay, this position's not really hard here, to be honest. I mean, you can't just give the pawn back at some point, but it is alarming that he's down 10 minutes on the time. Yes, Jan moves fast, but that's a lot of time.
Yeah, and I think we also saw that Duda went down on time against Magnus earlier today. And maybe Jan was watching this game and is like, you know what, I move fast anyway. Let me just move slightly faster.
Jan is running out of time, also being late for the match. Yeah, you need to have a good time management in the chess game. At this point, you need to have not too less time on the clock to control the situation. Bishop e3, offering the pawn trade here, bishop trade that happened, and now the rook will get on b2.
Yo, slow down, bro. Can you, like, think for a second? Just think, my guy. Wait,
is this Jan versus Jan right now?
Right. I mean, what is this?
Jan against Jan.
Jan against
Jan.
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 Jan against Jan with Yessi and James.
The Janov on board one.
Janov.
That is hilarious. Well, this one, I guess, is a draw-like, huh, Master's Filler?
Seems headed that way, yes. The position seems very level, symmetrical pawn structure. White could attack the rook on a7 now by playing rook a3. But I think the easiest way to do there, yeah, exactly what Jan is doing, just doubling on the second rank. The other rook will come in via, let's say, d8 or...
How does he make everything look like a Petrov? You know what I mean? Like, this is very strange. And then he just blitzed everything out. This looks like a Petrov here.
Yeah, maybe it's his special
Whoa,
power.
what the eval bar? He take a push?
Something,
what happened?
Something happened.
Something strange happened there.
No.
Whoa.
Just offering
I think
a rook
Jan
trade.
actually just made a real life misclick, because he could have taken the pawn on a2 and instead
Oh wow! Look at him.
yeah, I think he did not
Whoa.
expect the move that Duda played, and he just kind of didn't really look at the board before responding.
What in the world?
And now Duda will...
Capture the rook and push the pawn.
Yeah, Duda is now
Wow.
borderline winning. This
He
is...
can't believe himself, Duda.
Yeah,
I'm
this is...
shocked.
Oh, I didn't see his face.
I've seen similar things happen to Jan, but... And Duda, I think...
How do you even... Hold on, bro. This
the
is
only
really
reason
bad.
Duda hasn't played a move yet is that I think he knows what happened, and his previous move was basically a draw offer. So he feels that, you know, playing for a win from here feels a bit odd to him, because otherwise there's really nothing to think about. So...
But he cannot accept a draw. It's a team competition.
Yeah,
and you can qualify.
I think,
Your team can
honestly, I
qualify.
think if they were playing for themselves, he would just legit offer
Yeah.
a draw here with white, despite being borderline winning, because of you know, the unspoken code, but where you understand that you're okay. So we had something wrong of you.
Wait, I don't understand.
Yeah,
what
I guess
you're
the
doing.
board. I
slightly
guess the board
different.
was telling
Yeah, I
us
was
a
about to say,
different
this
story.
is not on the board here. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's see if we can
Well, we
refresh
did
that.
see some like aggressive eyebrow movements.
Which
from
is a
Definitely.
which is a
Both
bit
of
of a
these
pity,
guys.
because that story we were discussing was very romantic, and instead it will be just a very dry draw. Uh,
Okay.
Oh wait, they wait, hold
a draw?
on. What happened?
It's a draw.
The board
got it there real
didn't
fast.
register something, and it
Oh
was
my
black to move in
gosh.
that position, not white to move. So
Interesting.
So we had some error on the digital board. For the
We-
viewers who are watching right now and are also confused, just like us, you guys, there was no blunder. It was just an error of the digital board.
Wow. We were coming up with some really cool side stories here.
Yeah, that was so cute, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun, guys.
Oh.
That was fun, guys.
we had so much fun discussing the more
was
obscure
good.
points of chess ethics for about 30
Yeah.
seconds, and then
Yep.
reality intervened.
Reality check. That was
Oh, wow.
different.
So those aggressive eyebrow movements
Yeah,
didn't
very
mean
much
much at the
intervened.
end. Unfortunately.
Well, just see, you should know that by this time, after working one month in the event, when you have seen a lot of eyebrow movements.
Very
Lots
true.
of eyebrow movements
This
here.
is true.
They tell a
I'm
big
still
story.
learning how to read the body language of some players.
They tell
Yeah.
a story, guys.
Let's take a look at the overview, I guess, because
Bird's eye view on the screen. We can
Okay.
take a look. What is the overall situation?
Where do you guys want to go? What's going on?
Yeah, actually, we were seeing Michal in Ranuk. Michal had his both hands on his face. What was going on there?
I think we could just stay there and discuss situation in the match for a bit. We have
Yeah.
a draw on board 1. I think Shahriar on board 2 has definitely some pressure, maybe not a lot, but some pressure. Board 2 seems to be headed towards a draw. On board 4, importantly, I think Tan Zhonghui is maybe a little bit better in her game against Alexander Kostyanyuk. The position is fairly balanced on 5 and also fairly balanced on 6. So it looks like for the Chingari Golf Titans, as has been the case for many matches in this tournament, much will hinge on how Shah does. If Shah wins again, this might be enough for them to actually win the match, and that qualifies them for the grand final.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I wonder what their strat was going into this, like who would be pressing and so on.
Yeah, definitely, because Shaq
for
is
the win.
doing very well. Very well, as we see. He hasn't lost a game.
Let's take a look.
What was the last moves? Takes.
Rook c8,
Oh, now
X-ray vision onto the queen.
Rook takes, pawn takes, or bishop takes.
And
Queen
also
takes.
queen can take.
Oh, true.
Wow,
So many
man,
ways.
a lot of moves here
And you can also pass because the pawn goes nowhere as it is pinned.
by the
Right.
rook here.
So can you just ignore it?
No,
Do something else.
Like, I mean,
No.
shoot, yeah, just do nothing. Right?
no.
Wow.
Okay. So I'm
Little bit.
assuming that maybe pawn takes just because d5 is there, but then you're sort of breaking up your pawns a
Yeah,
little
the
bit.
problem with that is like the c5 square and this is broken and the
Mhm.
bishop is weird. But it's very possible.
I think
It
there's
does
even a very
damage the
concrete
structure.
question here. If you recapture with the pawn, Shahriar will have the option of just taking on e4 twice and playing a position a pawn up.
Ooh.
Yes, it will weaken his light squares, and black does have a bishop which could potentially be a strong piece against the white king. But it's a very healthy extra pawn. So it's definitely something to at least consider carefully for Nordebek. It's not an easy pawn sacrifice to make.
Probably rook takes. We get
Mm-hmm.
a tempo on the queen. It's
And
possible,
then you
but
can
maybe
get
queen
knight on
B3.
c3, which looks such a nice square, or even rook can go on c3.
Yeah, this is a dilemma here. He is thinking, but it's also costing him some time. This is a rapid format. This is not that much time here. Shaq is up some time as it looks like he glanced over there. And,
You think
waiting to
Black
look at his,
will
player's
try to
games.
preserve this knight and keep it, maybe
like a knight
move
F6
it back,
maybe,
or
knight c3.
yeah, I'm not
Possible,
sure.
very possible. Maybe a bishop f5.
Bishop
He is
F5?
not sure actually how to capture it back.
He's definitely in the think tank about this one.
Yeah, he wanted to make a move, but then he took the hand back and still thinking. He doesn't like something.
By how Shaq is sitting, it looks like it's his move, but it's not. He's just super tuned into this position.
Look at Jan.
Oh.
Jan and Jan.
The Jans.
Jan
Jans.
squared.
Yeah, I'm with my brother Jan. Yeah, relaxing. Right. Hey, Jan, huh?
Ooh,
What?
rook
Oh.
takes.
Okay.
Was the final
Wow,
decision, and
that
we
was
can
wrong.
see here
In
a
fact,
missed.
Well, the big question
Situation
is
or
how do you
bad
reply
move?
to queen b3, because queen b3 attacks both the b7 pawn and d5 pawn, and
Right.
black needs to have a very good tactical reply to that, or you're in trouble. And
Thought
so
the
far,
same
I'm not
thing.
quite sure what Noribek is intending there.
You think it's one of those situations where the longer you think about the position, maybe the higher the chance you'd make a mistake?
psych yourself
Or-
out in a way.
Yes, yeah.
That's true, but I would also say that perhaps he could have thought for a bit longer earlier, because we looked away and white completed the minority attack in about 3 moves flat, and I think black probably could have prevented it, or at least made it much less potent. I didn't envisage Noribek being in this much trouble this soon.
Queen B3
Queen
on the board.
b3 on the board. 2 pawns are hanging right now. Abdusattorov has to make decision which pawn to give away. Is it d5 pawn? Is it b7 pawn? But he needs to have a good compensation for that. Otherwise, white's pieces are so well placed. Also, pawn structure is just beautiful, and it
Shaq
will
walked
be
away.
extra pawn. Where is Shaq
Wow, a little
going?
confidence
That
Oh, he
swing.
wants more
Get some
water.
more water.
I
walk
feel like that
around.
bottle of water is the evaluation bar, because we've seen every time they take a sip, something's going on.
Yeah, usually a lot of times this is actually like just body language 101 in tournaments. When you're playing tournaments, you see they start to sip the water or something. You know,
Enjoying
that's,
life.
you know what I mean. Or Levon has to stretch. You know, he'll stretch.
Oh yeah,
and
the
he's-
whole
he
like shoulders back.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's got you. He's got you. He's feeling real good.
Lovely. So
Doing
queen
real good.
b3. What would you play with black?
It's a good question here.
I would rather give up d5 pawn, guys, to open up the light square and somehow to target the king on g2.
Oh, you'd have a very powerful light squared bishop, because all of white's pawns on the king side are on dark squares, which
True.
could open up some tactics maybe.
Well, you guys, once again, this is a reminder that it is the final match of the qualifiers. And for the moment, we have only one team, Triveni Continental Kings, who has qualified to the finals. And the fight is now between 2 teams, Upgrade Mumba Masters and Chingari Golf Titans, which is playing right now against Balan Alaskan Knights. This is very important match for these 2 teams, and Chingari Golf Titan has a good chance to qualify to the finals. Who would imagine that can happen like yesterday or even this morning, Master Swindler?
Yeah, we thought this was a like low single figures probability when we were recording our video yesterday with Sagar. We went through all the scenarios which could lead to this, and then Sagar asked me assign a number to everything. And yeah, I assigned a very, very low number to what we're watching right now, and it's much more exciting this way. And I'm still a bit in shock, frankly.
All right.
Do you think rook c3 is possible here by black?
Rook to c3. That is crafty
I'm
move
missing-
there, in fact.
Missing something.
Rook to c3. Okay, let's try to calculate.
Just take the pawn on b7.
Okay.
Take the bishop. Oh, you can't take the. You know what?
I can't take the bishop here,
was
Yasmin?
just looking at something, and it just didn't work
Oh.
out. Because knights can, in fact, move
They
backwards.
can move backwards, guys.
Eat your veggies, kids.
Eat your veggies, says yes, either. That makes sure you're doing that. Queen to b3 hits both, and Norderbeck under 2 minutes. He is in the tank.
Yeah. Almost at the minute mark, and the position is just not good. And it's important to remember that in the first round match between those 2 teams, Norbek misplayed the opening so badly that he was basically lost with white by move 12. So it's clearly not the head-to-head he likes. He's not really enjoying playing against Shahryar, both in general and in particular in this tournament. And he ends up going with knight g2. The idea, I suppose, is if we take the central pawn, black will trade and play rook d6 and try to give a check from the c6 square if the knight drops back, which isn't even that bad, honestly. This is now playable for black to a degree. Still good for white, but playable for black. But there probably is something stronger, in particular in this position.
Okay.
That's right. The other game seems to be relatively equal. In fact, Dubov, Rajabov, we already have the end game, and that game might end rather quickly. We can take a look at bird's eye view and then come back right away when we have here the move from Shak. So look at these situations, guys. We have only first board has been done in a draw, and then second board seems to be decisive result. Board 3 seems to end also very fast now. And the other boards are just for the moment equal.
Yeah, trying to heat up here. Anywhere we go, maybe the bottom left might be some chances.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because it's also sort of an end game. The queens are still on the board. There's one pair of rooks. Maybe we can try to figure something out there. So board 4, Kostyniuk versus Tan Zhongyi.
Yep. He's in the zone.
Oh.
3 minutes though. We're getting lower
I was going to
on
ask
time.
what the time control is sitting at right now.
Definitely 3 minutes there. Got to be careful. Got to be quicker than that.
Okay, 3 minutes for white. Who's Kostyniuk here, and 7 minutes for Tan.
That's right. Tan Zhongyi is very, very speed player. She plays just extremely fast. Not going too deep into the variations, but makes usually very natural moves. And she always wins on time. Like something that happens on the because of the time situation.
Right.
Okay, so King H7 was played after the check. It's probably
that
just
with the king, get out of the way.
You guys, one
Protecting
funny
the pawn.
situation about Tan Zhongyi. There was one of the events I asked her at the interview. You played so fast this game, and she was like, "Yeah, it's a blitz game."
It's a perfect answer.
Yeah, it's blitz. Like, whatever.
You have to
What
play
do you mean?
fast.
What do you mean, Caddy? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
What day is it?
But she played extremely fast. Okay?
You know, we
Right.
should
Quick,
have a
quick,
replay of that. Just ask her, you played really fast, and she
Yeah.
can't say it's blitz, it's rapid, and see what her answer would be.
Yo, it's rapid. You play
Yeah.
fast. Yo, it's classical. Like, oh, okay, all right. Man.
You guys,
Gotcha.
back in the game,
Gotcha.
board 2, Shak against Abdusattorov. This seems to be very interesting right now. Abdusattorov, board 2, found a way to give a check, and this is maybe very dangerous check for Shak's king.
Whoa,
Yeah.
Master Swiller, what do you have on that?
It's not that dangerous because the white knight covers all the squares from which black could launch an attack against the king. But of course, it's an annoying piece. It's very difficult to get rid of it immediately. So that does give black some decent counterplay. This last move Norbek played, I think, is not that great though, because both taking a second pawn on a7 and also queen c7, I think, are going to be quite strong for Shah. Depends on how greedy he feels, because
Also
I
queen c8.
think being 2 pawns up is better than being 1 pawn up.
It's fancy,
Yeah, and
fancy move.
I don't see enough of a threat to his position for him not to pick up a second pawn and then start stabilizing.
Meanwhile, board 3 has also ended. Dubov versus Rajabov. They ended in a draw, 2 games down now. Still not decisive result in this team. Once again, Chingari, if this team wins, they can qualify to the finals.
Wow, insane. Norbek is really low on time here. Makes a move, rook down to b2. Just trying to be and get some things going with rook f2. Pretty obvious what we want here. So
if we're
yeah,
worried
figure what
about
we
this
do.
rook, we can trade it straight away by playing rook c2. I don't really see any particular downside to that. We could also offer a queen trade with queen c7. That also seems, or queen c5. Yeah, both of those look quite logical. So yeah, it's a choice and a pleasant choice for Shah. He has 5.5 minutes against 40 seconds, 2 extra pawns. Yes, there are some calculations that will have to be done, but in general, I think he should feel very much in control here. And I
Crazy.
feel like it's very much leaning towards the Chingari team, because The only potentially problematic position they have is on board 4, and even that one isn't that bad.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, well, bishop to c2, and in fact,
It is indeed crazy.
that is definitely crazy there. Bishop takes c2.
I was gonna follow that up with, you know, black's pieces were sort of all up in white's camp,
Right.
and it looks really scary. And you answered my question that I was asking in my head, like, how do you get rid of this? And it's simplifying seems like the right answer. I mean, is it 2 pawns, 2-pawn advantage, and the a pawn is just going to start running.
Yeah. What we got?
All right, h6.
What we got there, Katie?
We had a live view of the players where they were so deep in some kind of conversation. Their game was not so interesting. Let's be honest.
we should go back to the players' lounge. There we go. They're thinking and talking about something there.
Let's back in the players' lounge. Maybe we can have an even bigger screen. We can see Dubov, the team manager, and Jan Christoph Duda watching at all the games. They have the application there.
Do you think they're watching on chess.com there?
It looks like follow chess.
Yes.
So
zooming into the screen. Oh, wow.
Yes. Okay.
We see you.
Full surround. Chessboards on the screen
Everywhere.
in every way possible.
Can never get enough.
In every way possible.
Everywhere.
How many chessboards you guys see on the screen right now?
That's a great question.
The correct answer
How many
is
rectangles are there?
6.
6. 1, 2,
Oh
3,
yeah,
4, 5.
I didn't count the main board.
Wow, see? And that is why he is Master Fiddler. That is
Very
why,
observant.
He's giving
It
us such a
is my
giggle.
exceptional skills of counting to 6 that landed me this role.
That is
Never underestimate the
Master's
power of
Fiddler.
counting.
Never underestimate Master's Fiddler.
Brilliant.
All right. So Rooks has been traded meanwhile, and Black makes this move h6 like. I need this space for the king.
It's not that. I think he wants to play
G5.
G5. Yeah. He needs to create a threat of some kind, and G5 would be a threat. But yeah, Shah does a clever thing here. First driving the knight away from G2, and then offering a queen trade.
Give me that.
If the
queen.
queens come off, I think white is completely winning. So yeah.
Oh, bishop h7. Bishop h7 wins right away.
Nice.
I think it does, yeah.
Oh,
I was
bishop
pointing that out.
h7.
Yeah, this is what Queen C5 was about. Queen C5 was really strong. It was a dual threat. It also hits the queen, but it also hits Bishop H7.
Why he's not playing this is just one move.
He is trying to figure out if black has some because the white squares do become a bit weak. So he's worried maybe Queen F5, Queen C2 is scary or something. So he's double checking
like this.
But I think he will play it because.
And Abdusattorov sees it
of
for
course,
sure.
Of course,
the moment you play,
frozen.
you make the worst move in the game, you feel it. Like you know it.
You just get this pang, and your heart starts beating really fast.
And look at his fist! Oh my gosh, on his face.
He's angry.
Yeah.
You can see his fist. Abdusattorov. He knows he blundered. Now he is just waiting.
And
for
Shaq
Shaq.
actually moved literally to the edge of his seat, looking for a way to just
Shaq
convert
is
this.
very good here. Is using his time. He sees it. He's just using his time to make sure you don't have anything crazy and I'm not missing anything, which is really nice. Very nice to do that. In fact, there might be a G5 anyway as an all-out attempt after Bishop H7, King takes, Queen takes, and then G5 just to dislodge this knight. Then bring the queen in and try to mate like this. It's just something possible.
Whoa.
So H7 takes, Queen takes. And then G5, sorry.
Take and we go knight H3. This, I think, would... If Shah was worried about that variation, he would calculate very, very quickly, and he would be feeling quite good, because the black king is arguably maybe even weaker than the white king. I think the move that worries him is Queen F5 instead of G5. And then you do have to worry a little bit about the queen getting into your position via the C2 square. But even here, I think one careful move somewhere, perhaps Rook C1 just covers all the squares.
Right.
And then we can start pushing our own trumps. So I think he'll play it. He just needs to make sure. He knows how important this is.
Look at how close we have this video. We can
at
even
his eyes.
see
You can
which
see.
side of the board he is watching right now.
Yeah.
You can see his
into his
eye color
brain.
in the back of his pupils in that shot there. The man is in the zone.
Okay.
I love these lines that we spoke about. The most dangerous chess player is one that has nothing left to lose.
Yep. In fact, that was the Chingari Golf Titans. They were at the bottom for a long time.
He's going to play. He
He said,
not doing it.
not today. I don't need none of that. I can just do it this way.
Didn't do it.
Just a different way. Yeah, doesn't
said,
doesn't
"Nah,
really
I'm
want
good,
to
bro."
give his opponent any counterplay whatsoever.
100%.
Wait, is Abdusatiro repeating this like
Did it
queen
go back?
d6, queen c5, queen d7?
He doesn't have
Yeah, bro,
better
you wanna draw?
squares. It's not a happy situation for him, but he doesn't have better squares. It's really kind of sad.
Yeah.
Wow, look at how nervous he is.
100%. We do understand he is low on time, but I mean, he
Oh,
actually
we
is
have the
Okay.
same position second time, guys.
Bro, you
Now
wanna
it's
draw, bro?
time to play.
He's burned about 3 minutes out of his 5.5 here, so
Right.
this is becoming a little bit closer of a game because when it was also much better for Shah on the clock, you felt like he will never lose control. Now you can imagine some scenarios where he loses control.
Look at this piece.
He's got to move, and
I think he's going to
getting
do it.
close on time. I think
I
he's going to do
think
it too as well. Bishop a7. He's looking
gonna
at
go for
looking.
it.
Am I going to play it?
Come
Yes,
on,
yes.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
But okay.
I check. Contemplate, but okay.
I think the
trying.
game on board
Oh
4
my
either
gosh,
already
what's going
finished in a
on?
draw
Oh,
or will
man,
finish in a
it's
draw
1 minute.
soon.
He's on 1
What did you
minute.
say there, Master Filler?
Board 4, I think either is already a draw or will be a draw soon. So we have
Okay.
Alright.
3 draws so far.
Still going on.
Yeah,
for the
this position, which is
board
clearly better
four.
for white, but Shah is
Down to 40
struggling to
seconds.
convert it. Shuvalova is better on board 5, and board 6 appears to be very, very level. So for now, Chingari has 2 good positions, and
Wait,
they need to
what
win one of
happened?
them. And in the end, Shah decides not to go
G5.
bishop h7 and allows g5.
Ooh.
And now he goes bishop h7.
What the
Whoa.
heck is this?
Oh.
And this is
oh,
apparently
strange.
not good.
Oh, it's a bad move.
Man, this was very strange, Master Filler.
That was a very strange sequence. Maybe king g7 is even playable now. And yeah, this is what Nojibek plays.
Oh.
What did he
This was very,
do?
very difficult to explain
Oh
for
my
me.
goodness. Black is bro.
Wait, I thought
That
that
was a
knight,
good
knight h5 here wins the
What
game because
did
there's a
he
fork, but
do?
there's a bishop on f7.
I think this is what he
f3.
missed as well. I think he thought he has knight h5 check here,
There
but
is no knight h5.
he really is losing control here.
Oh man, this is
very, very
This is the
dramatic.
game
turnaround.
of nerves. It is truly the game of nerves. You can see
agree.
You
him.
got 20 seconds. That's it. You about to
Ooh.
drop a piece.
Do you have to play knight h3 here?
I mean, he's dropping a piece regardless. Oh, you're right.
But then rook
Actually,
c8,
Jesse.
and the bishop is
Takes,
still hanging.
takes. Knight
No, this is
h3.
problems for Shah. A tremendous amount of problems.
Hashtag problems.
This is
Yikes.
very,
8
very
seconds.
dramatic
Oh my
turnaround.
goodness. What a
Oh,
turnaround.
he played it.
he goes
Yeah, we
knight
saw
h3,
this.
yeah, but
We
now rook
definitely saw
c8,
something like this.
It's a bad
Oh.
move.
and it's not a
It
good
is
move at all.
bad
Yeah.
move.
Man. This is what happens when you get in time trouble. It happens to the best of us. I mean, wow.
The turn
I would
What?
never have
tables.
thought the pressure could get
turn.
to Shah to such a degree.
Queen under attack. It's a missed queen
Okay, Shaq.
because he could
Oh
play
my
bishop to
goodness.
g4 and bishop to f5 was better there, I believe.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
like, what did I
Shaq
do?
is so disappointed.
And there's
Seconds
not moves
not
coming in.
happening.
Yeah, Shah is
unfortunately.
now
We're
at
not
piece
getting
down
moves.
in the end game, and his king is also very, very unsafe because he has actually 3 pawns for the piece. In terms of purely material, he's not doing that poorly, but the king on h2 is extremely, extremely
Right.
unsafe because of the bishop still being on the board.
And you don't
We should go.
necessarily
We should
need
go
to-
into full screen position because the board appears to not be cooperating with us. But yeah, Shah is
Wow.
just. He can barely believe what he's done to his position. This is just lost now, I think, for white.
That's
Oh,
tough.
wow,
You can
what a
see on his face.
disappointed
Oh man, hurts.
face.
It hurts. That
He
is a
was
pain
so
face.
close. He saw this idea. Sometimes you just ask yourself, why I have done this?
Yeah, it's one of those moments that you ask, you know, what's worse than heartbreak?
This right here.
Mm-hmm.
This right here. Painful. Painful.
Yeah. There might still be some turnarounds. He does have the 3 pawns, and perhaps if he solves the problems with the safety of his king, there could still be a game on. But for now,
Board 6 is also over. Meanwhile, in a draw, now any result is very important.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The way the positions are elsewhere, if Shah loses this, I think match is pretty much over. Although I think Alexander Kostyuk is now doing the right thing, trying to complicate her queen endgame as much as possible. But yeah, Shah is in just disbelief. You can
Wow.
see it on his face.
We can feel how he feels right now.
Yikes. It's a very hurtful
This makes me
feeling.
wonder
Justin?
if the Upgrad Mumba Masters are actually watching the games right now.
Oh, yeah,
Or they're just
absolutely.
shutting
Of
it
course
off.
they
They're
are.
like, whatever happens,
They are
happens.
together right now and watching
Holding
this.
hands,
So greetings
kumbaya.
greetings to
Right.
Afghan Mumba Masters. They are watching for
man.
sure this
They
right
are
now.
all holding hands, holding breath, and candles lit, ready to go.
Is it a seance?
Seance, breathing, and trying to
Wow.
get this right.
Oh, there was Nihal, so disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Wait, is
And-
Paulina Did something happen on some boards here?
Whoa, did something happen in
Can we go
boards?
to
There's
board
a
4
oh man,
really quickly?
but it
No,
did
it's
not.
not.
Alexander
Okay.
Kostyuk is now
Something happened.
winning,
Oh.
or at least has decent winning chances in practice. So that's actually very exciting for the match because Polina is also better on our screen. We don't actually. I can't be sure exactly what the position is because I think the boards once again are being somewhat uncooperative. But perhaps there is still some turns in this match.
Absolutely.
6 seconds. She has to make a move, and she just made the move right now.
Okay.
All the boards,
Yeah, you
they
can
just
see
have seconds on the clock.
that.
Wow, this is a crazy looking
Oh.
game here. Bishop, pawn, pass pawns. Okay, that's a check. We take those, take back. And what do we do now? King E1, just shuffle here?
Rook C5,
Maybe knight
C6,
C2.
I guess. Yeah, she's
Rook
doing the right
C5,
thing
rook
here.
C6.
C6, very
Yeah.
nice.
No, this is a very, very sharp endgame, and neither of them have too much time, so there could be a lot of turnaround still. We wrote those boards off way too early, or at least I did.
Very nice. Rook is getting active there. Ooh, we might have to. Ooh, Rook C6, Rook B1.
Mm.
Whoa, that is a sick move. That is sick.
Yeah.
Here we have the same team.
Perhaps
Mihal
Polina has to
watching the
play knight
games.
C4 right now, but that is probably just a draw for objectively.
Wow, Rook C6 is a huge blunder. Rook C2,
Uh,
Rook B1 anyway? Whoa.
that
yeah,
is
that
is not good. Yeah,
transmission.
Polina is
Yeah,
now
Rook
in
Rook
trouble.
B1 was played.
Rook B1. She missed it. Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, might have an error here again.
Rook
There it is,
C2
Rook
was
B1.
just panicked. She had very, very little time, and now she
Oh.
is
Oh,
more or
wow.
less
Yikes.
completely
It's not an
lost. Yeah.
exchange. Yeah. 4 points is not going to be good here for the Chingari Golf Titans if converts.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. King
95.
getting active. Rook is moving around.
There's maybe some excitement left yet because Black will now have to shed a lot of pawns in the center and on the king side, but
Right.
should still be winning for Black objectively.
Right, a bunch of checks will happen.
Check, 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 check.
It's like King D3.
Wait, what happens if white plays here king to E1? Should black repeat the moves?
No, I think eventually you
Okay.
play King E8, King G8, you give up all of those pawns. You probably are still winning, but of course it's not such a comfortable decision for Black to give up this much on the king side.
King's going for it. King D3. She said, yeah, I'm just going to walk the king up to the board. King E8, I'll take on F6.
Yep. Alrighty.
D8, knight takes
Some
H5.
quick moves. Now the king is stopping the pawn on D8. For the next clam. But yeah, it's tough playing on seconds to make the most accurate moves on the board.
Paulina with a quick check of the games there. Draw on every board so far.
Do you think Polina will be able to pull off a draw here?
Ah, it's very hard. It's very hard. I think it's possible, but I think it's not likely.
Can we briefly check what happened on board 2? Because it feels like this was just concluded. There was some applause from the playing hall.
Oh,
Oh,
very late.
This is still going. This is still going. Norbek is winning, but he still has to show some precision.
Yeah, we still have not getting our board is not updating on set board 2, but we can see it right there.
I think the board
Whoa.
is stuck right now.
Oh
but
yeah, that's the game.
And also another
my
game,
goodness, Tan.
Kostyuk against Tan Zhongyi.
Oh,
We have
that's a heartbreak.
some turns of tables, and we have here the resignation. Shaq lost the game where he was completely winning on the time, on the board. He just overthought there. Overthinking is not good in chess.
That's
Lost the
looking
last
really good
game.
for the upgrade. Mumba
That was a
Masters.
very, very
Wow.
unexpected conclusion to that game because Shah was in control for the entire tournament. No
He
losses
is.
until today.
Walking out so mad, but if we bring the bird's eye view, we can see that he's not the only one here. All other boards, other women boards are also struggling big time here. We can see Batsiashvili having huge advantage as well as Tan Zhongyi's pawn. Just advanced so much.
Did you say that this is Shaq's first loss?
Yeah,
so,
it's
yeah.
the
Event?
worst one to lose.
So he
Wow.
was on 3 wins and 6 draws, I maybe even 4 wins because he won in the first game today.
Yes.
So he was on 4 wins and 5 draws until this game, and
Wow.
had he won it as he should have, that would have been an absolutely stellar result. 5 wins,
Right.
5 draws against this field would have made him one of the absolute heroes of the tournament. And it's still true, but the last memory is the abiding one. He will remember the last match, and
Oh,
yeah, there he is on
you
the
can
screen.
see it. He's like, what did I do? Bro, what did I do?
wow.
I know the feeling. Definitely know the feeling.
Oh,
We all
this
have been
is
there
so
before.
heartbreaking to see.
Yikes. Oh,
Virtual
man.
hugs to the team.
Wow.
Oh, man. But as Vidit put it earlier, I mean, it's one game, and anything can happen in one game.
Tanjong Lee is also winning now. Alexandra did the right thing. She had a draw in her pocket at many a stage of this game, but she had to play for a win for her team. But now it seems like it will cost her a full point. Tanjong Lee is definitely in control there.
Unless something drastic happens.
Yeah, and I think we can more or less call this for Upgrad Mumba Masters, who are going to be playing against the Triveni Continental Kings in the final. I don't think Chingari are winning this one.
Yeah.
Right, you can see really sad faces. This is the last game, guys, for this team. It might be the last. Still, the game is on for Chingari Golf Titans.
Yeah.
They need a miracle in last 2 games.
I think we would have seen a handshake on board 5 soon, or not yet.
It's still going on.
Oh, okay.
Both boards still going on.
There was a long pause there. I was just watching to see if there was any action.
Black has extra queen. It's gonna
Yeah,
end
board
very
5
soon.
just lost the queen there. That is going to be over there.
All right.
Bunch of checks. Queen ending.
Board 5 has been done, and we need to know the results. It might be just over.
I was going to say, this doesn't look like a win anymore for Black. I saw the bar.
Looks
He's
like a
trying to
bunch of
catch
checks.
Up, but yeah, there was no win.
But it no longer matters because on board 5,
right,
Nino
board 5,
Batsiashvili
Nino
has
won.
beaten Polina
All
Shabalova,
right.
and with 2 victories,
Well,
Black
congratulations
Wow.
the match
to
is
the
just
finalists then, I guess.
Wow.
Heartbreaking end of their campaign for the Chingari Golf Titans, who came very close to climbing off the very bottom of the standings and qualifying for the grand finals, but it was not to be in the end.
Wow. And Ketty, who do we have going? What are the matchups for tomorrow?
The matchups for tomorrow is Triveni Continental Knights and
The Knights, huh?
Knights.
Kings.
Kings, I'm sorry.
It's okay, we're on the same page here.
Demoted despite playing so brilliantly.
Sorry.
Heartbreaking for the Kings
chess
there.
pieces
Chess
versus
pieces.
versus who?
Versus Upgrad Mumba
Man.
Bishops.
Bishops, nice, got it. Okay, well,
And here we have the
Oh, some nice
handshake. The
handshakes there.
owner of the team,
Mr. Balin himself.
Punit Balan, just came back today, and what a nice comeback
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
for the team.
So he
And
should have been here the whole time then, I guess, because Lucky Charm, right?
came in and they won.
yeah, seems like
All right, so
Tanzangi.
probably a
last
bunch of
person
checks here.
standing in the match here. Where is the camera? Where is the camera? Where are Upgrad Mumba Masters right now? We need to see how they celebrate.
Yeah, we need the cameraman to hunt them down real quick.
Yeah, and yep, they're gonna get out of here. Gonna look for maybe.
Can White just push a
One
pawn
last
and
thing.
still hope for the draw here?
Yeah, but then Black starts to check. Maybe she'll try it though.
Maybe
It's
trying. But yeah,
And last game, guys.
unfortunately, it doesn't change the result of the match.
Right.
The Balin Alaskan Knights have the victory in hand. Oh, we did
Going
see a
for it
pawn
there.
push.
She's going for it there, yeah.
Yeah.
But we have a perpetual, most likely. There is some chances probably to make some type of mistake here, but
Yeah.
she's going for it. She
I'd
says
love to
check.
know who you guys predicted would be the victor of this entire tournament.
Wow. Well, now with the Triveni Continental Kings versus the Upgrad Mumba Masters, it's up in the air there, but I think the
Oof.
momentum is definitely in the Triveni Continental Kings' favor. I think the momentum is there, but that doesn't mean anything because Upgrad Mumba Masters have that same type of momentum, I think.
Yeah, true. The current score is 11-3 for Balan Alaska Knights. There is no way that Chingari can catch them up. Just one last game going on now. This will not change any standings for the tournament, but this is a game they have to end.
One
at
thing I
some
will say
point.
is that in the double round robin, the Upgrade Boomer Master team has beaten Treveni Continental Kings twice. So,
Whoa.
Oh.
judging, going by previous form, the
Whoa.
Boomer Masters probably start as favorites, but the slate is wiped clean. This is a
Right.
whole different event. The grand
Whole
final
different event.
will be a separate two game competition. So, I don't think how much it matters, but it's still a matter of historical record that
Yeah.
the Upgrade Boomer Masters are ahead here so far.
Great way to put it there. Great way to put it.
Do you think they'll go into the blitz portion of the match tomorrow in the finals?
Yep, bring it all.
Yeah, bring it
we
all.
want to see that. We want to see all the action,
Mhm.
Armageddons, and all exciting games. It's
Yeah.
all on the line. They're going to put it all on the line tomorrow.
All on the line.
All on the line. This is
Love
for my
that.
team. They're going to put it all on the line tomorrow. Only one person or one team walks away tomorrow
With a trophy.
with a trophy.
Yeah, the trophy
And
is
the
in the
bragging rights.
lobby of the hotel, so everyone can see it walking past.
Yeah, let's make sure we got security watching that trophy.
Yeah,
That's
true.
a
There
very
are a
nice
lot of
trophy.
security
Security
checks
walking around. Just
around.
make sure.
Dang
that is
it.
a very nice trophy.
Would've
in the
grabbed it
in
and
the
run.
lobby right now. Very nice trophy.
Okay, a bunch of checks still happening.
Lots of
The
checks
king
still
is
happening
on
here.
the run. Yeah, I guess the white queen is covering both pawns, so maybe black does have to give checks everywhere.
Yeah,
just
it
to
has be
avoid any
checks everywhere
complications.
here, and you got to be careful not to allow black to actually move out of the way and queen that pawn. But that's probably not going to be likely here.
Yeah.
Just checks all around.
See a
Push
check,
Nick.
give a check.
See a check, do a check.
Do a check.
Now
Are
there's
there
no
any
checks?
checks?
Wait a second. Hold on. No more checks anymore.
Scary.
Whoa.
The queen, does the queen come all the way back?
Might just
Maybe.
go. You could go move the king out of the way, which is
Oh.
what's played. King e2, and then after check we go.
Now white starts to give a lot of
Yeah,
checks.
and we just tuck and roll here, king e1, and go for the queen.
Master Svidler, looks like you want to say something?
Not particularly. I'm enjoying the dying embers of our qualifying tournament. Players still fighting for every point. It's very nice to see, but this should be a draw.
Right. Well, we always say should be. You see, he used the right words there. Should be, because it should be, but sometimes weird things happen.
A lot
But
of
this is another
technical
perpetual.
correctness.
Now,
Oh, will
wait
there
a
be a
second.
repetition
If check
here?
is queen
Yeah, Alexander
d6
clearly has a
takes,
perpetual here.
Queen,
Let's see if she
no,
takes it.
queen
Yeah,
two
I
as
think
well.
she
Yeah,
will.
looks like
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I think they're both
No
ready
tricks.
to just
That
call
might
it.
be it. That might be it. And the head
Here we
nod,
go.
and
And
there
the
it is.
handshake, which means the qualification
Yeah.
round of the Global Chess League 2023 is
Wow.
done.
Congratulations.
It's done.
And we have two finalists, Trevani Continental Kings
Whoa.
and
Yeah, big day
Upgrade
tomorrow.
Mumba
Master. Oh my goodness.
Congratulations to these teams and good play to
Congrats.
all the other teams. We had
Yep.
such a grateful time too. And this is a bit of disappointment for this
Yeah.
team. Heartbreaking.
don't wanna see this.
I mean,
Yeah.
everyone is disappointed except
very
the two
sad.
teams that made it to the
Yeah.
final there. Really difficult. Everyone
Oh, we
played
can
their
see
greatest.
Paulina
Yeah.
shaking her head.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
tough.
no.
Very, very tough. Very, very tough.
It's truly tough.
But it's
Hard
good that the
games.
players seemed in good spirits after their game completed.
100%.
Both Kostinuk and Tan smiling. But it was
Wow.
very
Ah.
hard fought.
Right.
That match really could have gone anyway.
Right, guys, this is Chess Anyway. We are going on a break and coming back from the studio.
The Balan Alaskan Knights take a big win against the Chingari Gulf Titans. It has been a topsy-turvy day of chess, full of shocks and surprises. And with that, we've got our two finalists going into the grand finals. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, the standings as we enter Championship Day. And it will be the Upgrad Mumba Masters playing against the Triveni Continental Kings. And there we have it. Sagar, it's been a day of heartbreaks and celebrations, a total emotional roller coaster.
Absolutely. And I think if one team is extremely happy today, that is the Upgrad Mumba Masters, because 3 results went their way for them to reach the finals, while Triveni Continental Kings made their own luck by beating the Ganges Grandmasters.
And Peter, the Triveni Continental Kings, they really got things swinging in the last couple of matches. It's been amazing to see their form change.
Absolutely, and it's like it was a completely different team. And Levon himself credited the Sarah's inclusion in the team as perhaps the deciding factor. So maybe she just brought all the good luck, and with her in the team, they just started playing like a different squad altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. The Triveni Continental Kings on fire in the second half, and the other team that makes it through is the Upgrad Mumba Masters. And they've got to thank the Balan Alaskan Knights for their victory against the Chingari Gulf Titans. Take a look at the scoreline of this final match of the qualifying stage. And we see one big win on that board number 2, as well as that 5th board. It could have been a very different storyline.
Absolutely. Both of those positions at some point were very, very good for Chingari Gulf Titans. Polina Shuvalova had an edge, and Shahryar Mamidarov, I think we can safely say, was winning at one point, and also had 5 minutes against about half a minute for Rebek. I'm still reeling from the conclusion of that game. I haven't seen Shah do that to himself in a long, long time.
We've been on the edge of our seats, Sagar. It could have been the Chingari Gulf Titans instead of the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
You know, Chingari Gulf Titans had been very relaxed as a team. But today, when the match was ending, I could see the sort of sadness on their faces inside the player room. I was there. And they just knew it. It was so close. They could have been in the finals.
And that's also one team that's come from the bottom of the leaderboard. When we had Daniel Dubov in the studio, it almost felt like he couldn't believe his own chances. But they had it in their grasp today.
Absolutely. They were so close. But, you know, jubilation for the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
They're the
in
happiest.
fact, I saw that the Upgrad Mumba Masters owners and the Balan Alaskan Knights owners, they were hugging each other. They were like, thank you so much for winning this match. There were a lot of emotions outside.
Peter, the Balan Alaskan Knights dinner is on the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Most likely, you would say so, yes.
Wow, that means we've set ourselves up for a grand final between these two fantastic fighters. Few would have predicted this outcome through the league. And this is what the action will be on, with the Triveni Continental Kings facing the Upgrad Mumba Masters in a best of 2. At 5:30, it's all going to happen in Dubai. What a day of chess we've had. And Peter, no one could have expected the outcome that we have at the end.
I definitely didn't. And such heartbreak for Chingari Gulf Titans. You have to feel for them. And also, in a way, we were denied a complete Cinderella story. Because if Gulf Titans win this match, and the final is between Triveni and the Chingari Gulf Titans, this is the two teams who were at the bottom 2 more than midway through the tournament, I think. So that would have been an absolute dream story for both of them.
Absolutely. We've been looking at these teams as the ones to play spoilers, not the ones to make it to the grand finals. And Sagar, the Ganges Grandmasters, the SG Alpine Warriors, both been knocked out.
I mean, they would be completely... In fact, SG Alpine Warriors, they had 2 matches today. They had to win only 1. They lost both. And I think they would be very upset. Also, Ganges Grandmasters got completely outplayed today by the Triveni Continental Kings.
What a day of chess it was, and it continues tomorrow with a new format. The players have to adapt to the grand final format. Sagar, talk to us about that.
It's actually back-to-back matches. Each team will play with white pieces. There will be a toss tomorrow.
Wow.
And then white pieces for one team. And then immediately after it ends, there will be black pieces. But Peter, the game points are not important.
Yeah, the difference will be that a match win counts as a match win regardless of how big the margin is. So an 8-7 victory counts exactly the same as a 15-3 victory, for instance. And then if the first two matches do not produce a winner, if we have two draws, or more likely a win for one team and then the win for another team, they continue playing Blitz. Same formula, but Blitz.
It's going to be a fun day if it goes down to Blitz, and it might not even end there, because if that ends in a tie, we will have sudden death with just one board playing.
They'll pick out a chit and they will be like, okay, now which board will play? Oh, that's going to be very exciting if that happens.
It might go down to the wire, because these are two incredibly fighting, closely matched teams. The Triveni Continental Kings with the icon Levon Aronian, and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the top. Before we wrap up, it's prediction times. Sagar, who takes the Global Chess League?
Well, you know, both teams have peaked today. They are playing their best chess. But if I had to choose one team who is looking really strong, I would choose the Mumbai Masters, because they beat the SG Alpine by a huge margin. And a small bit of thing, I come from Mumbai. You know, I stay in that city, so maybe that's why I think they might win.
That's an all-hard prediction. Peter, what about you?
I'll take Triveni. Let's make it more interesting for everybody. And Triveni has been a revelation in the last few days. They won everything they needed to win, and Levon on board one is just a sight to behold.
Oh my God.
They seem to have really gelled really well together as well, which I think is important. And I think the importance of it was shown towards the later stages of the tournament. So should be a fantastic final tomorrow.
It's a dream final.
What about you, Tanya?
You have to put me on a spot there. Well, you said Triveni Continental Kings. You said the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. I'm going to say chess wins tomorrow. We've got Championship Day coming up, and you don't want to miss that. It's going to be an incredible battle. We can't wait. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
See you then.